Okay, then we can wish you welcome to this conference, Unleash conference, and we will wish welcome to everybody here at Pressenshus, and also to the people at the stream. It's a packed day of content. We have 18 speakers that will have, most of them, 15 minutes each to talk about their main topic, but there will also be then 3 panel debates during the day, and also a final discussion in the end before we close up. And I would just like to begin with some small personal reflection on this, because I'm energized about this, because people have been very, very interested in this event. Of course, sometimes it happened that maybe the venue is not that packed as we feared, but some people will come here during the day and some will leave. That's totally okay. And for everybody that has registered, they will also have access to the material on demand after the event. I'm a content guy in the beginning. I have been, in the beginning, a journalist in Dagens Næringsliv and some other newspapers. And I brought with me the thought of content, because that is the way that you build knowledge. You share things, and you discuss content, and you engage around content. I'm also a curation guy. I like to pick different kinds of content and put it together. Usually I do it on Twitter or LinkedIn. This time I've done it on a conference in an event format. But I can see the link between newspapers, between blog posts and events or conferences, because, again, content is king and is the center of the conversation. And maybe you have seen that or heard that I've started with 2 words with C. I'm not continuing with cash, not with crypto, and not with currencies. I'm continuing with creativity, because creativity is also something that brings people together and creates shared values. And that was my way into this space, which we call Web3 or the blockchain or whatever we call it. I was engaged by the possibility of content creators, artists, musicians, to be able to create a relationship with their fans independently of the intermediates, independently of the platforms. And that is a story that you can relate also on a lot of other facts and strategies in the blockchain, for instance. I also had to have some courage to get this going. In the beginning, I thought that maybe I was a little crazy trying to do this, crazy on the sea, with the sea. But I have been welcomed, and I've had the possibility then to invite 18 speakers to be here. I haven't received one no during this venture. The people that wasn't able to be here was because they were double booked. So that was the only reason then that people were not able to be here. And last but not least, C is community. That is what is connecting us. This is a meeting place. This is a way to connect with each other. I know a lot of people in this space that are interested in different areas of blockchain or in the immersive internet or in AI, and they don't know about each other. I think a lot of you guys are meeting other people for the first time today. But connect with each other, talk to each other, and connect on LinkedIn or Twitter or other platforms. And then you can move this community going forward. Of course, we have some thank you regarding this event. We are, for the first time, at Pressenshus. This is quite a new building. Kaupr is a newspaper. We will also probably then apply for membership in Fagpressen this autumn. So we belong here. we could say. And we have had great support from the people here, and also then from Tor, that will be the producer in the back of the hall here, both in the venue and on the stream. I have also received a lot of support trying to find a way to create this idea. There's a lot of people that have helped me. Magne was part of my discussion about Kaupr. The name Kaupr was born at his cottage or his farm in the western coast of Norway. I've talked to new generations, built relationship with new generations, which is quite energizing for an old guy like me. Even and Truls is people that have been connecting with me and have discussed with together. And Marius is here. He is a networking guy. Morten is a photographer and a video photographer. He will be walking around. He made, for instance, a concert in Lommedalen Kirke for some months ago. He isn't a musician. He isn't, but he created something. And when I asked, there was about 150 people in the church, and I asked him, "How can you do that?" And he said, "Because I can. Because I can." That was his answer for that. And that's a good inspiration to do also this event. And of course, I have some core people that helped me. Nikolai, that had produced the event page. He regrettably isn't able to be here today. We have Esther helping with the partnership relationship. We have Artem and Alex helping with the production. And we have Beatrice. Where is Beatrice? She is back there. We'll then share things on social media today. And we have Ida back there. I met her first time for 8 days ago. She is already a partner of the team. She is a graphical designer, but both in Web 2 and Web 3. Connect with those guys too, because they are also eager to connect with other people. And of course, we have this cooperation that we have with BISO Web 3 Society. That is a society at the Norwegian Business School in Oslo. They have more than 150 members in the Web 3 Society. I don't think there are any other student or universities that have managed to create that much of engagement. So it's an upgrowing generation being interested in Web 3. And they're also helping today with getting people comfortable. And the leader, the former leader, Sebastian Stjelik, he was finished at BI this spring, so he had to move back to Prague, where he is from. But we will still connect with him, and you will hear about that later today. And today, Jonas Moshedi is the guy that is leading that group. We have done 18 speakers today. And they are business leaders, they are thought leaders, and they are community leaders. And I have to mention one that is not here. And that is Stig Alexander Kjos Mathisen from NBX. And the reason for it was that when I asked him, we need to have some more balance in our speaker community regarding gender. And he said he totally understands it. So he stepped aside and left room for other people. So remember that if you're going to apply for a work sometimes. Stig Alexander is a good guy. And we have some partners that have been together with us and supporting us. We have Signicat, which is a superior vendor, helping people then with identity on different platforms. And also Jon will be one of the speakers here. We also have a cooperation partner cooperation with VRIN, which is the virtual reality immersive organization in Norway. They have an upcoming conference in the end of November, which is in 2 days. There's a 2-day conference, and we recommend that you guys also look into that if that can be part of your interest. And we also have support from Oslo Business Memo, which is a partner of us also regarding the newspaper, because we have our news sites on the same platform. And Magne and Oslo Business Memo have supported us in different agendas. And not least, we have been able to engage about 600 or 700 people in the last 4 or 5 weeks, and they are doing it on a personal level. Of course, maybe not everybody is into Web3, maybe they're just curious. But this proves that it is possible to create meeting places. It is possible to have some content to share. And again, I believe that the problem so far also has been that people are not aware of each other. They are not aware of all these silos or inside of companies or in small startups or in student societies or whatever. Then we will talk a little about the topic of the day. And this is the future of internet. We think that maybe we are now on the edge of the 3rd iteration of the internet. The first one was the one where we could write. The blog post was the identification of it, and maybe also emails. And the second iteration of the internet was Web 2, where in the beginning it was really, really nice to be a part of it. It was interactive, it was social, and it was mobile. But after some years, there has been more big tech companies taking control of Web 2. Amazon, Facebook, Google, Meta, of course they call themselves today. And I think that among all the most companies in the world that has the largest value, I think 8 out of 10 are tech companies today. And they have run these platforms in a way that we, as users, are being the product. We are sharing a lot of content on these platforms and are giving our value to these platforms, while they are using their algorithms in a way to commercialize the platform as best they can. So maybe we're stuck in that situation. I think we're not, because now we are having some new opportunities in Web3. Web3 is then adding a new way of doing things because it adds ownership. Not ownership, not only about coins or currencies, but also about data, about content, maybe even your own social graph, which you then in social can take with you from platform to platform. And that's what we are going to dig into today. What is then part of building this Web3 future? We think there are 3 or 4 main technologies, and we will dig into them today. One is the blockchain, which promises then the decentralized way to connect and share both information and economy. The second one is what we last year called metaverse. Today's nobody talks about the metaverse anymore. They're talking about spatial computing or other types of worlds, but it is the same in principle. It is that we are moving into the internet instead of viewing it from the outside. And it gives new opportunities, not only in games where we can see our kids are really interacting with this new immersive world, but also in the enterprise, also in the industry. And we have this third technology, artificial intelligence. And of course, it's in one way a new technology, but really it's 70 years old. So there are artificial intelligence and has been a lot of years used as an engine in different kinds of experiences. But what is new is, of course, this generative AI, which gives us as a user access to some tools which really, really surprise us, but then also can enhance our productivity. And we will not use that much, maybe, time on that today, but you also have Internet of Things and data. Internet of Things was a hype for some years ago. It's coming back. Why is it? Because if you're thinking of all the content that we are producing, both as people and as robots or co-pilots or whatever, you have to have some way to control all these data. And Internet of Things will be part of that solution. So we will then, we have three main sections today. One where we'll dig into the technologies, one we will then dig into the economies, and one we will look more on the user adoption and user experiences. So we will start with then the technical part, and we have invited then Jon Ølnes from Sinica to be starting this part. And the reason for it is, when I'm talking about the speakers, I will mostly talk about why I have picked them or asked them, not necessarily an introduction of what I'm going to say, because I have not total control of that. But when we are going into the internet, who are we? That is a really, really important question. And who do we want to be? Where do I log in? Can I be an avatar? Can I, and what kind of community do I belong to? And what kind of control do I have of a wallet or any other types of assets in the internet? So therefore, I welcome Jon to talk about identity in the new internet.
Thanks, Morten. So, yeah. Hi, all. So it's a good start, and it's also, I think it's pretty much recognized that identity is a weak spot for the internet today. There's a need to do something. Yeah, I work at Signicat, one of the biggest identity-related providers in Europe, but that you can check yourself, right? So I'll touch upon two, of course, related topics. One is I'll give you my views on the broad concept of a digital identity, which is more or less everything about you out there. And the next is the ability to, as you said, ability to prove and control what you can define in one way or another, your real identity, your official identity. And concerning identity as a weakness, there was a quarrel when Elon Musk bought then Twitter, and someone claimed, yeah, there is an order of 15% fake identities on Twitter, and Twitter said, no, it's only 5%. And to us in the identity community, it will say, what, 5%? That should be in the 0.0 something range, right? You could discuss, anonymous and pseudonymous accounts on X, sure, that's something you can discuss, but not fake identities. That's insane, really. So what is digital identity, or what is identity? Well, in a broad sense, to me at least, identity is everything about you, all information out there about you. And you would maybe, many of you would say that identity is the way you perceive yourself, but in this context, it's more how are you perceived by others, by society, by the people around you. And yeah, it's digital, it's paper, it's photos, and minds of others, whatnot. But in essence, what you have is you have a digital double. That's a buzzword these days, but it also applies to people, in my point of view. So, by the way, if you have any comments or you disagree, please yell. It's okay. So what is this information? Well, it's everything. It's what you post on social media, what others post about you. It's truth, lies, and rumors. It's, correct information, newsfeed, social media. It's also a subset at the bottom there, where you have yeah, your identification, right? Your name, age, address, national identity number, what is about you in public register, what's your health information, all that's really needs your official verified identity. It's a kind of a philosophical questions. Do I have one or several identities? To me, it's one, because all information about me can be linked back to me, that I'm one person, right? But you may have a desire to split this, to have different personas, like the dater, the professional, the taxpayer, I mean, all this. And you may want to have some of them appear as separate persons, to not be linkable. But in a sense, all of them can be linked back to you, right? So they belong to the same person. So what is identity in this context? To me, it's a societal, political, and psychological, behavioral, all those aspects. And to me, in this aspect, it's also a human right. It's not privacy. It's not about privacy. Privacy is a legal concept to protect your own information and to have your information protected, but your identity is more than that. It relates to society as such. And security, well, you need security at the bottom, but that's also a smaller part of it. So identity is the big term, the big topic. What is the link between you and your digital double? Well, it's typically, today, it's not only one piece of equipment, because I might be using a PC and I might be using a mobile phone or a tablet and different kinds of equipment, but it's your equipment. So essentially, this is how you funnel the connection between you as a physical person and those personas. And if you want to keep those personas separate, well, that's good, but everything passes through the equipment, so equipment will know they all belong to you. What we need, really, that's sort of, yeah, we don't have it, but we should have devices that protect your identity and that act on your behalf, but in reality, your device spies on you and leaks information. That could even go for, I will never use those kind of glasses, never mind. It's just like how it's depicted today. But when you go into what is not so much called metaverse anymore, you will have your personas maybe turn into your avatars, right? They can act more or less on your behalf, and everything like that is also still the same. It goes through the equipment you have, the link between you and your digital identity. And this is where we know this is a problem, because there's lots of media about it, but I need to mention it anyway. This is where you get to the business model of the big techs. Morten mentioned it briefly, but you have all this information about you, and what do these guys do? Well, they use this information to target you, and you get a feedback loop, right, that changes your identity. So what is the business model of this big technology company? Gather as much information about you, profile the information, sell your profiles, and target the content, right? You're not their customer, you're their product. And to me, and to many others, it's a bit scary, because you get this feedback loop, right? You get the targeted content, you get only that content, and it will change your opinions. A small bias can be strengthened to be extreme. This is a case that I agree with those that say that this model actually exposes a fundamental threat to societies, the polarization we get as a result. So if these actors control the metaverse, where you have your avatars around, then it will get even worse. Regulation is coming. Perhaps in the extreme case, profiling must be made illegal. You're not allowed to profile. But I doubt we'll ever get there. The other aspect, how do I prove my identity? Well, start from, I think it's important to realize your official identity is a national one. There's no such thing as a European EU identity, for example. You only have national identities, even within the European Union. And all persons in the world are supposed to have a nationality. Most have, many have several nationalities, but you may have also a relationship to other states based on the rights and obligations you have. If you work in Norway, you're foreign citizens, you get rights and obligations, you belong also to Norway, right? States are sovereign. First thing to notice is please leave no one behind. Not everyone in Norway can have a bank account. Not everyone can have a bank ID, since that's what we base our identity based on. Strategies are being made, but it stops at the strategies currently. Same goes for an identity card to foreigners. It's still only available to Norwegian citizens. So if you're a foreigner living in Norway, you got a national identity number and everything in place, you still have struggled to prove your Norwegian identity. It's not good. Internationally, that number is a little old. I hope it has improved. I believe it has improved. But a few years ago, there were about 1 billion people in the world that didn't have an official identity or no way to officially prove their identity. Most in Africa, many in Asia, but also in other countries. Even in countries like the US and the UK, this is a phenomenon. The people don't really get to prove their identity. India did a big job introducing the world's largest biometric ID system covering the entire population. And lots is happening in many, many African countries as well. So where are we on ways of proving identity? First generation, the old times, think about the username and password you used differently for each service. You need a separate logon to each and every service you used, right? Second generation is where we are now, where you have an issuer, like think bank ID. So you can use the same identity everywhere at every service provider, but it's a lot of information shared, and all the service providers get the same information, and it's only a basic set of information. In Norway, if you need more, you have a register infrastructure, you can look up more information, but it's essentially a one-size-fits-all solution. What's the next? User in control. This is what's happening now with the wallet concept. That's also, I mean, wallets are used for different purposes, but an identity wallet is also the next generation now, upcoming identity structure, where it goes via the user. So the user is in control. That means also the identity concept is extended from the second generation, where you have only a basic set of information, to a situation where the user can control also other attributes, other information. That could be from a trusted register, but it could essentially be anything you could put in your wallet and share. So this is essentially an app on your phone, mostly. You can have wallets, of course, with other technologies like web-based, but you use your biometrics to open it, and you can have this persona aspect that I mentioned, because you can share different information and use targeted identity towards the actors you communicate with, the services you access or whatnot. It's a much better concept if you can make this work. And the EU bought it, the ID. Back in 2020, and this comes from the top of the EU, right? Back in 2020, the von der Leyen stated Council will soon propose a secure European e-identity, one with trust that any citizen can use for anything from paying your taxes to renting a bicycle. We can control ourselves what data and how data is used. So this is being regulated, and it's being specified, and it's being piloted these days. Some 2026-ish, every member state of the EU must have an offer in place where they can issue an identity wallet to their citizens, at least citizens. Hope again is that it will also apply to residents that are non-citizens, but that have a connection to the country, right? So it's voluntary to get one, it's mandatory acceptance for many services. So what is it? It's an eID like bank ID at the highest level. So you can log on and you can prove your basic identity, but it's also a way to share attributes and attestations. Prove that you're a certified carpenter, you got a degree from the university, whatnot. Or information, your driving license if you rent a car, right? And so possible to use it for signing, and it should be in full control of the release of the information. So it goes to your wallet and you decide who to share it with. It's a government thing. Issued by government on behalf of, or it could be also in some countries that they approve private actors to launch it. What is the immediate effect of it? Well, some of us thought, yeah, wallet, self-sovereign identity, user control, it's the way to do it. We know it's the way to do it, but that seemed to be stuck in the labs, never getting out of the labs. But now it's happening. Well, this was really the kickstart of it. And there are several reasons why the European Digital Identity Wallet could be a failure, why it would be something that's offered, but it never leaves really the floor. But does it matter? There will be other solutions. There will be other identity solutions. This is the way we're thinking in the identity space now. Big techs are in this market too, and that's one reason for the EU to launch it, because they don't want them to take this market. And there are other. Irma is a Dutch example of this kind of technology that is actually launched and being used. That's it. Scratching the surface, but we'll have time to discuss afterwards. So please.
Just one question for you, Jon, because you could maybe say that identity is both a legacy concept, but it's also a new concept. Is that the way to think about it? And one more thing, because in the blockchain, you now can register your identity as an ETH and have an address.
Yeah.
You can have your wallet, which is maybe then more or less your room or your home after some time. And there are also some convergence happening between the old fiat world and the new world. Is this going to be just one big area where we can move around and be ourselves?
I think it will be separate solutions, separate services, but there should be a way of converging so that you can use different approaches when you access and communicate with something, and interoperability differently. There's a lot going on in the standards area now. I deliberately didn't mention blockchain or anything because, of course, that's a technology it's evident it can be used, but you can build a digital identity wallet or such solutions also without using a blockchain. The EU is not referring to the blockchain, for example. But many other identity technologies, I'll only briefly show the one about 1 billion people being left behind, but lots of the initiatives going on in Africa, for example, are based on blockchain. Also because you don't have a trusted registry infrastructure and the other infrastructures in place, so it's tempting to use them.
Okay, so we will still have some different identities based on context, based on what we are going to do, based on work or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the interface is I have a wallet,
yep,
and whoever I communicate with shall communicate with the wallet. So if those interfaces are standardized, I could have this wallet or that wallet, but we could still communicate.
Yeah.
That would be the ultimate goal.
Yeah, interoperability, or
exactly.
what you could call it. Yeah. Thank you very much then, Jon, so far. When we put up the program and planned the program, of course, we had to have Magnus Jones. And when I had my conversation with him, both him and myself agreed that he could cover the whole program. But we have given him important part in the beginning here, explaining one of the basis technology and how it links also to some of the other technologies. So please welcome Magnus Jones from Ernst & Young.
Thank you, Morten. How is the blockchain fitted within the future of the internet? I think we should start with a quote back from 2014. I'm not sure even that all of you know Mark Andreessen, but he is one, I'll call it, the inventors of the internet. His prediction back then was 20 years ahead. We're halfway there right now before we might wake up and see an impact. I think personally it can become swifter as well. Because if you look into this perspective and see just how long time it took just for cloud services to become mainstream, 10, 11 years, and when people are nagging about Bitcoin, isn't that the same as blockchain, as the same as these criminals are using? And now we're way about 10 years. The thing to understand here is that what we're talking about right now in terms of what we're building, what governments are building, what private companies are building, are based upon smart contracts. And the mainstream part of smart contracts came in 2015. So if we apply 10, 11 years to that, it means that lots of stuff will happen within the next 3 years. And from working deep within this industry, I can assure you, there are some people around the corners who is building heavily right now, including banks, finance institutions, and other, that I will come back to why they will pop out just over the new year. And if we look into this one, this is the latest hype cycle from Gartner. And if we look into some of the areas here, just like smart contracts, like I mentioned, they believe the hype around that one will be over within 2 to 5 years. Hence, within the perspective, like I believe, 3 to 5 years ahead. And we should also see all of these technologies a little bit apart from each other, because they're so easy to just pull everything in and say, hey, blockchain. But if you look up there, you will see lots of different buzzwords, might some new words as well, but they are all in, call it, different stages. Some are more mature than others, but I think we should pay notice to that cryptos in general are out here becoming very, very soon, very mainstream. And it is today. It's fairly easy to buy Bitcoin. You can just go into a brilliant app called Bare Bitcoin, only Bitcoin, 2 clicks and Face ID, and you have your Bitcoins. It's mainstream if you are there. But still, there's a little part before we get it fully into the ecosystem. And I think in order to understand the ecosystem, we need to understand this chart. The Norwegian Central Bank, they've had a test pilot phase from September last year until January. There, they built a Norwegian e-krona, based upon something called Hyperledger, but the version that is called BSU. And that version talks the same language as the one mentioned in yellow there. You don't need to understand it. It's called ERC20. It's a nerdy token standard that the whole of Ethereum is built on, sort of saying. So Ether is a ERC20. But the business entity register, they've also done something. They put the shareholder register onto the public mainnet of Ethereum, so it can scale, because public blockchains are the only thing that actually will scale. And if you understand now what I'm saying, that this infrastructure talks the same language as this infrastructure. So during the pilot, one could test this one and pay with this one, and the companies on top there, who was in the pilot, they could easily integrate this one into the ERP systems, regardless of which bloody ERP system they were carrying, because the blockchain is the top railway that you connect the data towards. Very easy. And then also the banks started to wake up and understand, hey, if this is a railway, it means we can literally use any shitcoin out there in that railway, right? We can use a wrapped Bitcoin for that matter of sake. Yeah. So we don't need to just team up with XRP or one party who wants to sell us a banking coin or use a bloody JP Morgan coin. No, we can actually use stable coins as well. We can put in USDC or Tether there, and we're ready for an infrastructure that actually works. That's the aha moment when they woke up and understood this is actually working. And that's mainly, I would say, thanks to one guy who sits right there, Andreas Hamnes, who has been the front driver of this one. We had a good talk yesterday also about this section. And if you don't understand what this is, read the news media about certain spouses that are acquiring stocks and shares without informing their other ones. So trust me, this will be one of the drivers. And this is a slide I've used many times. It's an old project we have done together with Norwegian Fashion back to 2018. We're doing another project together with them now, and also the Design Lifestyle and Design Cluster in Denmark, where they are actually looking into building a Nordic blockchain for the fashion industry. And the thing here is that in a supply chain, you have lots of different parties going over cross borders, whatnot. And to trace a jacket and have a QR code in here, that's a nice to have, but not a need to have. A trace a banana from A to B doesn't make sense unless you include the finance function. Get the customs declarations, the pro forma invoices, the transport documents into that one. But also, you have to trust what is on the blockchain. Otherwise, it's just about shit in, shit out. So in this matter of sake, we are using third parties to verify the data. Independent parties, even competitors. Then it makes sense. And as you can see, the blockchain is on top, just like in the central bank and the authorities case. As a railway, regardless of which ERP system you're using, there, and there. And these guys have to start slowly to just trace that bloody banana from A to B to C. But now, when we got the more maturity level, that we have stable coins out there that can actually use, they're preparing themselves for the same infrastructure, token-based CBDCs. There's no law written that we have to end up like this. We don't know it for a fact, but at least all civilized central banks in the whole world are working on one way or another, a tokenized infrastructure for a CBDC. It might be on the private side as well. It might be public. Who knows? I think it will be a hell of a mess. That's my personal opinion. But still, before we will get there, we will see parties, including our customers today, who is using Bitcoins or any other cryptocurrencies that are in a liquid market or stablecoins. That's happening today. Stablecoins last year, even though it has been a falling curve for the last 14 months, sort of saying, it was larger. USDC and Tether, the two largest, was larger than the total transaction settlement volume of Amex and MasterCard together. They were only beaten by Visa. 12 trillion, stablecoins 7.4. So someone is using them. And I think it's important to understand this ecosystem as well. And that's what some of these parties that we are working with, like Coca-Cola, Maersk, Carrefour, Microsoft, Peroni, large actors, they're preparing themselves for this ecosystem. Because when we apply an NFT to their supply chain, it's for logistical purposes. They understand that the mechanisms of DeFi, decentralized finance, not the current protocols per se, because there are too many fat fingers in the code right now. We need to get real finance people in there. But then the mechanism of finance will be the driver. Because if you have a 24/7 open market, and you can use whatever token asset class that it has a liquidity and a tradable volume, well, then they will use it. So they are preparing themselves in that same perspective of 3 to 5 years that lots of things will happen. They don't believe that the whole setup will be based only on fiat currencies. So it means if you look into this one where you have a buy, make, move, store, sell, typical supply chain, we see that this will affect. But it will also affect in the way that they also understand new requirements will coming up. Everything from ESG requirements towards also sustainability of carbon credits, etc., that will be on a blockchain. We already have these platforms in place, and our customers are using them. And that's a logic in a system that they also understand. If they ship a container of whether or not it's carbonized water or clothing from A to B, you will never be allowed in the future to ship that container empty back. You have to fill it up. It will be a sustainable requirement by law. And how to deal with this? Do you want DHL and Kuehne+Nagel to become a cartel together? No, you have to open up your data. You have to sell your data to your competitors. And that's why you have to tokenize your data in some kind of way. But you have to also be able to hide your privacy. You don't want to reveal all the prices and the inside of what you have there, naturally. But you can do that on a blockchain right now. There's several different solutions. One that we are creating on a public net is called zero-knowledge proof. That's just one solution. So that means they can give information about, we have a container at port X from this time to that time, the price for that one will be, let's fill it up. That's how we see this whole ecosystem connecting towards that. You will also use it for, call it, the logistic back-end office handling, where it actually gives and makes some sense in terms of efficiencies and cost saving. And if we take this perspective a little bit broader, because this is call it a mixed slide, and it illustrates, call it, everything that is going on within this landscape right now. We work with all of these parties. So if we take sort of the supply chain, normally that's a little bit separate on its side. You know, we trace this banana from A to B, isn't this great? But we don't want to touch this. Oh, God forbid if we have a funny ape here. Oh, God forbid if Adidas and Gucci is doing something together and they're actually also issuing physical wear. That doesn't make sense, because we're the serious guys up there. But the serious guys, they have to look into the central bank digital currencies and the infrastructure right now. And then it means they have to look into this corner, the horrible one of the cryptocurrencies, where we also have Ether, that Norwegian government has had on their records for 5 years already, because they have to pay transactions fee when they are developing this great solution that will save the prime minister from going off. Oh, this horrible cryptocurrency again. Then it makes sense to a logic, because if you suddenly are dealing with this area or this area, you also need to accept cryptos in one kind of way. And then it makes sense you have to clear it on the finance department. And as you see, the whole ecosystem of a company here is actually affected on it. Not saying that this is the one the whole company is going to be tokenized tomorrow and we will pay by shitcoins. No, but it's a pattern that you see covers the whole industry here. That's the point. And also, talking about metaverses or virtual worlds. This is what people normally see, the consumer ones, the pink ones, but we also have something called the enterprises ones. Like I'm a part of the expert group of Interpol for Metaverse. When we have our meeting, we only meet in that platform. They also train all the officers, the public officers, the secret police, everyone trains in this platform. It's for learning purposes. Then we're the industrialized ones, where we're using digital twins for production area efficiency, where you don't have to use that part, but more and more they are experiencing with it because it's a logic within their supply chain and ERP system. You see the whole perspective now? And one other driver that I will just mention, that I gave a teaser as a start, is MiCA, the Markets in Crypto Asset regulation from the EU. This is the one part that everyone has been waiting from a C-level, because they have said to us for so many years, I see your point, I see a cost saving, time saving, market efficiencies, everything, but it's still illegal, isn't it? They're just waiting for this one. So over New Year, lots of things will happen. And the thing is that this is not a regulation with 4 corners. There's quite a lot of things up for interpretation there. It's 2.5 corners, and I can assure you there will be some challenges connected towards it. Right now, I have the pleasure of writing the commentary version for MiCA, and I can assure you there are lots of dots within it. But still, everyone at the C-level, they believe, banks, finance institutions, they say, go ahead. Now we have something in place, and this is going to be the main driver after New Year. So, when it comes to this part, Morten said, no one talks about metaverse. Well, I've been in this market since 2015. I've survived a couple of bear markets. I've hodled my Bitcoin since then. I'm very happy with that. And no one has to tell me that I'm not going to talk about this just because Apple and Starbucks are using a bunch of 20-year-old advisors who has been in the market for 6 months and say, you cannot use the M word or, God forbid, the NFT word. No, let's call what we say in Norway a shuffle for a shuffle, because this is towards understanding the complexity of the landscape, what we're talking about here today. How we combine these type of technologies that are all at different level and spaces. Some of these might be a success, other ones might be a total failure, and I can assure you, by maybe tomorrow, there will be something new. 100% sure, and that's also why Mika is actually outdated before it's in place. If you are to be in the space, you have to be hands-on for what's happening, because there's so much going on. And the fun part is rather how we can combine it, because we don't have to include that part. You can do, call it a Roblox model, and do great business, do millions over here. But if you are like Nike or Gucci and want to do this digital thing, you have to be there. Or if you are like the business entity register, you actually have to play on this track because you have to pay the gas fees on the blockchain. That makes sense from a supply chain perspective also. That's why you have to understand the whole landscape here. So, in that matter of sake, I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the day and the great program that you have put together, Morten, and to connect all of these dots together. So just by summarizing in the end, this is an official statement from EY. We've said this for several years. We believe that within 2030, more than half of all business contracts will be executed by a smart contract per se. So we're not saying that the world is going to be taken over by crypto, but we believe that the basis of the infrastructure will be tokenized in one way or the other. And to just exemplify that we're not just a PowerPoint company and a bunch of consultants who talk about the hype, you might connect with me if you're interested there, but I also have a gift to you, the official Magnus Jones NFT. So feel free to download it. I can assure it's only 500 of them. Not putting FOMO out. They're already being launched and presented at the fashion show in Milano last week and in Copenhagen. They're running out. The disclaimer says it has 0 value, but here you got it at least. So that's my little gift and perk and token of appreciation to you guys. And my little advice also, because if you're curious about this landscape, get your fingers dirty in a positive way. That's the only way to learn and do this stuff, because it will be a part of the future, one way or the other. So if you don't have a wallet, just download it. This is from the EY Upstream platform, so if you are to mint NFTs, we can also do that, of course. So more than happy to catch up with any of you afterwards, and thank you so much for the invite, Morten.
Thank you very much, Magnus. We will dig into some of these questions in the panel and also during the rest of the day. Regarding these new technologies, XR, as Magnus rephrased it, AI and the blockchain, they don't have to be there in all applications all the time, if you understand what I mean. But they are still part of a way to influence the new way of experience the new internet. And now we are going to have a speaker from Superstera, Jarl Erik Cedergren. I don't think you are a blockchain expert, are you? No. But in Superstera, they are also investing in different kinds of technologies. And one that Jarl Erik is focusing on is the AR and the VR world. And in addition to his job in Superstera, he has been a part of the team that has created HoloCare, which is a really, really new, innovative way of doing medical equipment, or what you call it. And you have to explain what it is. But so when you think about this new technology and ask yourself, are there utilities there? I think we can have some proof here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Morten. Hello, everyone. Very excited to be here. My name is Jarl Erik. I'm a UX designer, or a user experience designer in Sopra Steria. And I work, as Morten mentioned, in a project called HoloCare, which utilizes this innovative technology in a completely new way within healthcare. So in HoloCare, what we do is we utilize holograms. So when I work from day to day with clinicians, I sit with them and talk about holograms. It sounds like science fiction, but it's not. It's what's happening today, and I will get more into that in a bit. Most of you, I guess, work within IT, or at least work with computers in some kind of way, and this is how we look like every day. We look into a screen with 4 corners, and we look at the information that is within that screen. It is information that we navigate through by using a keyboard or a mouse or even a touchscreen, but we will always be spectators to that kind of information. We will never be in there. And I work like this every day as well. I sit in front of my computer, I use my iPhone, I use my laptop or iPad, and I look through information through this screen, through these 4 corners, with those limitations that is involved. But personally, I've always also been interested in the next step. I've always been interested in how I can immerse myself into this world. I'm an avid gamer myself. I've been playing video games since I was small. Any other Nintendo fans here? Yeah? Some of you grew up with Nintendo, that's great, because for me, that is a big part of how I grew up in my childhood. But I wanted to take this into a next step. I wanted to be in VR and AR and experience these games around me. I wanted to be in the games. So that is why always been interested in this type of technology right here. But as I took my studies at University of Oslo within design, I also thought, how can I apply my interest in video games and my interest in immersive technologies into the industry? So I started to look more into VR, AR, and think about how the possibilities could be using this type of technology. And what we see today, after maybe almost 10 years when this technology became mainstream, we see that there are so many opportunities. There's so many possibilities that was not possible only looking through a flat 2D screen. Now you can be anyone, you can do anything, and you can, as you see here, do whatever you want. This is a very important step in what I'm going to talk about today. So while I did my studies, I wrote a couple of papers that I also published, and those papers have been quite well cited since I finished my master thesis. And that shows that this type of technology starts to get more and more into the research field as well, and is getting more and more important into more productive ways other than gaming. So after I wrote my master thesis, I started in Sopra Steria, and I already saw in Sopra Steria that Sopra would use this type of technology to work within the industry. We've been having a project with Statens Vegvesen where we could visualize things that is not real yet. This is the bridge across Bjørnafjorden on the west coast of Norway that has not been built yet, but they wanted to visualize this in a parallel digital world within VR and AR, so people could experience it before it's actually built to make their opinions. We also had a project with Innlandet fylkeskommune where they wanted to simulate how natural disasters could happen. So in this case, it happened, we made this a couple of years ago, where we simulated flooding. And that's interesting, taking into account what happened just a couple of weeks ago or months ago. So this shows that it's possible to use this technology in a completely new way that is not possible otherwise. And this is just a couple of examples. Microsoft has already illustrated how we can use this in terms of simulation, in terms of training, in terms of collaboration, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, I think. And this is also what I work with from day to day. But just go back to the basics, because have all of you experienced with VR and MR and AR technology? Are you using it from day to day or every now and then? I see that some of you are nodding, some of you are shaking your head. But just for the basics, I just wanted to say that virtual reality is a technology where you put on a pair of glasses and you're completely encapsulated in another world. Anything is possible. You're not limited to the boundaries of the real world or the physics of the real world. You can be who you want. You can do what you want, literally. On the other side, we have AR, augmented reality, where you're still living in the physical world where we are standing now, but you are able to place 3D objects within your environment, which we often refer to as holograms. So in summary, this is how it looks like. Mixed reality spectrum is a spectrum of the virtual reality on the virtual side and the augmented reality, which is more towards the real world. So mixed reality is just a term that typically Microsoft use, but there's multiple terms on this. You can say it's XR as well, extended reality. There's multiple ways to say it, but the idea is the same. And these are some example of the technologies we can use to experience this kind of immersive worlds. We have AR headset like Magic Leap. We have even mobile AR. So actually, many of you have using AR from day to day. Using Snapchat, for instance, is a good example of how we can utilize AR technology onto a real world by using filters, masks, skins, and so forth. More recently, we have Apple Vision Pro, which is a hybrid between VR and AR. You're still looking at a pair of screens, but you can also see the real world outside. And the same with the Meta Quest 3 that is upcoming this fall. So what makes these technologies unique is that we're no longer limited to looking into a 2D screen with 4 corners. We can now stand inside this data and information and even experience these experiences in 3D, like we were standing in that type of world. And that is very interesting because that opens up for so many opportunities. So many opportunities I think we don't even know yet to this day. It can open up for new economics. It can open up for new platform and services. It can open up for new possibilities with Internet of Things, combining that with 5G or 4G, and even create value in fields that we're not even aware of today. But some of those values I will talk about when I get over to the HoloCare part. So the technology I've been working the most with is the HoloLens 2, which is this headset. This is just a headset, standalone, completely standalone, that you put onto your head, and everything is within those headsets. You can move around, walk around with them. I would maybe not recommend walking around with those in the public, but in a more kind of collaborative way, this is perfect because you can bring it with you anywhere. And what makes this unique is that the way you interact with this data, the way you interact with this information in 3D is by using your hands, by using your body. So instead of using just a keyboard or a computer mouse like we do today, or a touchscreen, you can actually see the information in front of you, hovering in front of you, and you can touch it, and you can grab it like it's there physically. And this introduces a completely new way for us to interact with immersive data. And this is also a very key part in what some of you mentioned as the metaverse, or spatial computing as well, that we are in the information, we are standing there, we can touch it, we can live with it. So this technology is what we use in HoloCare. But how do we use this technology within healthcare? How do we take this technology that is immersive, that maybe you can say initially started with gaming, into such a serious field as healthcare? It's quite simply, we start here by using the CT images. CT images has been the golden standard for medical imaging for decades now. This is flat, 2D, black and white images, which are divided into slices through your body. So say that you want to have a CT image of your liver. You have slice-by-slice images of your liver that represents the whole organ. But everything is in 2D. Everything is flat. And this is not how you look like when you open your body in surgery, right? But this is still the golden standard. And I like to use an analogy when talking about this. Imagine that you're planning a hiking trip. You're using Google Maps. You're using flat 2D maps to plan where you're going to hike, where you're going to set up your tent, areas you maybe want to avoid just to be prepared. So you look at this map, you write up a path for that trip. But when you get there, when you get out and do the real thing, it might look completely different. And you might be surprised how challenging it actually was. And you might be surprised how many things you didn't foresee while doing the planning on the map. A similar challenge do the clinicians see every day. They take CT scans of their patient, which is quite common actually, and they assess these images. Multiple clinicians with different specialties, they look at these 2D flat images and try to figure out the best procedure for them to complete the surgery to make the patient survive. But after planning with multiple people with different knowledge, with different experience and so forth, they open up the patient and they see something like this. This is not a real heart, but you get the idea. It's in 3D, it's not as flat as the 2D images, and then there might arise challenges that I did not expect by just looking at the flat 2D image data. So this is a challenge that we want to address using this kind of mixed reality technology and using AR technology. So we use the raw data that comes from the CT images, from the MR or CT machine, and then we actually combine this with AI technology. We have trained an AI algorithm to interpret the CT images of patient to make a 3D reconstruction of the patient organ, of the specific patient organ. So by having this, the output will be something that we can visualize as a hologram within a mixed reality headset like the HoloLens. And this opens for so many new opportunities. So we go from the flat 2D image that we see on a 2D flat screen into a 3D hologram of the patient organ hovering in our environment in front of us. So we go from clinicians just looking at 2D images to actually standing together like this in a preoperative planning meeting, looking at the hologram of the organ. In addition to that, we also develop and design a lot of tools around this, which would not be possible in real life using just the 2D screen or using a 3D printed material. For instance, we support that you can simulate the surgery within the lens, split the hologram in two, and do a calculation of how much volume you actually remove from the organ, which is essential when you're doing planning. We also do collaboration, so multiple surgeons can collaborate together, looking at the same hologram, standing together, and discuss this like the organ of the patient was in front of them. And here you also see two liver surgeons. They're planning how to actually cut the lesion, the yellow part right here. Does this work? No? The yellow part you see in the liver here, that is the lesion or the tumor that they want to remove. They can simulate this 100 times if they want, using this hologram alone, standing together. And of course, in a world like today, and especially during the pandemic, meeting up like this were quite challenging. And of course, we also want, using all type of technology, to combine or make people closer to each other. That's an essential part of this technology as well. So there's an example right here where you see that the surgeons can actually meet each other as avatars. A surgeon from New York can meet a surgeon in Oslo and talk about a specific organ as a hologram in front of them and collaborate like they were standing there together. With tracked arms, tracked fingers, and spatial voice, they can actually collaborate without traveling across the pond, so to say. These were very useful during the pandemics especially, but it's also something that the clinicians think is fantastic, which is only possible using this type of technology in this kind of immersive way. Another example from one of the tests that we've done at the hospital. Let's see if it, there we go. So this is a test we did at the hospital with real surgeons, real clinicians, where we actually use this technology to experience how it is to do proper planning of a patient with this technology. And so you can see they move around, they bow down, they look at it from different directions to get a good overview as possible. And this is not possible using only the CT and images alone. Another example, went to the US the other day, tested it at some major hospitals there as well to get some feedback and some assessment. On the upper image there, you can see how it looks like in real time when we did the testing. And the clinicians, they're very eager to use this technology. And even though it's quite cutting-edge technology, they're very eager to use this because they actually can see the real value using this technology. Another example where we test at the hospital. We go into the hospital, we test it there where it will actually be used to make sure that the technology isn't just cool and something fun, but something that actually creates value for them. And that is proven by the paper, a lot of value in their day-to-day work and their preoperative planning. In a way that was not possible just using the previous technology they've been using in 2D screens. And it's interesting that this is something that has come up now because multiple industries, whether it's oil or gas or other things, they go from 2D imaging to 3D imaging, and they've been doing this for years. But in medical field, especially using this type of technology, is quite new. And as it proves, it's very valuable for them as well. And just to go back to the beginning, where I talked about Nintendo and gaming and my interest in that, it's very interesting that something that for me started off as something fun, something entertaining, has now become a crucial part within medical field and is now also on its way to get regulatory approvals within FDA and CE to be utilized at hospitals around the world. Being a part of that journey and seeing that the technology that I have had such interest in for so many years, going this far, I think is very exciting. And it just showed the starting of the potential, I think, of mixed reality and the whole what we're discussing today in total. So while we're working with this, it is easy to think about this as sci-fi. We talk about holograms, and we all seen Star Wars, right? And we looked at that and it's like, wow, this is the future, and this is sci-fi. But is it though? Is it sci-fi today? And that's where I started out, because when we work with this and we continue to develop and we continue to innovate within our team and with the clinicians and with different fields, we're starting to see that we're going more and more towards a world that is like Star Wars. And it's not sci-fi anymore, it's today, or maybe tomorrow, but it's very close at least. So one example of that is how we actually do holoportation, which means that we can, in 3D, as a hologram, teleport a person from one location to another in 3D, communicate and talk with each other like we're there in real time. And this is, of course, you're looking at this in a 2D screen now, but if you were looking at this in a 3D, you would actually see this person stand next to me, right next to me, and speak to you. And that is very interesting, and this is also just the start of these opportunities using this type of technology. So we might look at videos and think, this is CGI. And yeah, I guess some of it is CGI, but it is actually possible. And we're just seeing the beginning. We've been working on this for a couple of years now. And just recently, we also saw that Apple announced their Apple Vision Pro, which is, again, a huge step within spatial computing. And it's so exciting to see that those big names are coming into the game, trying to innovate and create new value for everyone. So I think the future of internet is now. It's starting now, and we're going to be a part of this ride for many, many years. And it's so important that all of us combine our knowledge together to make this the best world as possible. Do I have more slides? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Morten.
Thank you very much, Jarl Erik. Yes, he said the future of internet is now, and we have had some real-world examples there already. There is coming a European identity and a European wallet, we heard from Jon. And Magnus talked about Brønnøysundregistrene using the Ethereum blockchain for stock registrations. And now we talk about immersive experience in health. And now we are moving towards the third main technology. And we will then have Henning Rockling presenting the AI space for us. And he has a background also in gaming, worked as a producer and a developer for different kinds of games for some years ago. He has also been part of the blockchain community, working with, for instance, token design. Now he has been moving into Knowit, where he's a consultant and leading the work that Knowit is conducting to try to utilize the generative AI technologies, mostly for the enterprises, as I understand. But Henning will talk more about that. We welcome him.
Thank you, Morten. So I'm here today to talk about generative AI and how it's going to shape the future online experiences and impact the future of the internet. So first, a little bit about myself. I work at Knowit, a technology consulting firm, as an advisor. As Morten mentioned, I have a background from the games industry. In the 90s, I worked at Funcom, and I was a producer and project lead for a couple of the first games that Funcom released. And I worked with the transition from 2D graphics and level maps to 3D worlds and 3D vector graphics. I spent about 10 years working in finance, trading, but mainly working with quantitative models and algorithmic trading commodities and bonds and shares. I've worked with mobile and social and witnessed how it's impacted both media and also how we as humans interact with each other. And I spent several years in crypto, or Web3, if you will, working on tokenomics and incentive design for several projects. So I have a background of working with disruptive technology. So I've also been working with artificial intelligence on and off for many years. And all of this year, I've been working with generative AI for Knowit. And I advise several large public and private enterprises on their AI transformation. So that's what I do in my day job. I'm here to talk about generative AI. And and how we've gone basically from a handful of computers linked together from one university to another back in the 60s, 70s, to basically today, when we have devices in our pockets that enable us to speak to each other across the world, allows us to run programs on our devices and interact with services that are maybe in Japan or China, and that's no big deal. So that's normal for us today. But what about tomorrow? What is the internet going to look like tomorrow? So generative AI opens up new ways for us to interact with digital services and with each other. And that's what I'm going to talk about. Can we imagine that the way that we use internet today is going to change radically? So TikTok, Instagram, email, video calling, messaging, which is kind of part of the way that we use internet today, is it going to be the same 20 years from now, 30 years from now? Absolutely not. So first of all, what do we mean by generative AI? And how is it different from AI that we've been working with for many, many years, which I now refer to as predictive AI, traditional machine learning, and the prediction models. So generative AI is the concept of creating new content. AI models creating new content based upon the data they've been trained on. So this can be anything from text, such as documents or code, to images, video, speech, and music. And this is all collectively referred to as synthetic media. And I'm sure some of you are familiar with the Gartner hype cycle, which is generally used to illustrate the maturity and adoption of technology. So it's quite spectacular. And in the space of less than 2 years, this is a term and a technology that's gone from obscurity, where it's only really been had awareness among researchers, to reaching basically peak hype at probably second quarter of this year, to now we're in the middle of a downturn where our expectations haven't quite been met. We're worrying that the quality of generative AI is not good enough. Is this secure? Will AI kill us all? Do we need to regulate it? What do we do? When? How can we regulate this? Is it even possible? Or is the way that we use the technology used to train the model so that it's basically leaking our personal information? So we have all this problem that we're worrying about. But really, so today, for instance, Microsoft is releasing Copilot for Windows 11. And generative AI is already included in software that's being used especially in the marketing industry. This is already abundant. It's everywhere. It's being used to create copy, create images, or edit images. And we're seeing it across business software as well. So generative AI is already kind of starting to deliver, and we are about to reach the plateau of productivity super fast. And as I've been working with disruptive technology since basically I bought my Commodore 64 in 1984, I've never seen technology move so fast across the axis of time, the x-axis, as generative AI. So this is moving super fast. And as you may know, AI is now actually being used to enhance the speed that we're moving. So in itself, AI works as an accelerator as we are moving faster and faster with AI. So just this may not be of interest to all of you, but just like this is a little basic information about how this works. So when you train a generative AI model, you create, or what is you create what is known as a foundation model. An example of a foundation model is GPT-4, which is the most advanced model available for instance, ChatGPT. But there's also many other foundation models out there. GPT-4 is for text, and it's also for image, so it supports two modalities. But it's trained on a whole bunch of data, but it's still a general model. But you can take a foundation model and take another corpus of data, like a set of documents, for instance, and continue the training on top of the foundation model to get a fine-tuned model for a particular use case. This means that you can train a model further towards a specific business domain or a particular use case and end up with something that's far more powerful than the regular foundation model that you access in, let's say, GPT-4. So we're starting to see this already, and we're starting to see it made available to different business verticals and different types of domains, and this is going to explode over the next 6 to 9 months. So fine-tuned models is going to be abundant for different types of use cases. So we're seeing now that generative AI is being integrated into existing software solutions. I mentioned Microsoft Copilot, Adobe, Slack, HubSpot. They all have generative AI functionality integrated into their software. We're also seeing, we all remember Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant that launched many years ago. Can you actually believe it's like literally 12 years since Apple launched Siri, and 9 years since Amazon announced Alexa. So this is actually 10-year-old technology. And they've just announced that generative AI is now being included in those services to take them from the basic level of simplistic understanding and the simple search technology and command interpreting technology that assistants have been up until now, to take it to the next level where it becomes an assistant where you can actually interact and converse in a broader, more natural language. And for sure, both Meta and Apple will join this race. So we're moving from the rather simple assistants that we know with limited capabilities towards the assistants that we can talk with in much the same way as we converse with each other. And these assistants will now be able to understand what we're saying, even though we're using natural language instead of specific commands. And they're able to contextualize the messages and instructions, the tasks as we provide them. And one of the obvious consequences of this is the disruption of e-commerce, which is going to have a huge impact, which gives Amazon an extra incentive to participate in the assistant race. So generative AI simplifies and changes how we interact with machines. It's the next level of interface between man and machine, and we're moving from the specific command instructions that we have given to computers and which we've always been using to control computers with, to using natural language. And we're also being able to move away from application interfaces with buttons and drop-down lists and forms, etc., to actually just speaking to a service that needs some information from us. So this is a game changer for how we interact with machines. So when I'm talking about assistants, I'm talking about user-oriented tools that are there to help us become better, to help us act smarter. But another set of tools that's emerging are referred to as agents or autonomous agents. And these work in the sense that you give them a goal and they start acting on their own to try and achieve these goals, to complete these goals. And they can create subtasks to reach that goal. They can the do is that, okay, in order to do that, I need to do A, B, C, and D, and I can work on these tasks to complete them, and then I will finally have what I need to be able to complete the complete goal. And they will utilize the powers that you give them, the capabilities. This can be email, it can be phone conversations, it can be video calls, messaging services, email, API access to other services, internet search capabilities. This can be anything that's digital. And what's even more interesting is creating a team of such agents that you set up and provide different roles and allow them to collaborate, to work together. So, so this is, I can only recommend you to dive into this area because this is crazy and it's going to be huge. And of course, tying this back into crypto, these agents are going to need money to spend. So obviously, a wallet with some funds that you can refresh once in a while makes a lot of sense. So decentralized networks will definitely be made available to agents as well. So how does this affect us, and how does this affect the internet? So it's now changing how we're interacting with machines, but also how we're going to be interacting with each other. We're experiencing free real-time translation of speech, enabling communication, collaboration across borders in new and effective ways. And we're starting to see how the future of the internet is going to be multilingual, have another type of interface than the screens and the touch points that we're used to today. We're going to cross current language barriers and be fully global. And you can have easily long conversations with people who does not speak your language and you do not speak theirs, with their own synthesized voices. So that's a game changer as well. And extending this to photorealistic virtual avatars controlled by digital services that you can easily call up, fully scalable. This opens up a whole new world of possibilities for the internet. So, have we seen the peak of internet with TikTok, Instagram, email, Reddit, Microsoft 365? Is this the final form of the internet? I think we're moving into a new era where our interaction with machines is going to be far more advanced than we thought just a couple of years ago. So these are exciting times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henning. Now we have the last speaker in this section before we have the panel debate. And we have the one and only Sofia Adampour. And she was known 1 or 2 years ago, I'm not quite sure, the time is moving fast, to be the founder of the first physical NFT gallery in the Scandinavia, Verse Gallery. And it has also been a meeting place for debates and just to gather around. She has also her podcast. She's also a commentator in E24. Yeah. And if you guys think that NFTs are dead, you're wrong.
They're certainly not.
They're certainly not, but they are changing.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Morten. So my kind of job is to drag stuff down to a lower level, and engage the general public in this type of technology and show different types of innovation you can utilize this. So it's very different from the previous presentations that has been very inspiring, more technical maybe. So we're having like a NFT for dummies, I would say, intro here, which is important as we want to make this innovation available for everyone and gather and really make it usable and more democratic. A quick intro about me. It's kind of important before I show some later slides that might not give so much sense for everyone. So I'm a part of Gen Z. We're the generation that grew up with phones, a relatively fast internet. It feels like a physical part of our bodies. If the internet lags, it almost hurts. And in that way, we're also so-called metaverse natives. Playing games is natural for us. When I was in second elementary school, I remember if my friend Sigrid couldn't have a visit, if I can visit her, if she can visit me after school, it would be very natural for us to meet at a gaming platform, such as Club Penguin, and communicate there. And I also mentioned my digital ID name, which is Sophia.eth, which would be the name I would maybe have used on that platform, Purge Penguin, if I want to own that identity on that platform and not just use an avatar in that game. What that identity is, I will come back to later. And it's important for me to mention, as has been mentioned in previous talks as well, that the global society is bigger than what we see here in Norway. As someone with Iranian heritage, you've kind of felt how important it is and how we, when it comes to transactions, and if you want to do global transactions and the limits of today's financial systems. So if you take India, for instance, only 500 million there. Now, there are 500 million there who don't have access to internet today, and we do want to make technology that will be available for them and make it easier for them to invest in our future platforms as well. And throughout this talk, it's important to remember what our phones look like today and what they looked like just 10, 15 years ago from today. And when we talk about these goggles and what we envision them looking. Like when it comes to what we called metaverse before, today we're using the term 3D spatial websites more. We're moving away from the word metaverse in some ways. But what kind of physical objects we will use to experience that will be different. This is what the gallery looks like today, which has been a gathering point in Oslo for the entire community. We do have people coming from the Web2 community from Denmark, from Sweden to visit, and usually when we do have events, it's a long queue and long line because people really want to learn about this technology in a way that's less abstract, and it's always easier if you have a physical image or a physical screen showing something. So when people try to explain what the internet might look like when we moved from physical newspapers to digital ones, you kind of have to show them the physical one in the beginning and saying, this is the same thing. That's what I feel like we're doing at Verse right now. So this is what it looked like last year, or it still does. And this is what we envision it looking at some point, but we don't expect everyone to wear goggles like we've seen previous day. And when we talk about the metaverse, it's usually 3 elementary technologies that are important, such as those that Magnus Jones also mentioned. AI, XR, and Web3, which is the blockchain technology, which functions as the infrastructure. And I will go quickly through what Web3 is, but in order to do that, you have to explain what Web1 is. As I quickly mentioned, it's when internet was it wasn't interactive at all. You could only read off information. And that's what people thought the internet would be. That's what people thought would be the way of monetizing the internet, would be having 3 major companies and that everyone would use them. But today, the situation is totally different. We're in the Web2 platform, which is the platform economy, where you don't only read off information, but you also type in. And that's where the main economy is today, where you monetize your own content in a way, but you have users, the internet benefiting the users' inputs. And when we move from Web2 to Web3, we're moving from a way to have, you don't only read off information and type in, but you also do transactions within that system helped by the blockchain. So when I click Connect Wallet, my identity, I log in with Sophia.eth in a way, and own my content regardless of which platform I log into. And when I do that and go on websites such as adidas.com, they can register what kind of NFTs I have, which kind of gives some indication of what digital identity I have and what different utilities I can access. So when we want to go through what an NFT is, I usually have this kryssschema where we set up what fungible physical items are and what non-fungible digital items are and such on. When it comes to fungible physical items we have physical money, which are interchangeable. You can change, or are fungible. You can change $2 bills, that you can change 5 $2 bills with one $10 bill, and it will have the same value. The same goes to physical gold as well. You can have half of gold bars and change them with one whole gold bar. They will have the same value. When it comes to digital fungible assets, we have Bitcoin. You can trade 0.1 and 0.1 Bitcoin with one entire Bitcoin. It will always have the same value, regardless of what it is. Maybe not with ordinals, but that's a whole other discussion. And we have Ether, which is the cryptocurrency of the Ethereum blockchain. And you can do the same here. They're interchangeable, so they're fungible. When it comes to physical objects that are non-fungible, we have artwork. You cannot, you can have an identical copy, replica made of the Munch's Skrik, but if you don't have the signature of Munch himself, it won't have the same value. The same applies to physical tickets as well. It would be a totally mess if these seats at a cinema movie theater wouldn't be numbered, and they all are unique in their own, and the same applies to physical houses. When it comes to the digital sphere, we have skins, which are digital and non-fungible. You usually buy a skin, and then you can't change it with another that easy. And we have IP trademarks. And we have NFTs, which are, you can never, if I take a screenshot of this and it doesn't have the same signature showing the same date and same stamp, it will never be the same item. And I'm coming back to what this kind of is and what system we use for that, and that's basically the blockchain. So you take an item and you tokenize it. That's what the T stands for. You put a stamp on it. So I can tokenize my phone digitally by putting it in let's say a plastic wrapping and put a stamp on it saying the time and the place and all the metadata I want. And this can be done digitally, and it allows us to add value to digital objects, which allows creators to take true ownership of their digital content without being scared of mass plagiation and mass production of their works. So a quick definition, it's not as important to know what the blockchain is. We don't envision a future where people explain what it is all the time, but it's interesting to know. So if all of us in this room were own node, which kind of confirms that this transaction is being made, and it confirms that today I gave my phone to Morten. And if in the future someone wants to say, hey, that didn't happen, but all of us confirmed this on September 26th, that this happened, it really did. And if someone in a year tries to say that didn't happen, but all of us has that written down in our immutable books, that new information will be thrown out of the system if they try to give us false information. And it's already being done. This technology it's not as new. It's very interesting to see 2 years later that still when I ask what an NFT is, or people don't know the meaning of it because the mass adoption hasn't happened. But if you log into Twitter today and try to upload a profile photo, it asks if to choose a photo or choose an NFT. If you choose the NFT, you will get a hexagon, and that's the difference. And then you can click on it and ask for more information. It will give your digital identity, and I can just look here. And and more information about what the collection is, what time it was purchased, and the history, transaction history, and so on. And other use cases has been mentioned today, so that's great to see that we're getting there. And other countries have already used this technology, because we have, even in Norway, we have instances where people have manipulated their diplomas, their university diplomas, and the information in there. But if it would be collected as an NFT, for instance, and put on the blockchain, it would be immutable in a way that we tried to explain a bit earlier. And it's already being done in Kazakhstan. And if the Tinder swindler had given his paycheck that he tricked this poor Norwegian lady with, if it had been done on the blockchain, she could have easily seen that, okay, this paycheck is true, the money that's being promised is there, and it would just not be a PDF with some numbers edited on it. So that would be a big hassle being worked with. When it comes to artwork, we do connect NFTs to physical objects as well, such as what Damien Hirst, one of the biggest contemporary artists, did back in 2017 when he started with his collection, The Currency. The Currency is an NFT collection he has with 10,000 physical, unique items. They are all around this size. They're all uniquely tapped and designed. And he's, after creating these 10,000 physical items, he digitalized all of them and minted them uniquely on their own. So the gallery bought number 7,836, for me when I grow old. We thought it would be an interesting item to have and showcase going forward. But in 2021, he did something interesting. He set up the physical up to the digital one, because for each digital NFT that I easily purchase through open marketplace, that's open 24/7, that's global, I also got access to the physical one, which was in a vault in London. But in 2021, he actively asked the collectors to take an active stance, if you wanted the physical one or if you wanted the digital one. If you wanted the physical one, you had to burn your NFT. You had to send it to a dead wallet. You had to send it out to the ether some way. In that way, burn it. If you wanted to keep your NFT, if you didn't make that transaction, they would register that you chose to have the NFT, and they would burn the physical one. So 5,250 people decided to keep their physical NFT, physical artwork, so they had to burn their NFT and collect the physical one. 4,750 decided to have the digital one. By keeping the digital one, because we're in this, my identity is connected to his collection, is connected to Damien Hirst's wallet. During Christmas 2021, I actually got a Christmas gift from him. So it was very easy for him to stay engaged with his community and easily give us some sort of ownership, some sort of feeling of being seen and taken care of, which is the whole community part of NFTs and how easy it has been for creators to stay connected. So that was a great gift to wake up to. When it comes to tax questions, not so sure. If you just get an NFT that's almost has a high value and you weren't sure that it would be there at all. So that's a very specific art-themed example, but we also have different, or many brands that are entering this space as well with their own digital collectibles in some way. And that's the great part of, people are talking about how NFTs are dead. Saying that it's great to have like all the tourists gone so we can start building. So Mercedes-Benz recently launched their digital collectible, and Spotify are testing with token-gated playlists, where you have to have a specific NFT, click on Connect Wallet, and Spotify would then register what playlist you're allowed to open or not. Nike has bought Artifact, which is a Web3 sneakers company. And as I mentioned, I usually give this presentation while I wear my hoodie, but I've been told not to wear the hoodie as much, because it's not professional, apparently. But and that hoodie was a way for me. So when I went into adidas.com into the metaverse, I could click on Connect Wallet, and then it would register that I had this specific Adidas NFT, and then I was granted access to different objects they had specifically for the Adidas community on their website. So as a consumer, I would never buy a tracksuit for around, I think it's $150 if you buy a tracksuit, but I ended up paying like $900 for the NFT that would grant me access to it. So it's something about the exclusivity and the feeling of community and ownership to the brand, which is very important when it comes to marketing purposes. And we had visits from Soprasteria or HoloCare, which talked about how we can experience stuff. So NFTs until today has been very two-dimensional. But when we talk about influencers and ownership, me, myself, I've done some collaborations with some brands, and they're very specific. Sophia, if you collaborate with our brand, you're not allowed to use our competitor's brand. But as a physical human being, I might do some mistakes. But if you have a digital influencer that I could create a community around, they would be easier to kind of engage in a smart contract and make certain rules. So, is the sound lead? Can you guys hear the sound or no? So this is just, yeah. Okay, that's just a funny example of how we can envision NFTs going from 2D to 3D and truly monetize those collections that you're a part of through that community you have access to. And that was just an example of this. And you should all go to Twitter and check out Mo the Mutant. It's a very funny avatar that you could follow and get access to, and its entire 10,000 ape community in some way. Let's go past this. And we all talked about the metaverse, whatever it would end up looking like. And I am convinced that NFTs is a membership pass into that and a way of getting access and truly monetizing the space. And when it comes to marketing, this is more important as we are a TikTok generation growing up right now. You are not as loyal as a customer if you don't feel any connection to the brand. Changing the service is way easier to do. When it comes to e-commerce, you can, as Adidas did, you can guarantee a sale before the production even happens. And one of the most important topics for me is climate. We have limited scarce resources here in the physical world, but in the digital world, it's not limited. It won't have the same impact. And education, it's always fun to be able to meet your classmates in Japan during the evening and your classmates in the US during the mornings. And it's important to remember, such as I'm convinced people have mentioned earlier, that it's a generation growing up now that are on digital platforms from beforehand, such as Roblox, where we have 50 million daily users. 67% of these are under the age 16, and we have more than 200 million unique active monthly users as well. This is another quick example of when X, because the overall theme here is when Web3, XR, and AI emerge, and such as HoloCare also showcased, this would be an example that's not as far off, as this is something Shopify has already launched. So it just gives a quick example. So we're truly waiting for the so-called the next hype cycle. We've done Web3. We might be in the AI section of it now. And with the launch of Apple Vision Pro, we're excited to see what will happen next. And it's not as far off. The biggest companies in the world today are hiring experts in these so-called areas and fields. And these are some examples of marketplaces. If you want to just engage and interact and touch any of this technology, it's very important to get some experience. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Let's stay there. Let's stay there. Thank you very much, Sophia. We will now have a debate, so I can ask Magnus and Jon and Henning and Jarl Erik also to come up on the stage. If you guys are a little nervous about the program progress, I just want to say to you that there's one speech later today from Marius Thorvaldsen, which will not happen because he and his family got sick, and too bad for that. But of course, we will follow up Marius and maybe produce a video or a podcast of him later. Just some short information about the end of the day, because we have some news to share in the end of the day around 3 o'clock, and we also have some surprises for you guys. And there also is the possibility to join in the community in the bar in the corner. It's in the same complex. You just have to go out and around the corner. It's the same people that run this breakfast and the lunch here. So everybody is welcome, of course, to gather around. Okay, we have had a lot of presentations about the different kinds of technologies, and maybe we should try to dig into the connection between them. I have one question, for instance. Someone are saying that blockchain is the back end, and AR and VR and XR is the front end. Is that the way to think about it, Magnus?
It can be. It all depends on, I would say, your products, your services, your current customers, clients, and who you are trying to reach in some matter. So that definitely can be a way to see it, all depending on if you are, call it a true native blockchain Web3 company. That can be in a totally different way, that you don't have to have XR or whatever it is there, in the same opposite way as you can do, like I explained, call it a traditional metaverse and make a lot of millions in dollars on this one by also excluding, call it the blockchain track. So that's vice versa in some matter.
Anyone want to comment on that?
Yeah, that's what I think is very exciting about Web3 and everything that we're discussing today, is that it's applicable in so many areas. So I agree with you that mixed reality, VR, being it VR or AR, is just one way of experience some of that technology. It can be applied into that field, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. Like in HoloCare, for instance, we don't use NFTs, but in other contexts, it might be very useful, say in a social setting, or if you want to actually see the NFT within your personal space in VR and AR. So that's a good example, or a use case at least, for how that technology can be combined. And of course, you can combine in AI and other technologies as well, like we do. We use a lot of AI technology in what we do and combine it with mixed reality to immerse yourself in that information.
And what is the place of NFTs? Is this only something you put on the wall or have it in your wallet, or can it be a building block in this future of internet?
Absolutely. One of the coolest projects I've seen is actually how they use NFTs to register when you have insulin, these machines, and the data that's being collected. So as the user, you actually get kind of the metadata gathered, and then it mints and becomes an NFT, and it allows you as a user to sell it forward to bigger companies. So that's another that isn't that visual, I would say, but allows you to have ownership.
But just to add to that one also, I think what we are talking about here now is lots of, call it, in-depth, nerdy terminologies that all of we are deep into. However, what we will see out there in the market is not about if it's an NFT or not, and you can call it a metaverse or a virtual world or digital collectible or whatnot. That's not the thing. I think we are in a position right now where we see the mix and combination will just lead to, call it, consumer-generated products, where you don't care about whether or not it's, call it, an NFT or whatever the token object is on the back end side. You don't need to understand it. Otherwise, right now you need to understand for tax purposes. That's one challenge. But I think you all understand, call it, the ecosystem that is being built here. So regardless of you are using XR, you don't need to understand which type of goggles you are using. You have to understand right now it's just a nightmare to take a print screen from them. That's one challenge, sort of saying. But I think, like you mentioned, the adoption will be driven by, ironically, also Apple and sort of how they are setting it up now, that you can just take your pictures, put it in, and it might be that these pictures are, call it, verified by an NFT, but the stupid consumer don't need to know this one. And that's sort of the basis of what we are discussing here compared to going nerdy details of area X, Y, or Z.
Yeah. You know, we're talking like we discussed the internet back in the 90s, talking routing protocols and basic how do you communicate and trying to explain to everyone how it works. That's essentially also, we're still there, but we're starting to get to a better understanding where it's, never mind the infrastructure, it's there, it works. Someone's got to know it, but it's the user experience and how you use it. That's the important thing.
Yeah, exactly.
In the old world, Web 2 or Web 1, there are protocols, and I don't care about them.
Yeah, exactly.
But when are we moving towards that generation where we can forget about all these words?
I think first and foremost, the core thing about all of these cool technologies, whether it be Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, as long as it doesn't create any value for the end user, it will be difficult to adopt as well. It needs to address a specific issue or at least create some kind of value to the user, and also, as you say, provide a good user experience so the technology almost gets invisible for the end user. Because we are technology enthusiasts. We love this kind of things, and we could talk for hours about this technology and use all of these terms. But for the man in the street, so to say, that person doesn't really care about what's back there. They want something that's beneficial for them from the day-to-day life, and something that can provide some kind of happiness or value for them. And I think that's very important when we dive into this very exciting, cool, cutting-edge technology, that we also see the value part of it. How can we apply this in a valuable way? I think that's very, very important.
If I just could also include Henning in the debate, because is that the key value proposition of generative AI, that you understand it? You understand the utility of it?
Sure. So first, I want to say that, okay, the convergence that we're talking about of different technologies is not that the technologies themselves are converging. It's the convergence of creating experiences and valuable services that utilize the different technologies as the need is there. So this comes from the experience and the use case and the need to include the technologies. So I have a very sort of strict, I look at Web3 as technology, I look at servers and the internet as technology, and it's the same with generative AI. It's great to create experiences. And in a stack of creating experiences and services, I see generative AI as kind of high level. I often compare it to web technology front ends, like React or repos that are open source and available on GitHub. And I think AI is not going to be expensive. I think it's going to be super cheap. We're going to be able to build our own AI experiences, and much in the same way as you can do that with blockchain technology, or create a mobile app or a web app today. You can also create you can also create generative AI services in the future.
Will you still add something here?
Yeah, well, you know, I have my pet topic, identity again, and it's the same. It boils down, right? If we look at all this creative we meet by avatars, so call it whatever. But I need to link it to, if I meet Sophia that way, I need to know it's her. And I need to know that I can safely use this area and no one can impersonate me. make a lookalike and appear as me in such conversation. And maybe I don't need to know the real identity of the person I need to talk to, but I need to know it's the same person each time. And eventually, maybe I will even need to link it back to this person's real identity in the official physical space. This is you, yeah, this is someone, or someone representing you in this digital world. And we're still not there. There's lots of challenges in making this safe in this way.
But we are still here in person, aren't we? So maybe it has some value.
But to answer sort of your question in terms of when is it happening now or whatever, I think, like I briefly mentioned, this is happening right now. Because right now, I can assure you, I cannot disclose the names, but we are working with not only here in Nordics, but globally, some of the largest media companies. They are now preparing themselves, waiting for that dimension, the MiCA regulation, to have that in place, to build quality infrastructure, where the people in the street doesn't need to know that this is an NFT or whatever it is. They don't need to have 12 words that has to be put together in a secret way, otherwise I will lose all my assets. They will just be stored at the media platform. You log in, you have, call it your identity connected towards this. They will store it for we keep it. That's when we drive the adoption. And if you just take the example of, like where you said where we are right now, we're very early. Like last week, I was in Milan at the Fashion Week, where I attended the only Web3 conference. Web3 meets fashion. And there it was Gucci, Prada, Balenciaga, it was the Exotica Group, Ray-Ban, Lamborghini, all of them. All of them have done something within Web3, and that sounds amazing. But still, it's like when I ask, okay, how many have you reached? And I said, well, it's between 10 and 20,000 people. Yeah, and how many of these persons are your existing customers? And they were like, probably no one. So you reach a different audience, and I think that's where you need to also be able to, combine this market in order to get the adoption. So like you say, we're very early, but I think it's the media companies in general and also the sports industry that will drive this one, because the logic is more like when we work together with Man City, for example, on creating a metaverse, the M word, of that we can sit together, regardless if I'm in Milan and you're here, and be at Etihad and watch the real game together in that atmosphere. And that's also why it's suddenly a totally new business model and a bit interesting for some companies to actually do virtual advertisement and not only in the real life at the stadium. You can sell out the stadium 10 times, 100 times, 1,000,000 times, and we can have even maybe a better experience. And I think that's the perspective, like we say, think about it from a now, next, beyond perspective. Do what is possible now. It might seem stupid, whatever we are doing, all of us, for the average Joe, but we do it so we are in a position to build the next, so not our competitors are building the next, while also imagining the beyond. And that's the difficult part for everyone, because I can guarantee you, in 5 to 10 years, we will live in a world just like the business register says. It will not look like it does today, but we cannot imagine it right now.
There's another word used, Web 2.5, if you have heard of it. It's sort of a mix between Web 2 and Web 3, and where you also can integrate, for instance, old-fashioned social media from 10 or 12 years ago with new experiences. Are we dependent on people in the front? The culture part of the society. That has happened a lot of times before. I mean, art, music, fashion is part of it, entertainment is part. Do you think so, Sophia, that the creative industries is moving forward in relation to a lot of other industries? Regarding adoption, I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. If they're introduced to ways of generating more income and having more ownership to whatever they create, so it's a reason why the art industry, I would say, was one of the first ones to really drive forward the last hype cycle we've seen when it came to NFTs, with the huge sale of Beeple's 5,000, because finally a digital artist could take ownership of his creation that he has spent 5,000 days on, and people saw the value of those digital tools that he were using, and he was finally introduced to a technology that allowed him to make that artwork unique and sign it digitally, I would say.
I have one question about Web3 and AI. Is Web3, does Web3 need AI, or do AI need Web3? I mean about, for instance, verification of, we are going into this world with generative AI, and we don't know what is the truth and what is false. What about that?
Absolutely. So that's a great question. And what you were saying about identity and authentication, it ties nicely in with one of the major use cases of decentralized networks. We're moving into a future where it's going to be near on impossible to just discern what is real, what is true, and what is generated, what is a false narrative. We're already seeing that social networks are being swarmed by content that's created to push political agendas. It's very hard to discern what's factual or what is a neutral narrative versus a spin that leans to a side. So definitely, both identity and authentication is going to be key for us to consume that in the future. I think, of course, media is, it's interesting when you're saying you're working with global media companies, because, I mean, we've seen the disruption of media as an industry over the last 30 years, and generative AI is basically doing it to them all over again. So they're going to have a very tough time for the next 10 years as we will move from consuming media the way that we do it now into actually having an assistant tell us what you want to know. So you don't actually have to go to Verdensgang or anything. You will just be told what you're
saying. I should just use an example of that during COVID, we did a project together with ANSA, the largest news media company in Italy. And there we verify the articles by using blockchain. So it means that you have a journalist that is connected towards the news media agency. We don't verify the content per se, what that person has written. We cannot verify that, but we can verify that no one has tampered with that article. So if it's published further in Dagbladet, VG, whatever it is, we know that no one has changed a digit in that article. So we know that no one at least has not tampered with it. And I think that's an important part when it comes to, like you say, the AI part of how it will affect us, everything from election periods to the news in general, and also when it comes to videos, and also when it comes to pictures. So I think that's a very important part where, call it, they need each other. But I would say in general, every one of us, we need AI in some kind of way. Just look at us in the legal industry. Previously, we had people coming to us and say, hey, do a review of this thing, 70 pages, just to take an example. But right now, the ones that are smart enough internally to just use ChatGPT 4 or the next one sort of saying in a paid version, they run sort of the queries not once, and oh, there is the button and the magic solution, but 4 or 5 times. They know a good feeling of it. And I know people within this room here as well who's using it, coming to us with 7 pages instead of 70. And that changes our business model totally, because the documents they come with, it's close to perfect. So that's also a fascinating way of the ones who has actually started to use it. So I use AI daily.
I'm sorry, but I have to wrap up this debate so far. And there's one, not a question, but a comment maybe, because this was the technology section. So you were allowed to be techie, if you understand. But of course, the next question is, how then get people on board? How get politicians on board? How can they understand what is happening? And maybe then, we have to have use cases like Holocare, like Anders sitting here from Brønnøysundregistrene, doing this new registration for non-stock exchange companies. Is that so? And later today we will dig more into examples. In between, we will have discussion and presentations about what is fueling this new internet regarding economy. But right now, we will have a 10-minute break. That's okay for you guys, and we'll give an applause to all the speakers and the panelists. very much. We are now moving into section 2 of this program, and then we are looking more into Internet of Money, what is fueling the old economy, the new economy, from different perspectives. And together with us, we have two representatives from the more traditional banking sector, Morten Søberg from SpareBank 1 and Nikolai Gobel from DNB. And we have two of the CEOs of the leading Norwegian and even Nordic blockchain companies and cryptocurrency companies. Tuk Hwang from Firi and Torbjørn Bull Jensen from K33/Akario. And we also have Johanna from KPMG, which is then building its business also inside of this space, with a focus on bank and finance as customers, but also on this security part of this economy. And the first speaker is Morten Søberg from SpareBank 1. SpareBank 1 has been early in testing out different kinds of ideas regarding both the blockchain, NFTs, and the metaverse. And Morten himself, he has written a book about Svalbard pengar, because there was a coin at Svalbard once in a time, and he really dug into this story. And Morten is also has a really good new Norwegian language. He is poetic. So I'm curious about how he will bring that over to English. But we welcome Morten, and we look forward to your speech.
Good morning. I have prepared a presentation. Right, there we are. Just a few words about me to start up with. I work for SpareBank 1. It's the second largest finance group in Norway. I'm also on the supervisory board of the central bank, and I have previously served as Deputy Minister of Finance in the Norwegian government. As Morten said, I've been working also with an NFT project within SpareBank 1 that was very much inspired by the monetary history in Svalbard, Spitsbergen. But today, I'm going to talk about another mining community, namely Sulitjelma. The place name has Sami or Lapp origins. Nobody really knows what it means. In Swedish, it's written without a J. Never mind, it used to be an old traditional company town for 100 years. It's located in Nordland, and is very famous, and it's going to be more famous this autumn actually, because a major movie is coming out dealing with the transformative and very important strike that occurred there, an illegal strike that occurred there in 1907. From the very beginning, and you also have to remember that very early on, Sulitjelma Gruver was the second largest industrial workplace in Norway, and it was financed and owned by Swedes up until 1931. But production mining ceased in 1991, and it's now more or less a deserted mining town. What's important today is that I'm going to use the monetary history and also the present monetary conditions in Sulitjelma as a point of departure for a short speech about money and my favorite new word, moneyness. Because it's the case that during the Swedish times, Swedish era in Sulis, which is called in the local dialect, the mining company there produced local coins, copper coins. Whereas today, a German company is present, and they produce bitcoins at an increasing rate, actually. So, and this marvelous picture here sort of conveys the atmosphere in Sulis today. It has a certain beauty to it, but it's also rather sad. Right. At one point in time, the copper that was produced in Sulis was of tremendously high quality, really pure. Whereas today, you could argue that the bitcoins that are being mined, they are also rather pure in terms of being eco-friendly. All the power that is used in order to generate the bitcoins is so-called green. But I think that the monetary transformation, as it were, that you can witness in Sulis is a sign of the times, in the sense that money used to be physical, material, whereas today, most money, be it Bitcoin, Norwegian crowns, or what have you, they are purely numbers on various screens and displays. So what's going on, what has occurred in Sulis is just a reflection of megatrends in terms of the transformation of money. I think it's also important to reflect, at least in passing, on the monetary significance of coins, because it's always, for more than 2,500 years, it's been the main monetary reference. And you know, banknotes, even, well, not to that extent today perhaps, but historically at least, have always been derived from money. They have played second fiddle, as it were, in relation to coins. And whereas coins, bitcoins included, are 100% fungible, it's not really the case with banknotes, due to the fact that they do have serial numbers. Coins today, in modern economies, they resemble baby dolls in the sense that we know that they are there somewhere, but we rarely, if ever, see them. And it's also the case, of course, that inflation kills coins first. But it's interesting to note, I think, that between 80 and 90% of the central banks worldwide, they are now exploring CBDCs, and more often than not, these CBDC projects tend to refer to coins. So the concept of coin is on the verge of making a monetary comeback, as it were. And I think that the main contribution of Bitcoin, at least in our part of the world, is surely to just stress and underline the importance of the coin as a symbol of money. I think there are really good reasons why Satoshi Nakamoto chose to be anonymous, because since time immemorial, the right to issue coins, the right to mint coins, have been reserved for the sovereign. Even in Norway, up until 1985, we had a separate law regarding coinage, and it wasn't until 1988 that the central bank in Sweden was allowed to mint coins. Because coinage has been reserved for the sovereign, whereas banknotes have been delegated, as it were, to, in particular, central banks. And traditionally, historically, there have been severe punishments for actors outside the state, not recognized by the sovereign, that has engaged in the minting of coins. But I think that the Sulis coins, Bitcoin, also the banknotes that were produced during the war here in Norway, the emergency banknotes that were issued in Germany, in many, many places during the era of hyperinflation 100 years ago, those are signs that money tends to not pop up, but they are created outside the sovereign, outside the states sometimes, and especially in times of crisis. You could perhaps interpret Bitcoin also as some kind of response to the great financial crisis. But I think it's important that, to note that sometimes here and there, money do occur in a very organic manner, and I think that monetary history in Sulis sort of underlines that. Furthermore, as you all know, money creation in modern economies like Norway and Sweden is to a very large extent a privatized phenomenon, in the sense that the vast majority of the money supply is in fact created by banks. And money by banks is created when they extend credit. So the role of public money today in Norway and Sweden is minuscule, of course. And what we also see, and it's a very important shift that has been taking place, at least here, of the last 30 years in particular, is that due to the fact that money, first and foremost, is credit, it also means that the temporal dimension of money is shifting into the future. Because money is created as a function of future production, future revenue streams. Whereas Sulis coins and Bitcoin, they remind us that it wasn't always so. And previously, to a much larger extent, money was something that you acquired access to as a function of carried out work, finalized production. I think that's an important thought to sometimes keep in mind. Right, and another point that I'd like to make is that modern money creation by banks, by and large, is costless. You just enter a button and whoops, money is created. Whereas Sulis coins, to a certain extent, and surely Bitcoin, remind us that money sometimes costs a lot of money in order to be produced. There's a lot to learn or to think about when you go to Sulis, you see, which I did last winter. And the last thing, of course, is that the Sulis coins that were circulating in that company town, they had a very restricted geographical dimension. You could argue that the same applies to Norwegian kroners. The US dollar is something different altogether, and of course Bitcoin could, I believe, be used more or less independent of borders. All this really boils down to some very important questions that are not widely discussed in this day and age, and it has to do with exactly the things that I've been talking about. What is the optimal temporal dimension of money? How can we foresee different geographical dimensions of money going forward? And at the end of the day, who should be given the license to create money? I think it sometimes occurs to me that we have sort of been sleepwalking into this present state of affairs when the money supply in reality has been privatized. And the issue then, which surely is a very political issue, is this optimal? So the house is so offended, you have changed so much money, and that's certainly a fact. Now already I've come to the last slide. And the point I'm trying to make is that when you go to this post-industrial mining community in northern Norway, there's a lot to learn. The first point I'd like to make is that the standard definition of money, which you can find on the webpage of the central bank, is perhaps not entirely complete, to put it that way. Bitcoin, of course, is a unit of account first and foremost, I think. Sulis coins, they were first and foremost means of payment. But I think that both the coins from Sulitjelma and Bitcoin reveal to you that mining and proof of work in various forms, they are really important monetary aspects as well. And secondly, I think that the standard definition of money is too strict in the sense that moneyness, a more fluid definition, a more fluid concept, really captures what we see today far better in a more precise manner. Because what we are observing, at least with reference to Bitcoin, is that you have entities or phenomena that resemble money or resemble the standard definition of money in some regards, but not completely. At the same time, when you see it, when you invest in it, when you try to use it, you are struck by the fact that there is a certain moneyness to it, or to them. At any rate, money is trust enshrined. And I think that the conventional sources of trust in money used to be metal, gold and silver. Today, trust is derived from laws and regulations, what have you, institutions. But Sulis coins, Bitcoin in particular, they make you think about alternative sources of trust. In the Bitcoin case, of course, technology. In the Sulis coin case, other institutions than banks and central banks and so forth. So the post-industrial era still creates echoes that is worth listening to. Thank you so much.
I have a question for you, because we are moving into a future, it seems like, where money is sort of going everywhere. We have PayPal launching stablecoins. We have 130 countries all over the world trying to define whether we need central bank money, digital money. And you have been...
Public money.
Yeah, and you have been sort of saying on several occasions that we need a more thorough debate about the digital central money.
Yeah.
Do we need it, and how, if we need it, how will we need it? Do we still need this debate?
Right. Two comments or two remarks. Provided that the central bank is in favor of introducing CBDCs, at the end of the day, Parliament is going to change a series of laws. So we are guaranteed some kind of political debate at the end of the day. Sweden is ahead of us in the sense that the Swedish Parliament recently reformed the Central Bank Act, providing the central bank with the right to issue CBDCs, provided that the Parliament approves, meaning that the government of Sweden is sort of not part of that discussion anymore. Rather strange, but it has to do with the fact that the Central Bank of Sweden, just as it was in Norway, is the Parliament's bank. It used to be here, the same here as well. Second, the main reason why I think public money is going to be important going forward has to do with two things. First, I think it's vital for individuals to have the option of opting out, that you're not, as it were, that you don't have to be enclosed by the banking system, but that it's possible for you to transfer assets, purchasing power outside the traditional banking sector. That's the first one. The other thing, which is something that we more or less take for granted, is that money issued by different banks, be it the partly state-owned DNB or a tiny savings bank, they have the same value. You have parity between bank money, and I think this parity, to a certain extent, is reliant upon public money serving some kind of anchor function, right? And I think it would be foolish to experiment with a monetary system without any central role for public money. But that's exactly what should be debated to a much larger extent.
Okay. Thank you for that, Morten. And we thank you very much for your participation in this day. Now we can welcome Tuk Kwang from the Norwegian and the Scandinavian largest crypto exchange, Firi. He is the CEO for the company that so far has the exchange in Norway, and it has launched in Denmark, and it has plans to launch in Sweden. We will have a talk, not a presentation, so we will have And then I start with the topic of the day. I know that maybe it's not your favorite question, but what is your relationship with Web3, AR, VR, and AI?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the great presentation. Well, introduction, I guess. I can start with the easy one. Me and VR, we don't work. I get really dizzy, so I don't do that stuff. But I really like AR. I played a lot of Pokemon Go when it came to Norway. I was one of the crazy people running back in Frognerparken, 2 a.m., catching Pikachu and all that stuff. I still play with my son, so that's something I really like. But I really like the technology where it enhances our current life, right? I understood that there was a talk about how you could use AR into healthcare, but I had a running joke here with Torbjørn just a couple of minutes ago about how I wanted to use AR to be a better chef at home. I don't need to cure life, I just need to be better at something that's really easy to relate to. AI, you can say a lot about AI. I think AI has taken a lot of the limelight from crypto back in 2021. But I really like the technology about where you can create content, well, new content on existing content. It makes, how to say, I think it's going to make the conversations giving a different depth of what you're actually writing. For example, your blog. I think it could be very interesting to use it. Well, I use it just to summarize all the articles I don't get time to read, and just somehow people think I read it, but I haven't. It's actually just a bot giving me a daily snippet of 20 articles. So yeah, but yeah, I'm not a AI guy. I just do simple.
What about Web3 then, or do you prefer to talk about the blockchain, or do you prefer to talk about cryptocurrency?
I don't think anyone actually knows what Web3 is. I certainly don't. For me, I think for me, about Web3 is more about a community-based way of, I think a lot of people that goes into Web3 or, for example, buy NFTs, they usually do it because they want to belong to something, right? That's what my general feeling about the topic. But what I really like about, the rest of Web3 or ownership, which is this type of track is about, is, just like Morten just said, I kind of feel for the first time actually holding my own money. By buying crypto, I can have it in my own wallet. I own all the private keys. This is a whole different thing. When I go to the bank, I want to buy dollars. They're asking me why. Because I want to be exposed to dollar or euros. Meanwhile, now I can actually just go and buy USDC or DAI and have it in my own wallet, and I can cash out when I feel like it. So it's all about ownership, and it's about the responsibility of your own, economic future. That's the thing.
Okay, maybe we then should move more to the home field. Regarding the crypto status, are we still in the crypto winter, or are we in the crypto spring? Are you experiencing that retail investors are coming back, or are they still afraid?
Yeah, I can just start by answering the last part. They never left. I think a lot of people are now, for example, in our current status, we have, I think, an 18-month where people actually bought more than they have sold on our exchange. Even though this is like a bear market, people has exchanged almost 2 billion Norwegian kroners on our exchange right now. So, as I said, people never left. People are just trying to figure out where they should put the money to weather this storm, because I think, especially me, I've never been in a, in a position where I have to pay 5% to the bank for the loans I have. When I started, I had like 1%. I thought that was much, but this is like 5 times as much. So it all depends. If you ask our customers, I don't think they will say it's a crypto winter. I think they don't talk about negative stuff that way. I think they think this is like an opportunity to load themselves up and position when BlackRock comes with an ETF, when the Bitcoin halving is coming, when all the positive vibes are coming back, and then, yeah, what I'm trying to say, I think people are gambling on that this space will give them some sort of edge compared to just sitting still.
Okay, so the timing could be then quite good then also to move into the space. What about you and your competitors? I'm not quite sure if it's correct to say it, because you and the other Norwegian crypto companies have developed quite different positioning. We will have Torbjørn later, and they are moving towards wealth management, while NBX also have an e-money license and maybe are moving more towards that direction. But what about FIDE? What is your positioning? What is your strategy?
If I should compare us, I think the most clear thing is that we're a private company. We're not on an exchange, so we don't have to disclose anything. But I won't be that type of guy. I'll give some short snippets at least. Yeah, but we received our e-money license last year. Well, I think it was a Christmas package from Finanstilsynet. So we got our e-money license, and we are working for something else. But what we have found through 2022 and now into 2023 is that we should basically right now stick to what we do best. It's actually helping people onboard an off-ramp of cryptocurrencies into traditional finance, like Norwegian kroners, Danish kroners, and hopefully Swedish. So that's where our main focus are. We want to remove the friction. We want to help our customers, but also help our banks, so they don't stop money that supposedly are okay. Because that's, from our experience, what we are experiencing now is the banks are now beginning to talk about how they are going to support crypto going forward, but not everybody has the tools to do it. So we're working more into infrastructure on helping to do this on and off ramps.
So is that the biggest hurdle right now?
Yeah,
Yep.
I'd say so.
Yep.
It's a lot of money going into and out of this. During 2021, we have 7 billion Norwegian kroners, with way, a less effective way of onboarding our customers. So if the bull markets were to come back, I think that would be very interesting to see what we have been using the last 2 or 3 years to build.
What do you think will be the future of payments? As I also asked Morten about, PayPal is doing stable coins, a lot of other are doing the same. You have on-ramp, off-ramp from different kinds of fintech companies. You have Visa and MasterCard moving into the space. Will all these actors sort of be in the same space, including you, or will there be a crypto space?
I think, what I think is probably irrelevant, but what I believe is when these type of players come into this space, they actually don't eat, they're not like they're gonna phase us out of the market. What they are they're gonna give the whole space a more trust, actually, making the pie larger. So if a bank in Norway, hint, hint, should come very soon, I think that would be very good for the crypto space in general, because the banks holds a lot of trust here in Norway, especially also in Scandinavia. But I think the future right now, one of the killer apps of blockchain is probably stablecoins. If you go to, for example, Tron, you see most USDT transfers happen there. You see that Visa is doing a lot of USDC transfers before Silvergate, at least, went bad. So I think, I think we're going to live happily. Yeah, 1% of 100 trillion market is pretty nice.
Then I have to end with a question about your goals, because they are quite hairy, I would say. The goal is to have 500,000 clients in about 3 years. Well, compared to April this year. 350 million kroner in income. And you want to launch an exchange in Sweden before the Christmas. Are you on track?
We are not on track for Christmas. This is due to we just received our license in Sweden, so it takes some time to ramp up, but we are fully on track on the infrastructure side of it. So Sweden is coming, but it's coming in 2024. So that's the first part. Yeah, about the goals, I truly believe that if you have high goals, you will just be lazy. So if I don't put the goals myself and truly believe it, I will never reach it. Go back 5 years, I would never think that we'll actually build this, right? So if I don't believe in the goals that I set, I will never have a chance of actually achieving them. So that's why I'm putting it up there. Right now we have 200,000. That means we have to grow about 2.5 times. But yeah, it's a nice challenge. Why not?
Okay, shall we wish him luck? Thank you very much. And now we will have Torbjørn Bull Jensen on the stage. And I talked to him yesterday about the slides that he hadn't delivered. And he said that, why don't I just talk? And maybe we could have a logo, I don't know. And then I said, yeah, but you could just talk on in and out breath. And he said, when do I don't do that? So we are looking forward to your in and out talk, Torbjørn.
Thank you so much. And sorry about the lack of slides. I had a plan to do them yesterday, but then there was this kind of stomach winter flu, or what omgangssjuk is called in English, that knocked me out. So unless someone has a generative AI that can take this and turn it into a slide, I'll have to do with only this one. So I think I'll pick up where Morten left talking about moneyness. And I really liked how he has discovered this term, because it's something I discovered myself many years ago when I did my master thesis on Bitcoin. When I dug into the different theories around what is money, the different schools of thought, and tried to use those schools of thought to shed light on Bitcoin. And moneyness was one of these concepts that really resonated with me. This idea that different objects can act as money, but it's not an either-or concept. It's not like it's either money or not. It can act as money in certain relations. Within Norway, Norwegian kroner acts very well as money. But try to travel to another country, and your Norwegian kroner has zero moneyness. You can't use Norwegian kroner. You have to exchange it into the local currency in that social context where you are. So this tells me, or us for them, that money is inherently social. Money has never been physical. Yes, you can have a gold bar or a gold coin, which is a physical representation. But the money concept has always been virtual. It's always been this social idea that this object serves as a record of who has the ability to buy in that social context. Other objects can have the ability to exchange, but money is unique in having the ability to buy. It's always accepted within a social context. And this is very interesting when we look at ownership in more general, which is the topic here, democratic ownership. Because while physical objects, some of them can be owned. I can own a slice of bread, and I can eat it. I can consume it individually. I can own a house and live in it. You cannot own anything digitally without it being in relation to a social context. Take an NFT piece of art. Let's say I buy this token. I hold the private keys. Don't I then own this NFT? Well, in one sense I do. But what happens if the artist remints the NFT and says that that NFT is not associated with me anymore? It could have been because it was reported as stolen or something. Then suddenly, figuring out whether I hold the NFT or not, or where they hold that piece of art in a sense, all comes down to what people agrees on. Some people will probably say, actually, you own the original. The artist tried to deceive you by reissuing a new NFT later, minting it on another chain, for instance. While others might follow the artist and say, well, actually, it's the artist that has the definition power here. So all of these virtual things that we can own are inherently social. And that means that when we talk about blockchains, cryptocurrencies, Web3, we cannot only look at it from a technological point of view. We cannot only look at this as something that will only kind of make certain processes a little bit more efficient, a little more faster, a little more convenient. We also have to look at it from a social point of view and ask ourselves, how does these technologies enable us to interact in different ways? Or do they enable us to interact in different ways? And I very much believe that they do. I want to ask the question not how the internet will change with Web3, but rather how the world potential will change with Web3. Because I believe that what we're seeing now is the next phase of the internet, making it that much more powerful such that it can really start penetrating society more generally. In the cryptocurrency space, a lot of people talk about Bitcoin as only money, and then they want to speak about some other fancy use case. Being an economist, when you say only money, that's outrageous to me. Money is massive. It's one of the biggest use cases we can have. It's one of the most important features we have in society. It's what we exchange every time we do a commercial transaction with someone. Money is really, really big and can really change how we interact between individuals and the states, and between states. And I think that is what we're now starting to see the kind of evolving around cryptocurrencies. So then to the question of democratic ownership. Are cryptocurrencies democratic? Well, on one side, you could argue they are. A very core democratic principle is equal treatment, equal access. Every individual should have some kind of identical rights, independent of who they are. And with cryptocurrencies, you do. Anyone in the world, everywhere, anywhere, can download a wallet and hold their own Bitcoins. So in that sense, it's very democratic. It's not like the traditional financial system where you have to come with some identity and you have to beg for access, where you have to prove a lot of stuff to be allowed to have a bank account, where you have to be consider yourself lucky to be allowed to do payments over VIPs. On the other hand, however, it's very clear that cryptocurrencies are not a part of any democracy. Democracies today, to some degree, control our monetary system. They set the laws, the regulations. They decide upon central bank independence. So we can vote as individuals, one individual, one vote, get the politicians we get, and then have the politicians set the kind of laws and regulations for our money. You don't have that for cryptocurrencies. As a system, the cryptocurrencies, the public blockchains, are in their nature both much more technocratic. Those who are pushing these protocols forward are typically those who are more technically capable, and they find ways to kind of push the development. And it's also very kind of capitalistic, anarcho-capitalistic. It's very much kind of $1, one vote. In the consensus mechanism of Bitcoin, it's how much hashing rate you have, which is kind of this mining processing capacity. In other words, how many dollars did you have to buy electricity and hardware that influences to a large degree how much say you have in the consensus mechanism of Bitcoin. So yes, it's democratic, it's equal access, but it does not push democracy as a system. In fact, it's potentially something that can undermine democracies, enabling the individuals to bypass the nation state. Let's see. But while a lot of the focus on this ability to bypass tends to center on the negative, that criminals can use this, that we have to regulate it. We have to put all of these regulations on it so we get it tamed. There's also a lot of positive aspects that is important to be aware of. One thing that is now possible is for people to sell their labor to anyone in the world if they can deliver the service digitally. The internet made it possible to share information to anyone in the world, anywhere. But without cryptocurrencies, it was really hard to get paid. The service providers that would allow you to get paid were centralized, and you had to ask for permission. Meaning that if you're a software developer from, say, Bangladesh, it's very hard for you to be able to develop a web page for someone in Venezuela and get paid, because the payment providers wouldn't allow both of you to operate on the same platform. Now you can get paid in Bitcoin, or in a stablecoin for that matter, and it happens. This means that now people can truly own their own labor and sell it to whom they will. They don't have. So what the internet has done, it has brought down distance as an important social barrier. Historically, our social networks, our social kind of layers of interaction has been built around geography. Distance has been expensive. On the internet, we can have communities that are fully virtual, which are some people here in Norway, some in the States, some in Canada, some in South Africa, and these people can find each other and interact virtually. Now they can interact not only exchanging information, but also exchanging value, and that is very profound. And they can not only exchange money, they can also own their own identities, anchored into the blockchains, not having to rely on centralized third parties. So what we're seeing is kind of a virtual world emerging, replicating a lot of what we have in the physical world, but really breaking down distance as an important construct for social networks. And I believe it's the openness which is the key to why the kind of Web3 blockchain space really will be transformative for society. Because it's the openness that allows for permissionless innovation. I think the main reason the internet has been such a great success is open source innovation, where anyone can participate, they can test out their ideas, and a lot of them are really bad. And then evolution makes it such that the most powerful ideas, those that have a market fit, survive. But not only those, you can have a long tail of niche ideas that also survives. You can have small, strange communities. On an open platform, the minimum viable market size is 2. If I and one other person wants to interact in a certain way, we can. If I want to use VIPs to facilitate a payment flow for me, for instance, if I were to sell solar power from my house to my neighbor, I would have to ask them for permission. And they would, as I've said many times on stage before, they would either laugh at me or acquire me if they thought the market potential was large enough. But with these open source forms of money, I don't have to ask for permission. I can just set up a setup which is good enough for me and my neighbor. And maybe it's only the 2 of us who will ever use it. But this platform, which is also what's backing the Bitcoins going into the ETF held by BlackRock, the largest asset manager in the world, will be the same system which will allow me to buy solar power or sell solar power to my neighbor. It's the same system that enables really efficient cross-border payments, utilizing the unique ability of transferring something that's a digital bearer asset. So talking about solar powers, I actually own some solar panels on a spar shop in South Africa. There's a project called the Sun Exchange, which crowdfunds solar panels. And what is very unique is that they're not crowdsourcing that locally, they're crowdsourcing globally. And since they're using Bitcoin as the payment rail, I could buy solar panels for 4,000 kroner from Norway. They receive the Bitcoin in exchange to local currency. Someone else could also buy some solar panels from Canada, from Korea, from the US, and we all use the same Bitcoin. They only needed one localized exchange partner. When I get my lease paid out, and I'm going to get that for the next 20 years, the amount they're sending is so small that the fees would be like 5 times what I'm receiving had it gone through the traditional banking system. So by going via Bitcoin as this payment rail, it actually becomes possible. And this is happening. And this will allow for much more many more smaller projects like this to survive, to find a niche, to find a following base, and build from there. And that, I think, will be very, very powerful. And the core concept that makes this possible is the fact that Bitcoin, in this case, is a digital bearer asset. It's not a claim on anyone. And this is important to understand. If you hold money in your bank, you hold a claim on that specific bank. Regardless of how modern you make that technology, it'll be really hard to move a claim across jurisdictions, because a claim is inherently so linked to the kind of rule of law. To move a claim through jurisdictions, you have to go through what's called the correspondent banking system, a chain of banks that exchange claims on each other, so that the receiving party in the end up with a claim on their local bank. You could take a gold bar, which is a bearer asset, buy that, send it by mail, and sell it in the receiving country. Or you could buy a Bitcoin, for instance with Fieri, or with us at K33, send that Bitcoin to the other side of the world and sell it. When you have this digital bearer asset on an open protocol with trading 365 days a year, all around the day, continuous liquidity, you suddenly have the possibility to always facilitate payments instantaneously. And that can really, really change how we interact. On a person-to-person basis, we already see how it starts in changing the relationship between states. We've seen how the US is trying to sanction countries they don't like, and we see sanctioned countries bypassing the sanctions, partially by exploring cryptocurrencies. And I think if this trend continues, we might see a change on a scale in which historians eventually will look back and say, this represents a paradigm shift. We have to remember that the central bank is a fairly new construct. We have to remember that the nation state is a fairly new social institution. That society always has gone through paradigm shifts, not because we decided that now we want nation states and now we don't want the Catholic Church to rule Europe anymore, but because new technologies allows us to interact in new ways. And I think this is an important lens to keep when looking at Web3, and not only ask the question of how can this make my day a little bit more efficient, but also ask how can these technologies change how we really interact? How can this really change society? Not only speed things up, but change the ways in which everything works.
Thank you very much, Torbjørn. That was, you really picked up the theme of the day and moved it forward. Not only the internet, but the whole world and the way of life, sort of. That was interesting. When I'm a journalist, and now I have the CEO of Acario and K33 here, and you are building a new platform with research and market and advisement. How far have you come on that roadmap?
So in K33, we do wealth management, and as you say, we do market research, investment services, and brokerage. All of those services are live, and we're continuously kind of improving on the platform. What's very interesting for us to see is that high net worth individuals, family offices, those who are very focused on kind of preserving their wealth, are realizing massive potential in digital assets. They seek exposure, but they face a challenge because they call their normal asset manager wealth manager or private bank, who doesn't have the product nor the knowledge. So they seek out players like us, and we really see kind of a very large growth potential there. As for Acario, the listed company, it's acting more as a portfolio investment company, investing broader in the whole Web3 space. Recently did an investment in a tokenization project. So we are very much seeing growth in what we're doing. We're building out and are on track. It's rough times being in the middle of you could call it a bear market. And I think although some people try to drink opium, there's a lot more realism out there with interest rate at 5%. A lot looks differently. But when it comes to family offices, some of those I speak with are really representing really old money. These are family offices that still have money because they hid it away from Nazi Germany. When it comes to the ability to hold your own coins, that is actually important to them. They have some of them have more money than the bank. They don't care about any bank guarantee. They're way above any guarantee levels. The ability for them to hold the Bitcoin and potentially even enter into a contract for difference agreement, meaning that we could destabilize them towards, say, a dollar value on every day, so they could hold their own money. And if Bitcoin appreciates, they will send some our way, so the dollar value of what they hold is the same. Or if it falls in value, we would send some their way, where you can combine the stability of your preferred asset, for instance, dollar, with self-ownership. That is something that this market segment really cares about, and it's super exciting to explore.
Thank you, Torbjørn. Now we have covered the retail segment. Now we have covered the way of thinking about money in the future, and also a little question about the wealth management. Thank you very much, Torbjørn, and you will take part in the panel. Now we can welcome Nikolai Gobel at the stage. Nikolai, he has lived in two worlds, you could say. He has been a startup guy in Kaupr crypto, and now he's institutionalized, or what you could call it, in DNB. And he's a product specialist in DNB, one of two guys. And it will be interesting to hear how is his thinking now. And one of the areas that you are digging into is the tokenization of assets, as I understand, which is also a global trend. So we welcome you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, thank you for inviting me. I'm going to speak a little bit about the tokenized economy here, and talk about digital assets in general. So when it comes to banks and traditional financial institutions, we typically find the crypto sector to be a little bit scary. So that's why we like to call it digital assets, which is a less scary concept. Well, I have a 5-year background in the crypto industry, so I have a little bit different perspective from the typical person in a bank. But this is how we see the landscape. So we see these emerging technologies built on blockchain and distributed ledger in general. And you can broadly categorize them into cryptocurrencies, your Bitcoin, your Ether, and so on. You have digital money. There you have stable coins, you have central bank digital currencies, you have tokenized deposits. And then you have various forms of tokenized assets. So these could be, or at least from a bank perspective, we see them as tokenized financial products. So these are products and services that we offer today, but that you could offer in a tokenized form. And then you have other types of tokenized assets that could be tokenized physical assets like a car or real estate and so on, and also intangible assets like patents and trademarks and so on. And the technology behind it is similar in that everything is built on blockchain or DLT technology. So today I won't focus that much on crypto. That has already been spoken a little bit about, but I'll talk about the tokenized economy outside of cryptocurrencies. And this is a chart made by Boston Consulting Group, where they are stating that they think the tokenized economy will grow to be $16 trillion within 2030. We don't know if that number is correct, but the takeaway here is that really smart people think that this will be a really big deal in not so distant future. And you can see the categories here. They are talking about securities, so equities, bonds, but also other types of financial assets, could be trade finance and so on, and also other tokenizable assets. So some I mentioned earlier. It could also be, for example, fine art and so on. So naturally, when you see these numbers as a bank, you start to become really excited about the possibilities. And Bank of New York Mellon, which is the world's largest custodian, they did a survey together with Sealant, and they asked, I think, about 300 institutional investors what they thought about tokenization. And 97% of those they asked said that they think tokenization will revolutionize asset management, which is quite a bold statement here. And a very large percentage of them also truly believes in digital forms of cash or tokenized money. So what is tokenization of assets? Well, it's one definition is that it refers to the process of generating a digital representation of traditional assets on a programmable platform. So a much easier way to say that is that you take some type of traditional assets, could be a bond, for example, and you put it on a blockchain. So you represent the ownership of the bond or any sort of asset with a token. And through putting the ownership on a token, then you get all the benefits that we're seeing in crypto today with DeFi and also with centralized exchanges, which proves to be, it has quite the potential for improvements compared to the traditional financial system that we have today. And this is typically done through blockchain or other types of DLT technologies. And some of the potential benefits that we're seeing are it could be operational efficiency. That could be done through automation of processes. It means that we can have faster, cheaper transactions. We can also build smart contracts on top of the assets, so we can make a lot of programmability. We can create new types of products on top. It also gives us the opportunity to fractionalize assets. So you can take a bond, you can split it into 1,000 parts, and that could make it more accessible for people with less money. And that's especially relevant for, say, for example, real estate or a house. You have a lot of real estate that's very expensive, so it's not possible for a lot of people to invest in those types of assets. By fractionalizing it, you could make it accessible to a lot more people. The same goes for fine art, which is something that regular investors typically cannot afford to invest in. If you fractionalize the ownership of it, then you could make it accessible to a lot more people. You could also have transparency. Now that's a little bit more optional. It depends on whether you build it on a public or a private blockchain and so on. But potentially here you could have a lot more transparency. And one example there is the financial crisis. Part of what caused the financial crisis was the lack of transparency into the mortgages that backed the mortgage-backed securities that were traded. Now with a tokenized product, you could potentially have the traceability and the transparency to actually see all the individual mortgages that were a part of those packages, and maybe we could have prevented it from happening. You also have a single source of truth for extended ecosystems, and what that means is that when you have assets today, there's typically a lot of data points related to those assets, but that are stored in different databases. So with a single source of truth, which would be one blockchain, for example, where all the data is stored, you can have a lot more efficiency when it comes to gathering those data points, and also make sure that all the market participants have the same data. And also it opens up a lot of new exciting business opportunities. So as I mentioned with the example of fine art, that's not something that is traded through banks today, but potentially it could be in the future. And I've borrowed this chart from EY. It's a very nice categorization of different types of tokenization. And it just points towards those different types of categories that you can tokenize. So it's a nice way to think about it. So you have the tokenized money. That's, as I mentioned, you have the central bank digital currencies, you have stable coins, tokenized deposits, and so on. You have the physical object or the real world assets that we typically talk about. That could be either securities, that could also be real estate or physical objects, but you also lastly have the intangible objects that I mentioned, so such as copyrights and trademarks and so on. And let's dive a little bit into the tokenized money, because that's a very key part of this ecosystem. So once you have a tokenized asset, so for example a bond, then you sort of need a tokenized money as well if you want to make the transactions of these assets more efficient. And here we have various alternatives. You have the public alternatives. That could be central bank digital currencies that we see a lot of central banks are working on, either retail or wholesale. I'll dig a little bit deeper into that in one of the next slides. It could also be a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. That's the public alternative. Probably not something that banks would prefer, but other people would prefer it. And then you also have private alternatives. So you have both stable coins that we see a lot of fintechs today are building, and you also have tokenized bank deposits that I will dive a little bit deeper into. So let's start with the central bank digital currencies. So this is one of the most updated maps I've found on the various countries in the world and how far they've gotten on developing central bank digital currencies. So as you can see, the orange ones, they are in pilot. The purple ones are in proof of concept. And a lot of countries are also researching. You have a few countries, Nigeria and some East Caribbean islands have already launched it live. And a couple of countries have canceled the exploration for now. But the takeaway is this, is that more or less every serious central bank is looking at developing some type of central bank digital currency. And Norges Bank, they worked on it for several years. They have done some proof of concepts earlier, and they will give a recommendation to the Norwegian government in 2 years on the introduction of CBDCs in Norway. Also in the EU, they're working rapidly with the development of this right now. The work they are doing, it looks more like a new type of payment system, but they are working towards 2028 is the last approximation that I heard. So this is moving along in more or less every serious country. It will be a new type of money that will show up. And you separate between two types of central bank digital currencies. So it's the retail ones that are offered directly out to consumers. And then you also have the wholesale ones, which are for financial institutions. And if we start with the retail one, that would be currency issued by the central bank. Typically, it's done through a two-layer system. So it would mean, like in the image on the right side here, it would mean that the central bank issue it, distribute it to the commercial banks that, again, will distribute it out to their clients. And this would be an alternative type of money. It will have the same value, of course, as regular money. But it would be a claim on the central banks in the same way that cash is today, only that you will have the programmability on top. Also, this is typically done on an operating model that is 24/7, same as we're seeing in crypto today, with more near instant transactions is typically what is looked at. Supposed to be complementary to cash and be an alternative financial system, just in case, say, the banking system goes down, then you should have some type of retail CBDC to be used in that case. And in the past, I've seen that most central banks said that they are not looking at interest on these type of CBDCs. But now the narrative is changing a little bit. So we're seeing that central banks are looking more and more at having interest rates on the CBDC as well, because that could be an instrument for political or monetary policies as well. If that would be the case, they would compete with commercial banks. So it would be very interesting to see how you actually build that out in practice. And it's also proposed that there might be some limitations on the amount you can own. These are all questions that need to be addressed before the introduction. And when it comes to the wholesale CBDC, now we already have a wholesale CBDC system, just it's not built on blockchain technology, and the one we have today. But we're seeing that a lot of central banks are looking at these options as well. So it would be a settlement system for financial institutions built on some sort of DLT system. And the benefits would potentially be programmability and efficiency. You can have faster, cheaper transactions and so on. And I think also, yeah, I see we're missing one slide, so I'll just do that without the slide. But one of the interesting aspects of having wholesale CBDC is the potential for building a tokenized bank deposit on top. So as I talked about in one of the earlier slides here with the forms of private tokenized money. Let's see if I can find it here. Here, so you have the private alternatives that are stable coins and tokenized bank deposits. So if you have a wholesale central bank digital currency, you could also create a tokenized bank deposit on top of that, where you have the backing for the tokenized bank deposits would be the wholesale CBDC, and then you could issue that out to the retail market instead of the central bank doing it directly. And that could be also a very interesting option. So we're seeing today that we see the tokenized money market is dominated by stablecoins issued by fintechs. But with stablecoins, it's typically backed one-to-one, so it doesn't offer the possibility for fractional reserve banking. So it doesn't have the same benefits as typical bank deposits has. Also, stablecoins are typically a bearer instrument, so the one that owns the stablecoin has the claim on the issuer of the stablecoin. And for banks, this is not something that you typically like. You want to know who your customers are. You don't want a claim on your bank to be freely transferable in the market outside of your customer base. So that's why tokenized bank deposits could be much more palatable for banks. On the flip side of that, you don't have the regulation on tokenized bank deposits ready yet, while stablecoins are regulated through MiCA, so now you have a proper regulatory framework on how to issue stablecoins. So if you would, as a bank, if you want to move into the markets in the next few years, then you now have the framework for how to do it within the European Union with the MiCA regulation. So my guess is that we will see a lot more banks in the coming years starting to issue stablecoins if they want to be early into the markets of tokenized money. But we'll see what will happen. Now, to summarize some of the benefits of a tokenized economy, the first one is efficiency. So you can dramatically reduce both the cost and the time of transactions. You can also build smart contracts on top of it, so you can bundle transactions in a much more efficient ways. And you can also create much more complex transactions that are automated using tokenized assets and tokenized money. Now, also, when you have both of them, you can create what's called atomic settlements. So right now, if you have an asset, you want to sell it, and you don't trust the person who buys the asset, then you need some sort of middleman or escrow service to make sure that the delivery of the assets happens at the same time as the delivery of the payments. With tokenized economy, where you have both the money and the asset tokenized, you can create atomic settlements, which means it happens automatically through smart contracts and near instantaneous. So we don't have to wait the couple of days it takes now to settle securities. It could also dramatically increase liquidity. So this is especially interesting for markets that are low in liquidity. This could be a real estate market, for example. It takes a long time to sell a house. It's not a very liquid market. But it could also be, for example, private equity that are typically offered in very closed ecosystems, and it's not typically offered outside. Transparency, as I mentioned, you could have the transparency of the assets. Where has it been in the past? That could be very beneficial for AML purposes or anti-money laundering. And lastly, but not least, the accessibility. So right now, when you issue new types of assets, it's typically done by an investment bank, and it's typically done first to accredited investors. Then it's put on an exchange, maybe, and those who have access to that specific exchange can buy that product. But with tokenized assets, you could potentially have the issuer company not be banks, but it could also be regular corporates that want to issue some sort of tokenized asset. And they can also go directly, depending on the regulation, of course, into a digital channel to trade it. So there are a lot of potential benefits, and these benefits are starting to become very apparent to banks and financial institutions. So we are seeing a lot of banks make public statements these days on that they're actually starting to move into this area. So some of these are from September, this month, and all of them are from this year. And you can see that many major banks are now looking at tokenized deposits. You have the European Investment Bank. They invested 1 billion Swedish kroner on a tokenized bond that was issued by SEB and also Crédit Agricole. So that's our neighbors. Also, you have ANC, one of the largest banks in Australia. They are looking at stablecoins. They have already issued stablecoins. ABN AMRO, Dutch bank, they have issued a digital bond as well. And now we have London Stock Exchange. They are saying that they are planning to build a digital asset exchange for tokenized assets. And all of these news are a few months old. There are many, many more examples I could give, But yeah, just to give some examples that there are actually a lot of things happening here. I think one of the problems today is that people are building on different ecosystems. Everyone is trying to create their own standard, and many of the operational benefits that we can see will materialize if we have a lot of participants creating stuff on the same platform, or at least the same standard. So it will take some time, but my personal perspective now is that this development is starting to become inevitable. So it's just a matter of time until we start to see a lot of assets being tokenized and a lot of these potential benefits starting to materialize. Yeah, thank you.
I just want to ask you one question, Nikolai. Thank you for your presentation, and that is more related to the role you have now in DNB. You have been there since October last year, and you are in an explorative phase, as I understand it. You are digging around and thinking about what kind of concepts that you can offer. When will we see a product or a service from DNB?
Yeah, when we're ready. It's the boring, it's the boring answer. But yeah, no, we're exploring all of these things. With at least me and the team I'm working with, we think this is very interesting, and there are other people in the bank as well that find these things very interesting. But from a bank's perspective, there's very low risk appetite. There's also the regulatory questions, so you need to make sure that the regulation is in place and everything is clarified legally and so on. So it takes a lot of time to innovate from a bank, at least when it comes to new technology. But yeah, hopefully we can announce something in the not too far future.
Thank you. Just to make clear that this presentation, I think it is the first total presentation of tokenized economy in Norway. So let's applaud Nikolai for giving this insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You said something about regulation and security and insecurity maybe, and therefore it can be the right moment to invite Johan Andresen from KPMG to be a speaker. And KPMG are building out their position in this space gradually, as I understand it, and focusing on bank and finance in the beginning as a target group, not core Web3 at the moment, as I understand it. But you also take with you some of the experience that you have from a public authority like Økokrim. So please help us understand that even if we maybe think that this is a good way to go, what should we not be afraid of, but prepare for, maybe? Johanna?
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? Perfect. Hi, so thank you for the introduction here. I work at KPMG. I'm a head of a team of specialists within the blockchain and crypto asset space. My introduction to blockchain and cryptocurrency technology was actually on the sort of the bad side. I'm former law enforcement. And I was back in 2018 tasked to build up the Norwegian police crypto capabilities. Back then, it was basically a big black hole of money laundering, at least in the police perspective. And then, luckily for me, I journeyed over to the KPMG last year, where I can actually work more in the opportunity field. I don't only see the bad stuff, and I can see a lot of interesting innovation going on. But we are KPMG, so it's very important for us with risk management and governance and compliance. And that's why I'm here, and I want to probably talk about something that's not that interesting, but it's very important that we follow the rules, because as long as we follow the rules, we will have more mass adoption and we have a lot more opportunities. Let's see. What's great is that I will actually build on top of Nikolai's presentation. I didn't know, so that's perfect. And I want to talk a little bit about future of crypto assets. First of all, why do we need regulation? And most of you people know is that there's been a lot of things happening the past 2 years. The FTX bankruptcy, you also got the Terra collapse. I think it shaved away like $40 billion in 48 hours. That's crazy. And we got these cryptocurrency exchanges established in high-risk jurisdictions that basically just launders money. Good thing is that if you are a really bad actor in the space, such as Bitslato, at some point when you want to travel to a country who does not really like that you launder a lot of money, you might end up in arrest instead of the beach. So he's charged now with a quite, yeah. And of course, you got all these crypto influencers who keep talking about this amazing token or project, which is basically scam. And these are the things, among others, we need to regulate for us to move over to a more safe and secure space in the future. To be honest, it feels kind of like this. There's been so many bad things happening. The risk appetite, particularly within the traditional finance, is more scary. There's been a lot of articles about people losing all their money, exchanges collapses. But luckily for us, there's a new opportunity and a new beginning. And as we all been talking about today, we are still in early stages of mass adoptions. You can see this arrow here. If you guys know Everett Rogers' innovation curve, we are probably at the early adopter stage. But then again, there's a good reason why DNB is here, Sparebank 1 is here. We can see that the more traditional finance are realizing that this space here is here to stay and is only going to get more and more. And we need to buckle up and be along for the ride. And also, as a KPMG, they realized 2 years ago that shit, we haven't joined this party yet, and we need to, because this is just going to get bigger and bigger, and we need to be there. There's a lot of regulations now in EU. You got the markets and crypto assets, which I will talk a little bit more about. You got the transfer of funds regulation, which is basically that cryptocurrency exchangers or virtual asset service providers such as Firi and K33 needs to know the counterparty. It's the same as when you are looking at your bank account in DNB. You can see who are the sender, who sends you money, and who are you sending money to, right? It needs to be transparent. You got the crypto asset reporting framework, or CARF. It's basically a tax reporting regulation which will oblige exchanges such as Firi to share the data of their customers to the tax authorities at the end of the year. Similar way that your bank account in a traditional bank will be in your tax return. The last one, you got the financial data access or FIDA regulation, which basically means that a financial institution customers will have more control of what data will be shared to a third party. And that also includes for virtual asset service providers such as Firo or Core33. I keep using you guys an example because you've been talking. As well as token issuers. And there is already talking about different more regulations to come. As of now, the DeFi is out of scope, but I'm pretty sure that's going to change in the future. What's going to happen is going to be more clearer regulatory landscape and also with more increased adoptions. And I think we're quite lucky who are in this space so early because this is so interesting about having the innovation and the creativity and also the endless possibilities. We have been talking about central bank digital currency, but what I want to say is that Ina, the CEO of the central bank in Norway, Ida Wolden Bakke, she actually said out in the media December last year, we are particularly concerned about the development to extend that it will become a source of systematic risk. It may be a source of financial instability of crypto assets become too widespread or if there is too close of an interconnection with the traditional financial system. So what I can hear is that if we can't beat them, let's join them. And that's probably one of the reasons they are moving fast forward with the central bank digital currency. Yes, but now I want to talk about the markets and crypto assets, the new uniform EU regulatory framework for crypto assets. The reason I want to talk about it is because there are my people here, either on the stream or here in the audience, who are considering moving into the space. And there are certain things you need to be aware of. First of all, EU has a standpoint. They want to be a crypto hub. They want to attract investors, and they want to have the framework to support innovation. And that is good news for us. I don't know if Satoshi Nakamoto is equally fan, but this is the way we have to move forward to avoid situations such as FTX. And also with investor and consumer protection, it will also have a financial stability, such as risk management, to make sure that, let's say, banks doesn't go bankrupt, for instance, such as the Silicon Valley Bank. And we also have the market integrity. We have seen a lot of CEC in USA who are suing different exchanges now for offering unregistered securities. We can also see they are being sued for market manipulation, inside trading, etc., etc. Having more transparency is good. And more transparency is that the European Security Market Authority, I would say equivalent to Finanstilsynet in Norge, or the Financial Conduct Authority, will have a public registry for non-compliant services. So if you have a crypto asset service provider and you want to offer your services to the European market and you are not compliant by the MiCA regulation, you will be blacklisted. And that's very large fine, so I'm just saying. So I'm just going to go very fast through this because you have different entities being covered by MiCA. It is a crypto asset issuer, I would say the tech guys. Those are the people who actually create the crypto asset and the tokens, as well as coding the smart contract. They are the one who does not necessarily offering to the public, but they will creating the assets. It will also be, and also when they are creating an asset, they have to be completely transparent with what kind of asset this is and which potential underlying assets. And we got the second part, that crypto asset offerer, and also will be quite similar to crypto asset service providers. Those are the entities, the legal entities, again, such as FIRI, for instance, who want to offer crypto assets to the public. They will also have to be completely transparent with their customers or the clients of what kind of assets they are providing. And the same with the CASP, which is the more we're used to today, exchanges, asset management, custodials, as well as administration of crypto assets on behalf of clients. And it also covers investment advices. So it's quite broad. So you got the creation and you got the offering. So if you feel the call here, just be aware, if you fall under one of these scopes, you are probably covered by MiCA, and that's like 160 pages of pretty nitty-gritty MiFID law. But you also need to be aware of the classification of crypto assets. So they are different how hard is regulated depending on what kind of crypto assets you are providing. You got the asset reference token, which is a stable value referencing to another value or right. It could be similar to the governance token, utility token. It could also be a security token. But we are not sure whether or not it's going to be regulated by MiCA or existing regulations such as MiFID or verdipapirhandelloven in Norway. Hopefully we get more clarification from ESMA during this fall. We also got e-money token, which is also a stable value to one official currency. And now I just want to take 2 minutes to tell, at least what I've read and understand of why ART and EMT tokens are so heavily regulated. Because back in 2018, Facebook, or Meta, decided they want to issue their own crypto asset or stablecoin to the market. And basically all the politicians and the governments went apeshit because suddenly you have the biggest, most powerful private corporation offering their own monetary system. And that's a potential huge threat for the US dollar, or Norwegian kroner for that matter. Because if I, as a consumer, as a citizen, decided to invest all my money in a crypto asset issued by Facebook, a private entity, and not into traditional financial instruments, it will be a problem to keeping the value of official currency stable. So that's why one of the reasons why MiCA became so focused in the EU regulation was because of the threat of their monetary sovereignty of the euro, as well as the Norwegian kroners. In these cases, if you are a crypto asset service provider or offerer and you want to offer either art or EMT or other crypto assets, you need to create a white paper, and they are quite... This is one example of a white paper we created for the Cosmos crypto assets. We have to go through all different risks, such as anti-money laundering risk, market risk, cybersecurity risk, and they are quite extensive. As of now, NFT is not in the scope of MiCA. However, they are still not sure whether or not large collection of NFT will be a part of MiCA. We'll wait and see. So what happens now? It's going to be more regulated and safe in Europe, for sure. You can see, as we've already been talking about. However, if you want to stay compliant by MiCA and offering crypto assets, it's going to be quite increased compliance costs. And it's quite beneficial for financial institutions because they already had a credit license, credit institution license. So it's quite easy for them to transport and have a MiCA license as well. And if you have a MiCA license, you can actually offer your service to the whole European market. You can just go to one country, get a license, and then you can offer it to the whole EU. And the question is, because of the increased compliance cost, will it create a barrier for smaller businesses? Maybe it might reduce diversity as well. And for instance, if you are a crypto asset issuer, you want to create the asset, before you can actually make it available to the market, sell it, you have to have the white paper approved by competent authority, such as the Financial Conduct Authority. And that hopefully won't take months or years, but I don't know how this is going to look like. But there are some compliance costs you need to be aware of. And this is pretty far away from my combating crime and money laundering background, but we need not forget that blockchain technology and crypto assets are borderless anonymous by nature, even though it's more regulated to make it less anonymous. And there will always be services outside EU. And me as a consumer, a person, can just create an account anywhere I want in the whole world and have my assets there. And there will always be a risk of money laundering, and even though this space will be more regulated, we still need to be aware of new ways for criminals to launder money. And I'm here, and my colleague over there, Gustav, he's over there. Hi. There you go. We also got this newsletter about anti-money laundering. It's Norwegian. So if you guys want to receive a monthly newsletter, please sign up.
Thank you very much, Johanna. And just stay on board because we have the panel. I'm also looking for the panelists, Tuk and Torbjørn and Nikolai. And as you know, Morten had to leave us. Do anyone know where Tuk is? There he is, yeah.
We are
Okay,
very colorful, aren't we?
We will dig into some of these topics, and we are now talking about tokenized economy. We're talking about stablecoins. We're talking about CBDCs, and maybe we should start with the old money, Bitcoin. Are you still a maximalist, Torbjørn?
So I've never been a maximalist as in being against other cryptocurrencies. But being an economist, I see very, very strong network effects. And I see that if there's any of the cryptocurrencies that have a kind of tiny shot at becoming a form of money, it's Bitcoin.
Via Lightning or?
No, so Lightning is one scaling technology that can make the throughput and number of transactions much higher, that you can get streaming of Bitcoin transactions. That's one way to scale it. There are many ways to scale how you use it. So Bitcoin can succeed without Lightning necessarily becoming major. But I think it's more the fact that if you look at top 30 coins, it's most shit. And that's not a normative statement, that's a descriptive statement. And even if you look at Ethereum as the second largest, the types of protocol changes, fundamental changes, include such a high risk of the whole system kind of being very different a few years from now. Meaning that it's great for innovation, but it's not great for building long-term kind of monetary trust.
Okay, what about stablecoins then? Somebody want to raise your arms for that?
I can take it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't do coin shaming. It's fine. But I think stablecoins is actually very interesting right now, right? You have very high interest rates compared to 1 year ago when you had like, again, 2%. And I think, yeah, the interest rates aren't finished yet. So I think the people who are actually issuing right now are having a field day. I won't mention names, but I hear banks are earning a lot of money on interest rates and such. But yeah, just like Torbjørn said earlier today, I think moving money from A to B is probably one of the most interesting thing. And yeah, I use stablecoins a lot. Like, for example, investments into companies outside of Norway because it's difficult to send money. And the bank closes on Fridays, so I can send money during the weekends. So sitting in stablecoins gives me the flexibility to use money when I need to, which is probably what it is for me.
Sorry?
Yeah, just one quick comment on stablecoins, because that is a field that continues to puzzle me, because I thought that it would be cracked down on by regulators much earlier. Because stablecoins are mainly a regulatory arbitrage, where I check the entity to which I issue the e-money token, but then I let it live freely. That would be as if on PayPal, you only check the first person receiving a PayPal payment, but then you let the user send it freely to whomever without any kind of surveillance. And I thought, well, they would never let this live for long. And somehow it's still not cracked down on, because this is nothing a bank could do and get away with. And it has less to do with technology than this specific regulatory arbitrage. And I think that's also the reason why you see Tether as being the most opportunistic, like the company that is best at positioning itself in the jurisdictions with least oversight and more flexibility, is the one dominating the market, whereas the compliant stablecoins are really struggling to find a use case. It's great for the issuer who can make the interest rate from the deposits, not paying interest rate to the holder, at least for now. But it's hard to in a regulated environment, it's much harder to find the use case.
But I would still say the rise of compliant stablecoin will come because of the regulation, and more traditional financial institutions will adapt an offering to the market. So I think it's going to be a shift of which stablecoin might be more popular in the future.
Nikolai, have you anything to add before we move on to another question?
Yeah, I think most has been said, but yeah, stablecoins are very interesting. People talk about what's the killer app for crypto, and I think stablecoins definitely is one of them, or just using crypto for payments. And I agree with what Torbjørn says as well. It's there are some regulatory arbitrage there. I've heard, this is just pure speculation, but Tether, they own, I think, more US treasuries than Australia, so they might have some leverage there. Who knows? But But yeah, I mean, both the transaction volume and the trading volume of stablecoins surpass any other type of crypto, both Bitcoin and Ether. So it is being used widely for payments.
In the beginning of this crypto space and Bitcoin, there was a lot of talk about freedom, way of decentralized control, and the community is partly still very anti-CBDCs. I mean, skeptic about money that are regulated, even if they are digital, on a government level, because it can maybe be used to surveillance and so on. What is your take on CBDCs? Tuk.
Oh, first, I actually see someone from the Norwegian bank here, so I'll be careful. No, I'm just joking. In general, I think it's very interesting to see that the government are actually looking into this. Hopefully, for my own sake, I think it would be nice if they could just wait releasing it for a couple of years. I might be on the other side that I'm afraid of what it can be or what it can become, not what it is. And that's more of my own preference. I don't have an economic background, I actually do tech. So I got into this space due to the tech, not because of finding money. So hopefully, they'll just wait a bit.
Nikolai?
Yeah, no, I think CBDCs are very interesting. Of course, from a bank's perspective, they could potentially be a threat to our core business model. So we are following the developments very closely. And also, I know that Norges Bank does not want to kill off commercial banks. So I'm sure that those concerns will be properly taken care of. But when you see that stablecoins today are probably the most used app or DApp for crypto, then the sort of natural follow-up to that would be what's the sort of best type of stablecoin. And in my opinion, a central bank digital currency would be the best type of stablecoins, potentially at least when it comes to stability, because stablecoins, they are just sort of derivatives of other types of money in the end. So you would not have the same risk with the issuer, and they would definitely be much more stable for that use case. So yeah.
Fabian?
I think, as Morten said earlier, that stablecoin should be understood much more in light of the relationship between central banks and their commercial banks than as a response to crypto. So crypto was maybe the spark kicking off the work streams, but the underlying issue is that we've shifted from a world where private banks, for instance in Norway, were not allowed to issue banknotes. So it's only the central bank that can issue like the paper money, whereas today, more than 95% of the money issuance is done by private banks digitally. So we've had this technology driving a shift away from what the central bank law regulates, which now triggers the need for the central bank and especially parliament to ask the question of what role should the government have in the money creation of the nation. I think that's much more relevant between kind of banks and the central bank role. Crypto is much more on the side.
Anna?
Well, what I find the central bank digital currency very interesting is that you have like the layer 1, which is the actual central bank, the currency, but you're enabling have a layer 2 as well. So I think a lot of innovation can happen in the layer 2 segment of this digital bank central currencies. This is a very, like, I'm not thinking big enough, I realize that. But when I was checking into a hotel a couple of days ago, they asked me whether or not I was a member. I was like, I don't know, and then I gave a phone number. But I think this kind of blockchain-based infrastructure for payment system, which is issued by the central bank, can have like a layer 2 on top where everything will go automatic. These kinds of royalties, utilities, etc., etc. And I think that's going to give everyone more opportunities to innovate the market.
Yeah, and just one comment on the concerns. I think, or my impression is that most of the concerns are related to government surveillance or the possibility of government surveillance. So I think in the development of CBDCs, they have to be very careful, both on the technological point, but also on the sort of legal points on what type of optionality for surveillance they put in there. Because right now, there's a certain level of trust in the Norwegian government. Let's say a new government is selected many years in the future that are not trusted by the people. Then if they have the ability to surveillance a large part of the population, then that could further decrease that trust. So yeah, it's a very important aspect.
Go on.
And one thing I actually find fascinating is that a lot of the critics are very afraid of the surveillance. But what happens in practice is that we outsource to the private sector to do the surveillance and censorship. So for instance, when WikiLeaks many years back released its documents, suddenly it became impossible to send money to them. There was no court case that made it illegal, but the pressure on private entities made it such that Visa, PayPal, all the others blocked them. When it's the government's money, we are much more aware. The bar we as citizens put on surveillance that we would see in the US or in Norway are much higher if it's the government. So we're much more awake around censorship. We're putting like the requirements much higher if it's a government-issued money. So that could actually be a way to get away from the very dystopian reality we have right now, where we're forcing financial institutions to block people because they're higher risk.
The third topic I thought that we should dig a little into is digital assets, or there's another name of crypto, you could say, but you are using the name tokenized economy, and is tokenization, is that part of the blockchain or and crypto, or is it totally different? It's a more not a healthy thing, but that large institutions can like. Is it like that?
Yeah, well, the technology is pretty much the same. So if you build a tokenized bond, for example, on Ethereum, maybe it's something like an ERC20 or ERC 1400 or something like that, then you could very easily just put it out on FIDI or on K33 markets from a technical perspective. So I would say that at least the technological aspects are very similar, but it's mostly legal and regulatory work, or that's sort of where you have to put in all the work to figure out how do you do this in a compliant way.
Any other ones, Turk?
Yeah, I think I can join in on that. I think, as Nikolai said, I think it's more about regulatory issues on how to handle this, but I don't think tokenizing assets will be like a part of the crypto economy itself. It just piggybacks on the technology to transport and secure. So yeah, well, I think tokenization, I think everybody talks about it now. In general, I think when people talk enough about it, it probably goes the wrong way. So at least the market has told me. So I think the less people talk about tokenization, the better. But at least I think you have to wait after MiCA to see how the framework is going to be, put in stone, and then actual tokenization would happen, because then you have big players coming in. You can't have people like Fury, which is a small player.
So tokenized assets is also included in the MiCA regulation framework? Or?
We have to wait and see. We are not sure whether or not it's going to be a part of MiFID, MiFID regulation, or MiCA. But we obviously right now is sort of a gray area, so we just have to wait and see.
This should probably be something that the family offices would love, I would think. Maybe a shipping token.
No, so
they
actually have access.
Huh?
Like, to traditional assets, that's the one thing they have, is access.
Yeah.
And they don't need a fractionalized fine art. So actually, the more wealthy have this access. And if you look at retail fractionalization, you don't need tokens to do this. Robinhood is shoveling kind of fractionalized shares down the throat on small savers easily. I believe, yeah, exactly. I believe that this tokenization focus, to a large degree, acts as a Trojan horse, because the problems they are trying to solve are very real. The lack of standardization, the lack of interoperability. But we can use much older technologies to solve that, and the reason it hasn't been solved yet has nothing to do with technology and everything to do with coordination. But what happens is that back in 2015, these large companies talked only about the DLT, distributed ledger technology, the private blockchains, and they built up teams. Some of those teams realized they could couldn't get anywhere with things like Corda, the big interbank consortium trying to revolutionize interbank payments. What happened instead is that now they're taking some of the same knowledge, how to deal with a crypto address, how to deal with the security, and applying that when they're setting up their cryptocurrency Bitcoin custody solutions. And I think a lot of what you're going to see here is that a lot of the competence around handling the tools needed to deal with cryptocurrencies will be developed. And then they will struggle in the most use cases with the lack of coordination between competing agents, lack of regulatory clarity, and realize they can actually use the technology for Bitcoin and other digital assets.
But already existing technologies such as cross-bridging, right, or swapping, that's one way to have it more interoperability across different chains and different companies. If we ended up in an ecosystem which is more permissioned, and I think a lot of these blockchains technology might be permissioned because of the KYC, that you need to gain access to a financial system and you need to verify your identity, you need to clarify your source of funds, which is the financial institution needs to comply by the Anti-Money Laundering Act. But still, there already exist mechanisms to solve this problem as well, and it's going to be interesting.
I think we have to take a break again, and I just want to summarize that if you, Reggie said that nowadays banks, crypto exchanges, consulting companies or auditing companies, or what you call the big four. We had Magnus Jones before here today. We have Norges Bank in the hall. All the different actors are now researching this field and are discussing these different kinds of solutions. And there is even also then a vendor ecosystem around it, supporting it. So that's a major change, I would say, for the last 3 or 4 years. Thank you very much for your speech and for the debate. Now we will have a break and some food for thought. I just want to repeat for you guys the sponsors or partners that have been supporting for us. And it's Signicat, the identity service provider, and it's Nordic VR Forum, which is a large event on Hamar arranged by VRIN, the Norwegian VR organization. And please also remember that in the end of this event, we will have some news, we will have some surprises, and everybody is also welcome today to come into the bar in the neighbor entrance. But we will be back, I would say, at 1 o'clock, a little over 1 o'clock, if that's okay for you. Okay, thank you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Have been, of course, all the sections are all related to the same main topics, but we, in the first part of the day, oh, okay, there's no sound. There's no sound of me, or is it now? Yeah. The first part of the day, we went into the technologies, the fundamentals of the new internet. In the second part, we discussed how the economy of the new internet could be. And now we are going into more examples, usability, user adoption, and we are going to be inspired by some examples. And the first one on our this section is Morten Røngaard, which he is Danish, so he is the only international speaker here at this event. But he is CEO of Reality Plus, which is a London-based company, and they are using several technologies and moving into different kinds of metaverses, you could maybe also say. And also have, for instance, a partnership, or not a partnership, but a project together with BBC, which is one of the examples, as I understood. But you have a gaming background also?
Yes,
yeah.
You can see on my shade.
Okay, then, Morten, welcome, and take it on.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here, and it's really nice to see something being happening or actually being organized here in Scandinavia, because it's always abroad. So for me personally, thank you, Morten, very much for inviting me. And what a lovely name. Actually, that's another thing we're going to discuss. So Reality Plus, we were one of the pioneers in the blockchain space and more in the NFT space. And right now, everybody is saying, oh, NFTs is dead, and it's just useless, and you can't use it for anything, which in 95% of all cases is 100% true. It was scammy like any kind of other new emerging technology. Scams was kind of like dominating the whole scene. We've also seen a lot of kind of like education needs to be put into the space and still needs to be put into the space, because people are just saying that, so why is somebody buying an ape for $3 million? It doesn't make sense. But if you deep dive into some of the things, it's actually making sense. And this is why some of these companies that I'm going to present, and I'm going to try and see if I can do it quickly, because I only got, what I heard, 10, 15 minutes. And this is basically the whole boiled down version, what we've done since 2013. Officially since 2016, but 13 was when I entered this space. And I entered this space because I just moved back from Spain, and my son, he was playing on his PlayStation. And the weather was good, but he was talking to his friends online and kind of like being trapped in the middle of want to go with his new friends outside, but also playing online. And he couldn't do both. And I just said, but something is missing, you know, like mobile games. And back then, when I developed this one, which I'm going to come back to, was actually iPhone 4S and iPhones 4 back then. So it was quite new. Pokemon wasn't actually even being launched yet. So I said, okay, there must be a way how we can create games that actually engages and brings activity back into, especially the young people, because they want to be active, but everything is kind of like making them trapped in front of a computer or a console. So I actually discovered augmented reality back then and said, there must be something cool we can do with this technology. But we also had an issue that a new technology, how do you also make that kind of like explain that to people the easiest way. And for me, basically gaming is the easiest way. This is where you kind of get in, they can learn it, you can do it in so many ways. And for me, gaming was the kind of like, this is a no-brainer to use a new kind of like technology for this one. But at the same time, I also discovered Ethereum. First, Bitcoin, couldn't see how I could develop on it. But then I discovered Bitcoin in the ICO and read the white paper, and I said, fuck, I need to be all in this one. Like, this is gonna change the world, because it also showed me how naive I've been, because I believed that I owned the assets that I've actually purchased in these games. And I realized if they actually shut down the servers, I would lose everything I've owned, basically everything I owned, but also what I've achieved, been rewarded, and so on. So I said, we need to combine the blockchain together actually with the augmented reality, making it even harder for me, because now it actually had all the components and actually the perfect recipe how you're gonna fail a project. But we actually succeeded. We created, with augmented reality on an iPhone 4S, actually what I call a true metaverse. We created a portal, you can walk inside, and basically a 360 world was around you. Because again, dealing with weapons, even though they're digital, we started creating it basically just in augmented reality with no virtual world. That was actually so scary that people could actually use it kind of like for fake posts and so on, because you can have the sound, you can have everything. So we had to create the virtual world. To our luck, it actually turned out really well. Because with this one, we were now the first game actually being published on App Store using blockchain assets. And back then, it was ERC20. It wasn't even named NFTs back then. This was digital collectibles, and this is still what I really prefer we talk when we try to describe basically gaming assets. But for this one, it was the perfect kind of like, this can change a lot of things, because at the end, you as a gamer, you need to own your stuff. You have basically purchased them, you own them, and that's where we started basically, where we created, back then before it was renamed to Reality Plus, we were named Reality Gaming Group. So we started as a gaming company. We won a ton of awards, and we approached BBC saying that you guys, you are actually not as conservative as you should think, because you actually invented the iPlayer. So you've always been on the forefront of innovation and try to see kind of like what can we use technology for. So we said, we now have a new technology that you guys absolutely have no idea what it is. Even us, even though we have an idea, we still don't know it, but we have an idea how we can actually take blockchain, use it, create a Web3 game. I'm using a terminology that didn't exist back then, but basically using the blockchain to create a game where we tokenize each card, so we would have a full transparent system, and basically we could see the quantity, we can see everybody, basically the scarcity, and all these cards was actually transparent for everybody in the system. Meaning that now you didn't have kind of like when you have physical cards, like the baseball card, like DiMaggio or something like that, how many actually exist in the world, you could now see this one. Our problem was that we were the pioneers in the whole Web3 space. We had to invent everything on our own. Back then it was Ethereum. We started to see a lot of kind of like smaller ones trying to kind of like have their ICOs and their white paper. But our problem was, how can we kind of like adjust to the volatility that we did with the first one on Reality Clash, which was basically on the Ethereum network. So how can we solve that? So I took and made a side chain of Ethereum, so I can have a frictionless environment, which gamers love. They hate friction. I could now have gas-free environment, I could have the whole thing. I would now basically try and remove as much friction as possible, which was super cool back then. And I'll come back to why it's not cool anymore. But actually what we've done now, we've now created a game, we did a trading card game, and right now Doctor Who has just launched, basically signed a deal with Disney+, meaning that Doctor Who is gonna be streamed on Disney+ from November, and that's gonna be massive. And this was actually one of our first projects, and now it's being launched. We've just launched basically yesterday our alpha version of the new mobile game, using the lore, using the whole Doctor Who story on mobile, on PC, on Mac, so we have the cross desktop or cross devices basically where you can play it. But once we worked with this one, we actually have now spent 2.5 years working with a big brand who really want to move into the space. We need to educate them. We spent 2.5 years educating them. The result was that we actually got the 26 brands now being appointed to us. It's the second time only that BBC Studio has done a JV with another company, and we are the second company. So we're very proud of that. So basically now we're taking all the 26 brands. It's Doctor Who, it's BBC News, Top Gear, EastEnders, etc. And the first metaverse we're going to try and create something in is going to be the sandbox. I know there's a lot of kind of like discussion about metaverse. So I really don't want to go into that one. So I think we all have different opinions. Personally, metaverse is the definition of the next evolution of the internet. So for me, it can be anything: VR, AR, a game, whatever it is. It's an interactive kind of like interaction you have with a client. But this one is where we're going to create the first one, where we have the first 10 brands ready for next year. We're going to launch some this year, and the rest is going to be launched next year. Not all the brands kind of like make sense, kind of like instantly, kind of like how is this going to work inside the metaverse? And this is where we, together with BBC Studios, is basically trying to make a 30-year plan for the future generations. How are you going to interact, and how can we basically reimagine our IP in a new world, and also for the new generations? Then, of course, when you have BBC, the second largest broadcasting company comes knocking on your door. This was ITV that had the Thunderbirds, and we actually did a whole rescue club where we created like a DAO structure for it, so the NFTs that you owned, that was 5,432, had a voting right. What kind of charity should we use the proceedings for, basically from generating from secondary trades? And we did a dog shelter, I think it was in Bulgaria, and numerous other things where basically there was kind of like a proper incentive for people and the community to be active in this one. Alongside that, you can actually use your avatar inside the sandbox, and we could instantly see that the amount of hours that was being basically generated and played was amazing. We saw so good interaction, and suddenly the brand itself, and this was actually a free mint when we did it. Free mint, 5,432, 12 minutes, all claimed, and suddenly within a week we saw $100,000 in secondary sales and revenue being generated. And it was not because of the money. We just wanted to see how we could actually create a whole new community, even though they were kind of speculators, but still, how could we take them actually for being speculators, turning them into a fan because of utility? So that was kind of like our purpose and approach to it. But once you work with all these big brands, you also suddenly get some unique opportunities. So before the World Cup, the Men's World Cup in Qatar, I got approached by FIFA saying that what you guys are doing, we really like, and could you think about how we could use basically gamification, which we're experts in, how to take data and create new monetization streams, and also reimagine how basically FIFA in a Web3 context could be set free as a brand, an IP. So what we did actually is inside the football is a small chip generating millions of data points during a live match. That data we pass, we actually get it live after 1 second, 18 seconds, 1 hour, 4 hours, and 12 hours. Same data, after 12 hours, of course, all the data is very, very precise. After 1 second, the data is there, it's not so precise, but actually after 18 seconds, we can see some of the parameters. It was actually interesting, we could actually see it. And the cool thing is, and a small kind of like fun story to tell, if people remember when Ronaldo actually claimed he scored the Fernando goal, the ball rotation, we could actually notify them from the ball data to the VAR judges in the VAR room, saying that the rotation speed hasn't changed, meaning that he actually didn't touch it. So they could actually rule that out and saying that it's not your goal because they could see the rotation speed of this one. But what we actually did was that we were taking all the data from previous matches and basically did like a predict the action game on this one. So the 4 zones, the user could actually now predict what you think is going to happen in each of these zones. Free kick, tackle, duel, whatever it is. And that, because we know how often it's going to happen, we can now gamify it. We could basically just say, here you got like 15 points if you got this one, because it's a very common thing. But if you score from the center in zone 1 out in the out of the pitch, basically you will have like 400 points, because it's a very, very rare action to happen. So suddenly using gamification would actually now create a whole new game. And what we saw, because FIFA has outsourced their whole IP. Basically, they don't have no idea who's sitting on the stadium, who's actually bought tickets, who's actually interacting with our brand. They just know, like any other brand, okay, somebody has actually bought something, merch, whatever it could be, but who has actually now interacted with brand? And we don't have any kind of like direct connection with them unless they are on a newsletter sign up. So now what we did after each of these games, we minted the NFT as a proof you have actually got this score. And you also now got a really cool NFT with a backside, like a frame, in where we interacted with the different sponsors. Hyundai, Coca-Cola, all of these would have their own frame on the back. Super cool, because now, when these were in the users' wallets, even though we actually protected them, data privacy, the whole thing, FIFA didn't care about that. Is it Morten? Is it Magnus? Who is it actually that has the NFT? We don't need to know the name, but we need to know you've interacted with our brand. And that was the cool thing, because now, with this one, it's an access token. You can now get access to so many other things. That's just up to the imagination of FIFA, how they want to utilize that. But the second problem we had, where we really want to differentiate this also in a new Web3 context, how can we differentiate the different NFT holders even more based on data? So what we did, we actually now created questions that was only going to be displayed and asked to the players during the live match. Do you believe there's going to be a yellow card in the next 5 minutes? Who do you believe that's going to have the most passes the next 5 minutes? Stuff like that. So now that when players actually interacted with this one, we added a different parameter inside the NFT, kind of like, oh, you interacted with it. So basically, we could now say that you're a super fan. And this is also a way for suddenly we could go back saying that the last match, 100,000 players actually played the Denmark-UK match, but we can see that 40% actually interacted with the game during the match. So it's a whole new way where they don't have to deep dive into your private details and get all these kind of things. This is what we need to know. So we can actually try and see how we can create new web profiles, but also how we can create a new way to interact with you. We can basically say that you can redeem your NFT to a physical price. If you got 4 of these, you can go down to any kind of shop or Adidas or whatever it is and redeem this one as a physical price. Still keep your digital one. Then, just to take it, and I don't want to take too much time, so sorry for this, but it's a really cool kind of like other use case also. Pro cycling right now, pro cycling have the biggest issue, I would say, in the whole world. The economy is broken within them. They are depending on one company owning all the rights for pro cycling. So this is ASO. They own it all. They own Tour de France, they own Vuelta, they sit on the money. And fun fact, right now Tour de France is just over, and the winning team, the team itself, only got 52,000 euros as a winning prize. 52,000 they have to share amongst the whole team for sitting on a bike for 3 weeks, fucking pain. And for me, it's just like amazing, right? You know, I know that the winner, he gets more, but the team itself, if you think about these are content creators. They generate thousands of hours of content, and basically they own a lot of rights, but they actually don't get paid. They're so depending on sponsors. So what we did for them, saying that, okay, your economy is broken, let's fix that. Let's try and do kind of like a normal, again, remove the friction, but a website, a platform where you 10 teams come together because you all have the same issue. You're not competitors anymore, you have the same issue. Come in together. We need to generate and basically create you a platform where you all will have access to, like freemium, premium, but you will all of you will have a team channel. Visma will have a team channel, UAE will have a team channel, and if you have the NFT that basically representing just like a visual, that will give access to that one. Now, you now have a direct connection between the fan and you as a brand. This is where you can give them access to video, Zoom calls, they can talk to the mechanics, whatever it is, because the community around pro cycling and amateur cycling, You know, how many people is actually not just jumping on a bike and sitting either at the home in the living room, but or actually in the road? It's 600 million people worldwide. It's massive, the community. So now they have one platform where they can actually come to, where they can discuss, they can sit, you can create the community. And this is where we are now integrating with the fantasy game, because what we actually did, under the saddle, there's a small device basically giving us all the telemetric. We have heart rates on all the riders. We now get the biometric also. I can actually now, with a 1.2 second delay, see exactly where the riders are, what the heart rate is, what speed, what are they actually doing. And the cool thing is that data comes into me before it's actually been shown in television. So if you wanted to take like a non-moral kind of like road, then I could actually sell this to the betting company saying that, oh, here you go. You can actually now predict before it's actually being showed in television. But what it actually did was it was opening up for more possibilities for these teams where they now could actually tokenize the riders themselves. The riders are now getting tokenized because he is the owner of his own data. So if somebody wants to interact with his data, use it, they need to pay him. This is, again, just a small kind of like example on actually what is being done. And what we can see now is that it's moving very, very rapidly. I don't know if anybody saw, but especially in the Danish television, we saw the rights where you now have access to the radio between the rider and actually the team itself, the car. That is also via an NFT, so we can make sure that actually, because they actually own that conversation, that is not ASO, that is the team and the rider themselves. So now they can actually monetize that also, because broadcasting company wants to pay to actually listening in. And that was the first test this year. So a very, very cool project that's happening. Then, before I actually shut down, this is the latest one we just did. Paul Frank, the designer. We've done so many things, but this is kind of like the next evolution we also see where digital twins come in, where we now have a really cool old designer brand that has missed a generation. And they are now saying, we have these 40 shops in the APAC region. We don't have a worldwide presence. How can we actually use this? And how can we use the Web3? So what we're doing, we're creating the whole Web3 strategy for them. And right now we're starting, because we're working with MasterCard and some of the other payment providers. So actually we can now detect when you go in and buy, because again, if you go into a shop, buy something, go out and don't sign up, they have no idea who you are. Now we can actually do a proof of purchase, insurance, all these kind of things, because when you pay, we actually can read the card and we can actually see what item are you buying from the SKU numbers, and now we can generate a digital copy of that one, so it's a proof of purchase, but also it's actually now a digital copy of the physical asset you're wearing, meaning that now it's actually an asset where you can come in, and Paul Frank can now say, we've done a Paul Frank universe, come in, you can actually be part of this, you can see the latest news, you can buy the new stuff, you could buy the digital NFT and actually claim it in the physical one in our e-commerce shop and actually get it sent back to your place. And they still keep the digital version because that's also an access token where they can basically monetize on that. And then just a quick overview on this one. We've done so many things. Actually, we did the Floyd Mayweather NFTs also. We're working with all these big brands, and this is just the beginning, because at the end, what we actually as a company believe in, we believe in the opportunity beyond the reality. And the next evolution that I see, and thank you for all the insights today, I believe very strongly that we're going to see fintech moving into the whole GameFi. So it's going to be the GameFi sector, because the virtual economies, digital economies in these games are massive. And right now, I think this is what we actually need. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Morten. You will be part of the panel discussion afterwards, and then we can dig deeper into some of your stories and insight. Then the next one is Njål Berge. And do we have control of the presentation here, Artem? Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, you do. You do.
I do.
Okay. Njål he has been working in marketing and strategy for many years for different brands and also in agencies. He is now connected to Klein Group. Klein Group is at the moment the most aggressive Web3 investor in Norway. And me and Morten here, we have interviewed Morten Klein and Martin Benson in Klein Group at their office in Aker Brygge, and it will be published after the event. But they are also then investing in different kinds of venture, and one of them is curated, QRTD.
Yeah, to make it simple.
Yeah. And they are building a massive studio at Aker Brygge for creators, for brands. You tell me.
I tell.
So bring it on, Njål.
Thank you. I'm probably going to show you the beta of the app afterwards. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the thinking behind it first. Some of you guys know who my boss is. Probably some of you have read interviews with him. Morten Klein is a extremely visionary and curious guy. And the reason why Curated exists is because of the Web3. It's not a Web3 company as such, but it has a Web3 thinking, because as soon as Morten started actually to understand not only what crypto and all the other things that we have been investing in quite early, but also what the Web3 could mean in terms of actually the mental part of it, is that everything can be shared and everything should be shared. And at the same time, we've been a traditional family office, or not a traditional family office, but we've been a family office in many ways, so that we have made lots of small investments, some of them really good, most of them, as everybody else, not so good. And one day, he decided to become what I call an adventure capitalist. He said, I want to actually fund something based on my own thinking, based on my own thing, build my own team, and see what it can become. And Curated is this, and it's born out of a thinking of saying, how can we democratize shopping? And that is a big, big thought, but Morten is a guy that doesn't really like to think. If he always tells me, you're thinking too small, and this is probably the only guy in the world who says that, because I try actually to be quite positive and quite offensive. But he says, I want everybody to be able to make the kind of money on actually selling products to other people, the classic word of mouth, that Facebook, Instagram, TikTok is currently monopolizing. So he said, can we create something where brands can connect all of their products into a big database? Everybody who wants to create content based on that product and be an advocate of that can make the money that the brands pay us, and can at the same time, all the people who actually love these products, who love this content and share them to other people, share a little part of it. So you understand that for us, actually having the blockchain evolving into a way of actually distributing money will be extremely interesting for us if we're able to do it. But in Forum, we actually start by saying, can we build the infrastructure that enables people to do transactions so we can have some money to share? And that comes back to the other part, which really interests me, because I am 55 years old now. I was just as lucky to come out of business school a little bit late, because I didn't actually think that business school was very interesting. So I came out in 1998, just when this first web agency started to come, and I was lucky enough to actually be enrolled in one of the first web agencies that was called Neo Interactive, and I was lucky enough to be a part of the .com in 98 and 2000. So I've seen how shitty user experience has been in e-com. But all my life, I've been in e-com and still actually trying to say, how can we create a much more personalized user experience? Because in the end, inspiration builds transactions, and inspiration requires people to actually see a product they like, and preferably from someone they respect or someone they actually like as well. So that's where the whole creator economy comes in, because all of a sudden now people are willing and able to invest their competence, their expertise, their popularity into creating content for a product, if we can actually manage to give them some money back. But that means we need to have transactions. That means we need to have conversions. And conversions means that we need to actually present the right things for the right people. We need great AI. And all of a sudden, all of these things were starting to come together. So really, we are a late Web 2 company with a Web 3 thinking, because we are utilizing all the technologies which is there now. Short form video, all of a sudden it's possible to create short-form video, upload short-form video, present it to people in a cost-effective way if we have great AI. All of a sudden, AI is actually mature enough to be able to present the right videos from the right creators to the right kind of customers, given that we have enough signals. And the biggest challenge with AI always isn't the algorithms and the quality of the people who design the algorithms, it's the quality of the signals coming in and the quantity of the signals coming in. So for us, trying to create something big in terms of actually creating a passion platform where everybody can actually contribute with these things, and of course it's going to be expensive to get enough people onto that platform, but all of a sudden we have really precise signals because we have product data, which we not only have the brand, but we all, or the price or actually the category, but we also have all the metadata from the Shopifys and the Google merchant feeds and everything else, but we also have what creators are saying about them. So our AI team is actually creating a script that takes down everything which is being said on the video as well. So it's not just singing and dancing to a dress anymore. It's about how do you present that bike? How do you present those pair of skis? How do you present that computer? What are your arguments, or what are several arguments from many different people who present the same product going into that, together with actually the data coming up from what the brand actually thinks of it, and together we can form something that makes us understand who to place that content in front of. And if we're successful with that, we take 22.5%, we give 2/3 of it back to the creator, which again, if actually they have created some content and somebody else has curated, which means that they have put it in their collection, much like Pinterest, or shared it outside, they share a little bit of those 15% to the others, and we take 7.5% just to facilitate the whole thing. Whether we actually are able to deliver few enough videos per transaction for this to be actually something which we can make lots of money on, we don't know. But we know that 22.5% is as a guaranteed ROI for brands and even for retailers is really, really attractive, because almost nobody can do that on Google, Facebook, or Instagram. And at the same time, if we actually share the majority of that back to the people, democratizing shopping, who actually does the sales, then they can make money, we can make money, and the brands can make money. And it becomes an everybody wins platform. And that's really what we're trying to build. So I'm going to just show you 6 minutes of the beta, which again now is being left over in the hands of our UK management team. We are going to have a Norwegian launch to learn. We think Norway is a fantastic country to do your homework in. The Americans always say, do your homework at home. And all of a sudden we have a great country where we have the opportunities. We have not enough creators, but we have lots of very, very digital people who can learn us a lot. And we have a UK management team now that is going to take us into the real launch in October, November next year. I had to film it because nobody was thinking that I could show it live, but it is live. But we just haven't pushed it yet. So what happens is that we have created a TikTok feed. So this is all based on video. And the reason why we do video is that we want video gives us so many signals back, especially when people talk about the product. So we know all of these things. People can start following. As soon as you start following either a brand or a creator, gives us enormously strong signals. So we have both the signals of actually what people are watching, but we even more have the signals of what actually people are following. And if they sideswipe to actually look at a product, even stronger signal. So all of this is always about creating enough strong signals, either through the things that you're following, the brands that you're following, the people that you're following, or the things that we present to you in order actually to learn more about you in the Discover feed, to find out how you can actually do something. Then everybody can queue a thing and create collections of their brands. So it means that we also learn something about you, not just as a curator, but as a shopper, because we know which products you actually put on your wish list, which in our case is more of a collection. Because that collection, again, can be shared outside on your Instagram or use something else. So if I actually want to make some money, I only share my collection of great products, which I can actually sort, and all of the products lies in there. The creator will make the most of the money. I will make a little bit, which I can donate to charity if I want to, or I can actually take it back into my account if I want to sell in that way. Because maybe I'm not really good on video, but I can be really good at taste making. I can be really good at putting things together on behalf of others. So these creators always also create their own shop. As soon as I go into one of the creators' shop, and I'm sorry that it goes too fast, it's just giving me 15 minutes, it's crazy about this. All of a sudden, they have their own video-induced shop. So when you go into either one of there, you actually start swiping in their personal shop before you go back to the big thing. One of the things that I really should have hoped that TikTok would have for all of the podcasts and everything else that I follow them. So we tried to take all of these things and actually doing the swiping things. We are also going to implement competitions and prizes and other interactive things, also because we don't want it to be a doom scrolling thing. We live off action, not inaction. And that's the big difference between us and the social media giants. Their algorithms are actually produced for people not to react. It's just to have just enough of an interest to keep on scrolling. While for us, it's about making that perfect choice. Then coming in, and now we're in at Camilla Pil, who has, together with Peter Peters, invested in that company as well. She also have her own, where she actually very, very easy can upload all of these things. And that has been the other thing. If we are able to actually make it easy for people to go into creator mode, she can create her own store online. She can connect it to Instagram and TikTok. So we also know what Instagram and TikTok is. We want her to have more followers on Instagram and TikTok because all of a sudden she can put her shop from curated onto her post on Instagram, onto her post on TikTok, onto her bio on Instagram and TikTok, and actually monetize her popularity on other social channels on our platform, simply because we are born shoppable, while the others is actually trying to sell advertising and a little bit of shopping just to get more advertising. So she can very, very easily upload a movie, write in a really, really easy promotion text, edit it, put it in one of the collection publishes, and then it's out there. All of a sudden, the AI will start to feed it out to the people that it thinks actually works for them. And the goal is actually to have as many different creators to promote the same kind of products, to see, because all of a sudden, I can sell really good to you, but I can sell really bad to you. And then all of a sudden, the AI is also about not only understanding which kind of people sells, but who sells to who. And the other way as well is with all these data, all of a sudden we can start telling brands who to invite. We can actually say to this brand and say, these 15 creators which you have never heard of is probably going to sell your product really, really great with an invitation because they have the kind of following which is interested in your product and also likes them. So we create the perfect match. It's almost like Tinder between the creators and the brands, but we try to do it automatically with all of these things. The creators actually go back there and can also find the products from the database, which is a huge job actually trying to create as Amazon from all the Shopifys as well, but we're trying to figure it out. That's perhaps the most difficult one, to get good data structure and good quality, but that's also important in order for the AI to start working. All of a sudden I can say, okay, I like these pair of sunglasses, which comes from EXO, which we have created ourselves as a brand just to test it. We created a glasses brand ourselves in order to test it, and all of a sudden this lies in the back. You bookmark your product, and as soon as you have a product there, you can go in, you can check that product, you can create a video for it, you can put it out there, and you can try to sell it. I think we're almost there. This is just me showing how I'm actually making a post. So I'm selecting a product, and it's out there. I enter promotion text directly into it. So all I do, I upload a video, or I can film it with my camera, but we're not as good as TikTok in terms of the camera things. I then actually connect it to one of the products in my product bookmark. I write in a promotion text, I publish it, and then all of a sudden it's out there ready to be sold. But at the same time with that promotion text, what it gives us, promotion text, the sound of actually how you have presented that in the video, the product information that comes actually from the Shopify of the retailer or the brand, gives us so much quality of the content that we think the AI will be able to finally do an inspirational exercise on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. You will also take part in the panel discussion. Now we have heard about metaverse, gaming, social shopping. Earlier today we have heard about building experiences for in the health sector. And now we are going for also another type of segment or industry. And we have together with us Jon Bøhmer. he has grown up in a chicken farm. He had told me in Brumunddal, where I went at the gymnasium, but in another century, I think.
Another millennium.
Yeah. But Jon has also been an innovator all his life. He even created Scala, which was before Skype was created. It was an enterprise video platform that was rather big in some years. He has lived a lot of years in Africa and also been inspired to try to solve some of the problems that are then influencing third world economies. So he will talk to us about Huma Solar, which is his next project.
Thank you. Yeah, so I had a career of 20 years in the multimedia industry, which I ended in 2008. So I started in the 80s, and I was the first multimedia entrepreneur in the world, so that was fun. But then around 2008, I was focusing much more on climate change and solutions for energy poverty, inspired by my visits in Africa. And today I want to talk about a new company I have, which is called Huma Solar. It's called Bits, Atoms, and Photons. So how the digital twins can power the green transition. So let's go back to Second World War. If we're going to treat climate change with any kind of seriousness, we need to look at it as a war. And if you look at the success of the Americans in the munitions effort in the Second World War, you see that at Pearl Harbor. That's kind of like where we are now, when we start to realize we need to scale. And the munitions production of aircraft, ships, guns, ammo, vehicles, and so on just completely exploded back in early 40s. And it peaked after 2 years after America entered the war, by 500% increase in production. They were producing an airplane every 2 minutes. And how did they do this scaling? Based only on telephone, letters, and hand-drawn blueprints. And then you think about today, when we have all this fantastic Web3 technology, etc., shouldn't it be easier to do that today than even then? Why are we taking so long? Why are we talking about climate change as something that needs to be solved over multiple decades? Because if you look at the market going forward, this is DNV's projection going towards 2050. You'll see that solar is dominant by 2050. And the reason why we know this is going to be true is because it's already the cheapest form of energy in most of the world. And we also see that the investment in solar energy this year is actually bigger than an investment in oil and gas. Not in Norway, because in Norway it's probably 40-to-1 ratio, but in the world as such, solar has overtaken fossil oil on a global level. So let's talk about solar. Everybody knows how it works. It's a solar cell that is a semiconductor, essentially, where the photons hit the semiconductor, and about 20% of the photons are converted to electrons and becomes electricity. But 80% is lost as heat. So this is a problem. Is there any way we can make solar energy much more efficient so we can use less area? There are other issues with the solar as well. 90% of the value chain of production of solar panels is based in China. And the solar factories, if you want to scale this up, is costing billions. So about $1 billion per gigawatt of capacity. Also, they don't work at night, famously. And then you want to do batteries, which are also expensive, and 90% are made in China again. And battery factories also, gigafactories as we call them, they also cost billions. And there might also be some material supply issues, especially in batteries, even more than solar. So there's another way to collect the sun's rays, and this is what's called concentrated solar power, or CSP. These are engineering marvels. If aliens came to Earth, I always say, like, if they look at this kind of systems that we built, they will say, okay, they will approve. This is pretty amazing. You have mirrors, which are about 100 square meters each, 115 square meters. There are over 10,000 of these arranged in a circle around this tower. The tower here is twice as high as Oslo Plaza, as an example, and the mirror is up to 2 kilometers away. So you can imagine you're about to take 100 square meters of mirrors and point it at a target which is 2 kilometers away. It's just absolutely mind-boggling. But what happens in the tower is that you have tanks with molten salt, which collect the energy and keep it so that you can run a turbine based on steam 24/7. So that's great. So now the batteries are actually fertilizer. And each of these tanks are about the size of Oslo Spectrum, just to give you sort of an idea. There's 100,000 tons of salt operating at 500 degrees Celsius. So if you fall in there, it's fried chicken. But anyway, so the problem is that these are sitting in the desert, so there's a lot of waste heat. About 70% of this is waste heat from the turbines that needs to be condensed with fans so that you can cycle the water. Is there any way we could capture all this energy? And turns out there is. What you do is you make them smaller, you move them closer to factories which need that heat. And then you can actually talk about 55% efficiency of the solar system, not 20% like PV, but 55. So that's 2.5 times more higher efficiency, which means you need 2.5 times less area. And the cost is also translates to lower cost. It's about a third of the cost of a solar energy system. In addition, it solves the problem with storage. So you can use thermal energy storage. Storing the heat is cheaper than storing the electrons. It has abundant materials because it only uses steel, plastics, aluminum. And local manufacturing, the components here can be made in pretty much any country. So the industrial energy problem is important to understand. Sorry about the fonts, some little bit issue here, but as you can see, about a third is transportation. This is the energy we use. About a quarter is residential, and you see 32% is industry. So it's a huge amount of energy used for industry, and of that, 3/4 is heat, and only a quarter is electricity. So everybody's thinking, oh, if you just get enough windmills and we get enough solar panels and all our electricity becomes net zero, we've solved the problem. No, we haven't, because we still have huge amounts of heat that needs to be generated. And people don't think about it because today it's just burning coal, oil, gas, and some biomass. About 9% is biomass and renewable, but 91% of this energy for industrial heat is fossil. So it's a much more fossil value chain than the electricity system. So the solution is shrink it down, make modularity, put it close to the factory. This is an example from a paper factory in India. So basically they need 80 megawatt system. So you put up 40 of these systems with a small tower, 20-meter tower in the middle. So not 250 meter, but 20 meter instead, with a steam receiver. And then 1,000 mirrors, which are surrounding it, made from plastic and steel, which concentrate the light onto the towers. Now this heat can be collected and put into the factory and into the thermal energy storage, which means you can operate 24/7, which is a necessity for almost all industrial processes. And it also turns out that in northern latitudes, people say, oh, this is an energy system for deserts, so it's not relevant in Northern Europe, whatever. Turns out it is, because it's a really nice companion with biomass. So if you use biomass, which is in green here, for the winter months, then in the summer you complement it with concentrated solar power in the summer. And then you can have what's it called, 100% capacity factor. It's got the same reliability as, for instance, nuclear energy, but at a much lower cost. So the heliostat itself, so now we're getting closer to the whole concept with IoT and so on we're going to talk about here. We've designed a new way to collect the sun. These are plastic mirrors, essentially, with the aluminum coating. So it's the same thing you have inside a bag of potato chips. So if you open that, you'll see it's an low-cost aluminum reflector, which fits onto a plastic foam sheet. And then this has a method of tracking the sun very precisely, so it can place the beam from this mirror onto the tower, which can be up to maybe 100 or 200 meters away. And this system is so easy to, it's inspired by IKEA, so it's made in local factories, existing plastic factories. It's brought directly to site, all the pieces from the different vendors. There's no need for warehousing or anything like that. And then you just call on everyone who's living in the area, the villagers. They don't even need how to read and write. You can just show them how to put this together, and then 10 minutes of training, you're now putting together heliostats. A week later, you built several megawatts. You can even grow crops underneath, so you don't need exclusive space. So you could have, for instance, strawberries, potatoes, a whole range of different crops that do really well, even if there's partial shade. So you don't have to compete with that. And as I said, the materials can be made from recycled materials, so there's no like rare earths or shortages of any kind. You're actually using recycled plastics. And there's about 600 billion bottles made every year, plastic bottles. We consume a lot of them, all of us here. When they come back again, we turn them into solar energy. We also need some steel pipes. That's also readily available. So actually, we don't need to do any mining. We don't need any rare earths. We don't need any special. So now we come to how Web3 technology is making this possible. So the first thing, in order to scale this up, you need to have parallelism. You need to have many of these projects happening at the same time. And to do that, you need to have a web-based interface where anyone can go in and say, OK, I have a factory here. This is a tea factory in Kenya. I need maybe 12 megawatts of power or heat to replace maybe biomass. OK, then you draw on the map. And it places all these systems automatically there, and it calculates, for instance, the capex, so the capital, how much capital you need to build this system is $13.6 million US. And you look at the net present value, the internal rate of return. All this is calculated instantly based on ray tracing each of these fields based on the solar data, which are taken from satellites. And we have 20 years of satellite data every half hour for 20 years. So it's an enormous amount of data. The global database for this is about 10 terabytes. But that means that we have an extremely good knowledge about the efficiency, the prospected performance, the revenue, the levelized cost of energy, all these other things which usually takes, let's say, an engineer and an MBA several weeks or even months to calculate. This is now done in 5 minutes. And then you can see there are buttons there for Google Sheets or Excel. So when you press that, you get the whole system calculation down to give to the CFO. Then there are other buttons for downloading the PDF, so you can send it to the CEO and whoever else needs to look at the project proposal. And then you have another button that generates the AutoCAD files for the layout so that you can send it to the local authorities to get the permits and so on. It generates with a large language model. It generates environmental assessment documents. So basically, our goal with this concept or with this Humatopia platform is to generate all the documentation you need in order to carry out this project. So we already have this software developed and demonstrated, and we are still working on the prototypes for the physical components. But if you zoom into sort of the digital twin aspect of it, let's start with the wheel on the left-hand side. So basically, we're using IoT. The heliostat has inertial sensors, so it knows which direction it's pointing. It has accelerometer, so it knows the different impact from wind and gusty wind and so on. So it knows that if the wind speeds is getting high, it needs to maybe get in a neutral position in order to survive the strong winds. For AI, so it's using AI to optimize the field and the layout and the position of all the mirrors and the sizing of the system. So the CAD files and the physics are used also to calculate the ray tracing of the performance of the system. Real-time 3D is used in the browser in order to demonstrate, show how the system looks, like I've just showed you now. But even, of course, if you are on site, you'll be able to put on some AR goggles and be able to see how everything's supposed to look and how things are being built. So it can be part of the training. The video surveillance is used and then analyzed in order to see if the actual output of the system correlates to the projected performance. So it starts with design. You design the system like we've shown you, then you simulate it, make sure you understand the performance. Then the system helps you build it, which means it sends out requests to the manufacturing partners for the different components which are necessary. And that's then handles the logistics, the bidding, the closing of those deals. So all the components are being delivered to site. And then finally the operation of the system, which logs all the information about the performance and output of the system. So there's basically 1,000 heliostats per tower. So there's a massive scale mesh that's talking through between heliostats and to the tower. And then the tower itself has the commands that tells the heliostats what to do. It's not a whole lot of commands, but it's like, this is getting too hot. Can you please step off? Or we're ready to take on more heat. It could be that different kinds of weather is impacting it. Maybe there's hail, so let's go into a vertical position so that the hail doesn't hit the mirrors. Maybe it is high winds. It could be maybe if it's raining, you want to put it on a tilt so that you wash the mirrors with the rain. So all this is handled by the tower interacting with thousands of heliostats, and then all that information goes back again to the cloud, where we have the big data, and we're able to then, the more systems we build, the more precise the algorithm becomes for what kind of output you can expect. So if we had to do this 20 years ago, it would be pretty impossible to do. The cost of the components would be too high. It's actually the same components you find in your phone. So the gyro and all those kind of things, they have dropped in price dramatically because of the smartphone revolution. So we're sort of piggybacking on the global electronics industry and the software and, of course, cloud services, which have dropped tremendously in cost over the last couple of decades. And it means that now it becomes not only feasible, but this system becomes the cheapest form of energy known to man. So if you look at the same graph as we saw in the opening, and you see that we thought, okay, solar cells was going to do all that yellow part, but now what we say is, hey, maybe concentrated solar becomes so easy to do, and easier even than PV, so we can do both of those, and have a bigger chance of achieving this goal in 2050 than even before. So this is kind of like our Pearl Harbor moment. Can we go back and retool existing industry in order to quickly and cost-effectively build a solar energy future? And the funny thing is, this is not even a new idea. In 1910, Thomas Alva Edison said, someday some fellow will invent a way of concentrating and storing up sunshine to use instead of this old, absurd Prometheus scheme of fire. So I say, challenge accepted, Mr. Edison. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Consistent.
Thank you, Jon. Now we have had an example combining Web3 technology and IoT, and also of course, some other technology innovation. Now we will have a deep dive into another use case, which is Nexro, and we will welcome Svetlana Posniakova. She is heading a company, startup, maybe scale-up now, which is called Nexro. She has a background where she also tried to find some business ideas combining music and Web3 or the blockchain, and a lot of people have tried that. But she moved on to utilize AI more in the Nexro platform. She also is rather skilled in fintech, has been part of the fintech community in Norway. So welcome, Svetlana, and bring it on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Morten. Does this work? Yeah, there we go. Okay, thank you so much, Morten and the team of Kaupr, of inviting me. So I was asked to do kind of a deep dive on different things in music, but today I wanted to talk about the future of music. However, as George Santayana said, to know your future, you must know your past. So we'll dive deep into that as well. The technologies of today, specifically generative AI, are talked about all the time from various angles. In music, there are two camps of people that are looking at this technology. One say that generative AI is very, very positive for the music industry. It provides unparalleled inspiration for the artists. Envision having a co-writer that's always there, that's available 24/7, that can provide you instant feedback and that can give you that chord and progression that you've been looking for. These days, artists can collaborate with AI anytime, any day, instantly. Then, of course, it provides the democratization of production. Emerging artists without access to fancy studios or producers can now leverage AI to polish and also master their tracks. It levels the playing field for everybody. That way, raw talent can get the same amount of insight that anyone else can. The other camp believes that generative AI and other similar technologies are only negative for the music industry. First of all, there are multiple copyright issues. If a track has been created by AI using various different songs that have been created by humans, who is the one who owns the copyright? Who is the one that will get paid when the track is played? Then, of course, there's the loop of mediocrity. If we have a bunch of songs that have been created by AI, then we create a new song that's also created by AI, then it's sort of this loop of something that's been created over and over and over again. Then all songs become sort of the same, and no one really would want to listen to any of that. Then is the loss of authentic emotional connection. If all of the songs and all of the creative freedom is going to be made by AI, then I feel like it will lose its soul and heart that's only possible to do if a human is creating it. And then, of course, it's the homogenization of music. At any point of time, if AI is going to be creating all of the songs, then even though they might sound perfect and they all might be incredible, technically speaking, but they might lose its flair and its individuality that's, again, only possible if a human is making it. Because of these things and many of these challenges, people believe that music industry is dying. However, I'm here to tell you that maybe it's just being reborn. History repeats itself time and time again, and I believe this is exactly what is happening nowadays. Let's go back to the 19th century, and I'm not sure what these folks would think about AI or metaverse, but maybe it's not hard to imagine. But the most popular way of consuming music in these days was through sheet music, through these books or printed out papers where people saw the notes and they could play them on their at-home pianos. Companies like Shapiro, Bernstein & Co. were created back in the day, and composers and lyricists were so-called stars of the industry. As sheet music was becoming more and more popular, music publishers gained more profits and innovation was created. Something new, something different, which was the first ever mechanical reproduction of a song, which is called a piano roll. This is, as I said, the first ever reproduction of a song or a musical creation. These were long sheets of paper that were inserted in a self-playing piano, and it could, play itself. Back then, publishers and lyricists and composers thought, oh my God, the industry is now going to die. Because how is this possible that people will be able to listen to any song they want to listen to? That's unacceptable, that's terrible, the industry is going to die. Well, fortunately for the industry, it didn't die. The piano rolls brought a lot of innovation, brought a lot of popularity to the music industry, and people were able to listen to music even though they couldn't play the instruments. In the Roaring '20s, it was the time when the first musical recordings became popular. Selling records became very popular. And the publishers also thought that, oh my God, the industry is dead. Well, you probably guessed it, the industry didn't die. The records brought even more profits to the musicians, the labels, and they also helped the publishing industry, like the sheet music as well. During the time of Great Depression, people couldn't really afford the records. People wanted to, afford food. They were really only concentrated on that. And at the same time, radio was becoming more and more popular, but mainly for news and those things. But bands were also struggling to sell their tickets to the shows, and the industry came up with inviting the bands to play live at the radio stations. So what do you think the music executives thought at the time when that happened? Okay, I'm going to tell you, they thought industry was going to die. This is unacceptable. People will be able to listen to music for free now. This is crazy, isn't it? But the music industry didn't, in fact, die. It allowed the artists to actually have a job and continue having a job, and the radio became the best advertising channel for the music industry. In the 1950s, after the World War II, people were excited to play and listen to music. Instrument sales were up tremendously, and there was another technological innovation that coming into play, which were the jukeboxes. Maybe some of you might remember what those things are. You can pay some coins, and then you can listen to a song. Obviously, here the industry thought, this cannot happen, because people will be able to listen to music wherever they want, whenever they want. Well, I bet you know the counter-argument is coming now. Underneath all of this, the new genre was brewing, which was rock and roll, and people really bought into it. In 1954, the music industry's total sales were about $200 million. 4 years later, it was $604 million worldwide. Also, entrepreneurship was also growing at this time. Many artists were not happy with their deals at various different labels and went on to open their own labels. For example, Berry Gordy, very young songwriter from Detroit who wrote a couple of hits at the time, decided to start his own record company called Motown Records. Well, it went on to become the world's probably one of the biggest record labels in the world, which had Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, Michael Jackson, Jackson 5, and many other incredible, incredible artists. Another thing that happened in the 60s, which completely changed the world, I'm going to give you a hint, but you'll have to tell me what it was. It was something to do with the music industry and also something to do with the UK, a band that, sorry? Perfect, very good. I don't have a present for you, but yes. So the Beatles brought the sales of the records way up, and the industry was growing tremendously. During this time, also audio tapes and cassettes, that development completely changed the game. It changed the game for the listeners. They could create their own playlist. They could listen to their favorite music whenever they want. And they could also share their favorite playlist with people they love, with their friends, and everyone. Well, the industry, again, thought that this cannot happen. This is terrible. People can make playlists of whatever music they want. It's completely unacceptable. But, well, it changed the industry. It helped the industry become bigger and better. And, well, it promoted various different artists. As we move on to the 80s and 90s, Sony released the first portable cassette player, the Walkman. This completely transformed the industry. Now people could carry their favorite songs in their pockets and bring music anywhere they went. At the same time, MTV, or a music television network, also changed the game. And MTV introduced a new way to enjoy music, which was through the music videos. And the sales were skyrocketing. We cannot forget the iconic music video of Thriller, Michael Jackson, of course, which made all sorts of crazy things for the music industry. And then, of course, the CDs were introduced, which also changed the game. They were 3 times more expensive than the vinyl, but they were indestructible, so to say, and the quality was much better than on the singles. So that also brought a lot of attention to the music industry. Sorry. And then this is when the music industry thought, wow, these are the best times. We will always have great times. The total sales are $14 billion worldwide. And the major corporations thought, okay, this now is the best time and the good times are never going to end. Well, unfortunately, they would soon find out otherwise. If anyone remembers, does anyone remember Napster? Perfect. So Napster was this illegal file sharing service that emerged in the end of 90s, in the beginning of 2000s, where people could share many different files, but it was super popular for the sharing of music. And that actually completely broke the music industry. However, in 2003, Steve Jobs, together with a team of Apple, introduced iTunes, which was actually designed to help the music industry rebuild itself and made it possible for people to buy singles and albums. And that really helped the industry build itself back up again. In 2006, Spotify, Daniel Ek and others in Spotify have created it and launched it, where music could be streamed. You can pay every month, and then you can listen to it, and it would be available as water. So now we go into the time where we are kind of, the 21st century. The music realm has always been a melting pot of creativity, and now it's also at the heart of digital renaissance. We've transitioned from scribbling lyrics with a pen and paper now with AI-generated suggestions. We've seen concerts evolve from packed stadiums to virtual realms in the metaverse. And in this era of Web3, artists have newfound opportunities to monetize their art in various innovative ways. Yet, this digital boom isn't without its challenges. The sheer volumes of platforms the artists need to keep up with is mind-blowing. There is social media, streaming data, ticket sales, radio plays, and so much more. It's like trying to listen to 100 songs at the same time, searching for a single note. So this is where Nextro comes in. Our mission is to help artists navigate this complex symphony of data. We are distilling all of this data into clear, harmonious insights. We empower artists to make informed decisions and craft their future. At Nextro, we don't see tech as replacing the artists, but rather as enhancing their genius. We envision a future where AI and industry work together in tandem, where technology is in the stagehand setting the scene, not the star of the show. Together, we'll not only navigate this new era, but also pioneer the next chapter where AI and artists co-create great masterpieces. So we are currently fundraising, just a shameless plug here. So if you're interested and would like to talk more, please reach out. You can also scan this. Oh, something happened here. You can also scan this QR code or reach out to me on LinkedIn or email. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lana. Now we have the last regular speech in this third section of this conference. We will have the ending section afterwards, also with some surprises. But then we welcome Maria Östli from Finansforbundet. You could say that these new technologies, whatever they are called, they are influencing our way of consuming things, buying things, which we have heard of today. It's influencing how we produce and the industrial way of life, but it also influences the workplace. And that would be interesting to hear from Maria what kind of technology challenges or opportunities and possibilities do hit the bank sector at the moment. So thank you very much for sharing that insight with us.
Thank you.
So, yeah, yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not a tech person, as opposed to many of you. I am a lawyer, and I work as a lawyer in the Finance Sector Union, which is a union organizing employees in the bank and financial sector. So typically, that would be employees in banks or insurance. But also real estate agents, accountants, and debt collection. So we have been concerned with the effects, actually, of new technologies and algorithmic management in the last years, for some years now. Because use of new technologies in the workplace, of course, they concern most sectors, but the Nordic countries and the financial industry in the Nordic countries, they are at the forefront, both of digitization and technology adoption. And companies use new technologies as a work tool. They have been doing that for a while now, and they are doing it now, I will argue, more than ever. Examples are chatbots, answering questions. You've probably seen the chatbots when you go into your bank online. And systems also suggesting the next best move for people working in bank sectors, for example. Last year, we initiated a study mapping the use of AI in the Norwegian financial sector. And as you can see, 85% reported daily use of AI or AI-based technologies, and that is a lot. But this study did not actually focus on the management of employees. It's focused on use of AI or AI technologies as a work tool, as I said. But what it shows is that the financial service industry is familiar with new technologies, and it uses the new technologies as a work tool. So even though the technology is not actually a tool for management of the employees, it does inevitably affect the employees, and it does affect our work environment. In some areas, AI has taken over assignments human workers used to do. Chatbots, again, has taken over some of the dialogue with customers. Also, use of new technologies means there's a need for new skills as well. And it means there's a need for training. Both the companies and the employees need to understand some basics of the technology and what this technology and what AI in the workplace actually means. So I will argue that this opens the door. The use of technology as a work tool also opens the door for technologies in other areas at work, like algorithmic management. And that is a term I will revisit in a little bit. So, we and the unions were not the only ones making studies. FAFU published a report earlier this year. And this report discusses issues related to digitalization and employees' privacy protection. It also looks, and this is quite interesting from a union perspective, it also looks at the extent of union representatives' participation in the introduction of new technologies. To what extent does employees in various companies get involved when new technologies are introduced? And as we have seen, they are getting introduced. So I'm not going into details in this report, but there are some interesting numbers that I just want to mention, just to give you a picture. According to a survey cited in the report, 9 out of 10 businesses introduced new technologies or digital solutions in the last 3 years. So that would be 9 out of 10 businesses in the last 3 years. And the top 3 areas of digitalization there is internal communication, external communication systems, and also training of employees. So what we see is that new technologies are used externally, they're used internally, and also in workforce management, i.e. the training of employees. So what we see is that the new technologies, they are already in the workplace, and this is true for the financial service industry, but it's true for other industries as well, as the FAFU report shows. So the question is, and I will try to dig a little bit into here, what are the effects? What are the effects of this introduction of new technologies at work? Positive effects and negative ones. What can we achieve? And how do we, and this is very, very important, how do we stay in control? Of course, because I work for a union, I'm employed by a union, so my focus is normally the workers and their interests. But at the other hand, it's undeniable that the emerging technologies also have positive effects for companies. And I will also argue that companies which do not implement these technologies and use algorithmic management of some kind, or if they lag behind, they will be at a competitive disadvantage. Okay. I will try to unpack the term algorithmic management. In short, algorithmic management is the use of AI or algorithmic tools by employers to manage workers. This could have positive effects. As I mentioned earlier, it can improve efficiency. The chatbot, for example, could reduce the pressure on human employees. So that would be a positive effect for the employees as well. Algorithmic tools could take over routine tasks, which means that employees would be able to focus on more interesting and maybe more rewarding tasks. For employers, use of these technologies in performance management could be valuable, obviously. They would be able to correct unwanted practices towards customers or also towards other employees, and improve the working environment by using these technologies. It could help identify the need for further training, give a better understanding of time spent on various tasks. Also, it would make documentation much, much easier. One could also argue, and I know that some some people do, that algorithms could be a weapon against discrimination because it could reduce human inputs, and as we know, human bias is a problem. But this is if, and that is a very big if, proper measures are taken. Okay. From an employer's point of view, we see that algorithmic management is overall positive and it's necessary as well. And of course, both employers and the employees have a shared interest here. They have a shared interest in keeping the company floating. For the employees, algorithmic management means, however you look at it, a new reality. So it affects the recruitment process. According to a study from Finland, came a few years ago in 2017, algorithms in some form were used in 40,000 recruitment processes a year. So again, that is a lot. What the system can do, they can sift through application forms and CVs. They can extract relevant information, categorize the applications based on certain criteria. The system could reject the majority of applicants without even having a human involved. Who gets the information about the vacancy is also an issue. Someone mentioned earlier targeted commercials. And this is true also for job advertisements, because algorithms control who the job advertisements reach. Facebook or Meta has faced complaints, both in earlier years, but also recently, claiming that the algorithms they use are discriminatory. CNN actually published an article earlier this year in June. They cite research from a nonprofit called Global Witness, who says Facebook's ad platforms targets users based on historical stereotypes. Ads for preschool teachers, mostly shown to women, while men got ads for mechanic positions. So, historical stereotypes. Algorithmic management could increase the degree of surveillance or monitoring at work in general, and also by performance management. Examples of monitoring: how do employees spend their time? How much time do they use on certain applications in Microsoft 365? Monitoring via Teams. Conversations with customers. It could be allocating assignments. It could be measure efficiency in various tasks. So this is, again, this is a new reality for workers. And there are obviously, as you probably hear, even though there are positive results from this, there's obvious challenges, and probably a few we haven't uncovered yet too. One is data protection. Increased monitoring and increased surveillance means collecting personal data. And this obviously raises data protection issues. Applications like Teams, as some of you might have heard, have integrated control functionality that give employers, if they know it exists, information about the employees, about their movements, and also about their performance. They're also an industry producing so-called, and this is a very fancy word, bossware. Not necessarily legal in Norway or the EU, but it is a thing. There are systems developed to collect and analyze and also disseminate data on employees. This is, I know, it's a thing in the US and also Datatilsynet has been focusing on this in Norway. So increased surveillance could mean violation of privacy, obviously, could have an effect on employees' health, on stress levels, and it could also have an effect on the level of trust between employees and employers. We have the working environments, and again, performance management, increased surveillance could have a negative effect on the working environment. Also, there's the issue of so-called manipulating algorithms. I know they've been concerned with this in Britain, for example. For example, algorithms tell us what kind of tasks we have or have not managed to complete during the day. This was, at least, a thing on Teams. So combined with the possibility for remote working, that could well manipulate workers to log on after hours. Also, algorithms may have bias. They may discriminate. I'll not go into the reasons why here, but there are, and we know algorithms sometimes do discriminate. And discrimination from algorithms are different than human bias, and we are not, at this point, properly equipped to deal with it. Why? Well, because the systems are complex, they're not necessarily transparent. The people that are discriminated against may not understand it. They may not be aware of the discrimination. And of course, if they do not know, they cannot address it. Complex systems, lack of transparency is a challenge if one decides to initiate a legal process. Algorithms are efficient, which is in lots of cases a very good thing. In this context, that is a possible problem because that means that they have the potential to make more discriminating decisions, which means that if the algorithm does discriminate, more people will be affected. Together with other challenges like complexity and lack of transparency, the risk is that discrimination may happen in a larger scale and also go undetected. And last but not least, we have information and consultation rights. I talked about the FAFO survey earlier. Almost half of the companies that implemented new technology said that they did not involve union reps or safety representatives when they did so. And that is a problem. The Norwegian model is built on trust, and it's built on dialogue between employers and employees. And in order to keep that model, we need to make sure that employees and their representatives understand that they are informed and that they are consulted as well. So lack of understanding, lack of awareness of the implication that these systems have might explain the fact that the employees were not involved. But again, this is a problem. So, and this is some of the reason why I know several unions, also Finansforbundet, has gone together and wanted to make training programs to educate both employers and employees in order to create awareness of this. Okay, so what to do? Are new regulations and agreements needed? It will probably not come as a surprise to you that my answer to that is yes. We need to face the fact that these technologies, they're no longer ideas of what might happen, and that is important to remember when one considers the effects in the workplace, because these technologies are already there. Algorithmic management is not only a thing in Amazon or large American corporations, it's in Oslo and it's in Lillehammer as well. So of course, we do have agreements and regulations already that applies to algorithmic management. And overall, the agreements and regulations we have today, they apply to algorithmic management as well as human managers. This goes for the Equality and Discrimination Act, for example. Discrimination is not allowed, not by algorithms and not by humans. But it also goes on for the Personal Data Act, the Working Environment Act. But the problem is that these acts are not tailored to algorithmic management systems. And that might be the problem when it comes to regulating AI overall. We do have regulations, we do have legislation, but it's not necessarily tailored to the new problems. And that means that they do not necessarily solve the problems these systems create. So the Working Environment Act, which are supposed to protect workers and employees, that was made in 2005. So before algorithmic management was a thing, as far as I know. So we don't necessarily need new regulation, but we need to update what we have, both collective agreements and regulations. So again, my answer to this would be, yeah, we need new regulation. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much, Maria. I thought I knew a lot about both the digital workplace and technologies, but algorithm management, I haven't dug into it, and it gives the topic a frame, which is really, really good. And, instead of just talking about how are you, or how is the environment, or how is the equality, or whatever, it structures the debate.
Good.
Yeah, but stay on the scene, and we will also have Morten, we will have Njål, we will have Jon and Svetana. And of course, we have covered broad topics. Am I missing one? Yeah. But maybe there are some similarities still. So one question could be, for instance, because we are talking about user adoption. What is key to user adoption? Anyone?
I would say big brands need to move into this. From our point of view, it's the big brands who's going to lead it, because right now we've seen a lot of new innovative and kind of like, cool projects, I think. The problem is that people lose confidence when they get scammed, and there's much scam out there. So I think what we are missing, especially in the Web3, and I come from gaming, right? So I still think gamification is the key of this. But what's really going to drive mass adoption is a big brand who's going to have success introducing and integrating blockchain, Web3, NFTs, everything. And I think actually BBC is the first one with this one, which we're going to see with Disney+, and we're going to see this from November. So I think that's going to be the first one.
Any other ones?
Yeah, of course, it's a very different proposition when you talk about business to business.
Mm.
So business to B2C, you need to build consumer confidence.
Yep.
But in a business sense, it's more like the decision is centralized.
So then you have to have utility. Is that the main breaking point, or what is it?
Yeah, the issue in our industry is that if you look at the innovation rate in different industries, we know that pharmaceuticals is around 20% of revenue spent for R&D, and software industry is about 15%. The energy industry is 0.3% of revenues used for R&D. Mm-hmm. And that's the one industry which has the biggest need to change right now, because it's causing all these problems to the environment.
Okay.
And they're the least innovative of all. So that's the challenge there.
What about you, Maria? Is it trust between employers and employees inside?
You need to educate them, right? The reason why we have success with big companies, because everybody's just saying that, nobody's going to move in, it's all fraud and all these things. But why do we then have success with these big companies moving into the space? It's because we're brand guardians. They know we protect them in this new transition from Web 2 into Web 3. They know we have their back because, again, we educate them along the way. So they also now will have a mindset thinking Web3. Everything they do something new, they think Web3, but it is definitely trust. And that's why, if you're being trusted by BBC with 26 brands, you're being trusted by FIFA, you're being trusted by all these that people say, it's just nonsense. No, actually not. There is proper use case for this, and slowly they are starting. And right now we see over 100 really big brands like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, all these are actually now exploring and moving into the Web3. So it's not all just nonsense from my point of view, but it starts with trust.
Also internally, Maria?
Well, definitely. But some of the problem here is when it comes to workplaces is that you may have an employer that trusts the company, but you need to have trust between the employer and employee as well in order to keep the model we have today, the Nordic model or the Norwegian model. If not, because there are different interests here. So the system could be in line with the legal requirements, and it could, of course, be in line with the employer's interests, but not necessarily with the employees.
Of course, we are covering a broad topic here.
I will have to reply on that one, because it's really cool, because with BBC now moving them into a whole new space, let's just take Discord, for example. They had no idea what Discord was, right? Suddenly maintaining and building up a community, it was our values. And now we have BBC moving into with Disney+. We right now had 75,000 people, and we are estimating 5 million in the community in 1 year. So how are you basically going to prepare for that one, right? Because we also need to protect the employees, our community managers, because now we can't go out and hire 50 of these because they can't manage the growth. So we actually used AI for that one to basically clone my brain, put in the values, make sure how do we protect that from toxicity, all these kind of things. And now there is a ChatGPT AI model that basically can spot intent and the whole thing and toxicity. So my 8 community members right now actually can maintain and manage 5 million people, right?
Can spot intent, what do you mean?
They can spot intent, so they can basically, I can go in with the first 5 sentences they write, even though they are fully anonymized, I can actually now say, are you a casual gamer, are you a fan, or a speculator? So I can spot that because I can scrape for free, actually, and fully legal, actually the Discord chats, even though I can't kind of like see that, is this the user or what his name is, but I can spot the intent behind it. And now I can actually generate new user journeys for each of them, and I can protect the brand itself, because 5 million people typing every single day and typing multiple times a day, as an admin, you can't keep up at all. And actually, suddenly, how do you spot the good ones? And this is kind of like where you also need to protect the company, the workers, and everything in a good way, I think so. But it all comes down to trust and the company's values.
We should try to include some of the other panelists.
No, but I think it is about mindset. Algorithms are stupid, so basically they do what you tell them to do. And our AI team is very much into the whole strategic intent thing. And we've been very careful because curated can become just another TikTok if we let it. So they have implemented a strategy called no regret. So the goal of the AI is actually for people not to regret. And if we succeed, also for society not to regret. So if actually you can get somebody to buy something from a small sustainable business and a small creator, so make sure that you deliver more of the wealth to more people than just few people. We're looking into actually, can we discriminate big brands towards smaller brands for the good of society? And it sounds strange coming from a family office, but Morten really truly believes that if you actually think of the better of the society, we will grow bigger than we could if not. And that's also why we hired our English management team is very much into that whole philosophy of actually trying to do something which benefits everybody.
I was thinking about including you, Lana. I think about 10 or 15 years ago, you had this philosophy that there was a difference between a creator and a curator and a consumer. I think the percentage was 1% were creators, 10% were curators, and 90% were consumers. And today, it seems that it has turned totally around, that we are in a passion economy. So is that the key to adoption, that we have to be able to be creative ourselves so we can express ourselves? What do you think, Lena?
Yeah, well, I think it's one of the ways. I mean, the technologies of today, they kind of allow everyone who wants to be creative, and without necessarily needing to invest a lot of money or needing sponsors or any of these things. So I think that part is definitely great. But then it's also, I have to agree with you that, for example, in the music industry, for the artists to be able to trust some sort of technology, they have to see other artists that have already a name, that have some sort of following and that know their way around the music industry. They have to see that, okay, those guys trust it, so then I can trust it, without necessarily wanting to spend time and resources to understand the technology, because no one really wants to do that.
What about another question or another motivation, utility? For instance, if you're solving a problem in Africa, or part of it, you're not doing it alone, of course, but does it motivate people on another level?
So a system that really works well in Africa and many other developing countries is cooperatives, right?
Okay.
And cooperatives have the digital equivalent is the DAO. And so if you're able to hide some of the complexity with that and just kind of make people join even virtuals or DAOs or whatever in order to get the grassroots support, in order to, to get projects started, to sign power purchase agreements with crowds, not just single utilities. I think that's a way to get projects started, because then you can also provide some of the initial funding, you can organize the labor to construct these things. So I think having a DAO that will eliminate a lot of the issues, for instance, with corruption and so on, which is less in cooperatives than in either government or business. Anyways, but I think that's like a digital, continuance of a model which has proven to work well in the analog world. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen there.
What about e-shopping then? Because you also call it social shopping, that you are shopping together. Is that important, that you have to be part of a crowd?
I think it's becoming more and more personalized in general.
Okay.
And I think coming back to the whole music industry, the music industry's biggest challenge isn't that Spotify is there and really that you're able to get some revenue, whether it's huge or large. It's that it's still a human curation of the Spotify playlist on the Friday actually lets you be a part of it the same way radio did. So it's much harder actually for people to be able to interact with it. So the most important is actually you have the opportunity to discover. And I think it was extremely inspiring, even though it comes from a totally different industry, to see what Jon and the guys has done in order actually to make sure that it's going to be easy, not only to calculate whether this is a good investment, but even doing the CAD drawings, doing everything which is necessary for people to actually have an opportunity to start. And first and foremost, then the challenge with adoption of everything is to be seen. So again, coming back, you need to be able to actually show it to people. You need for smaller artists to be allowed to get up into the algorithm, and that's really where the biggest challenge is. Just to take a small example, because I'm a music nerd, and we actually have built curated after Thriller, but that's a whole different story and much longer. I gave my daughter for her 18th birthday 100 songs from the 100 artists that's meant much for me and that favorite song. And the way actually she has discovered a whole new world of music through that, and she was interested before, enables her all of a sudden now to have a much richer universe which she can share with her friends again. So it's about visibility, and that's really what we're trying to do.
What about gaming then, Morten? Because it seems like, at least in Web3 or blockchain, there has been a lot of companies trying to make a killer blockchain game.
Yeah.
But it seems that all of them sucks. I don't know. But and the other question is about gamers. They want to have skins, but they don't want to convert it into fiat or into Bitcoin.
No, they actually do.
They do?
They actually do want to, right? So the first thing, I think, successful blockchain kind of like games out there, I think there are a few that has done really well. I think one of the things, if you see it from a Norwegian perspective, is Axie Infinity, right? I think they changed the gaming, especially in Web3 to start with, in a very positive way. The play to earn, they suddenly unlocked where you could suddenly kind of like monetize and actually trade and earn some money. I think the downside was that we also saw a negative, a little bit like Uber, like people were playing too much, and actually it was not healthy. So I think that balance between us as game producers, kind of like how do we find a balance to make sure that it's not being made addictive and kind of like, we're forcing people to play 18, 20 hours a day just to make money. I think that's one of the things, right? But I still think that we need to see some of the big, like FIFA, like BBC, etc., come into this space and prove kind of like, how can we do this, right? I know FIFA right now, we're working with them, how they basically can create a decentralized marketplace and set their IP free. Firstly, I think that is amazing because then you're actually allowing people to interact with your IP, still under restrictions with the smart contract, but still trying to set it free and actually see what it can do. I think that's amazing.
What about you, Maria, regarding mission? Is that important in a company to align the employers and the employees on what the technologies should be used for? Are we in Scandinavia in a better position than maybe some other countries because you have some kind of trust?
Yeah, in some ways I think we are. We have a system of collective agreements, which definitely helps. And of course, when it comes to mission, we also have the GDPR and the data protection legislation, which is important, I think. So, but definitely the Nordic model with collective agreements and where you have the employers and the employee side represented, it's definitely important, yeah.
Lana, you are, as I remember when we have talked about Nextro, your customer client is the record company or the artist? Not the indie artist necessarily. I don't know. I'm just challenging you. Can this be a new way to control your fans?
Through Nextro?
For instance, yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
If you're incentivized by what you are giving back to the record company, not what you are giving to the end user, that's the question.
I'm not sure I understand your question, actually.
We started this today with talking about Web 2 being the generation which fucked us all. I mean, taking control over our content and where we became the product. Are we at risk in becoming the product again in your social shopping, in your gaming, and in your music platform?
Okay, yeah, I think I get it now.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Nextro helps artists and labels understand the audiences, understand the people who are actually listening to the songs. And I think by doing that, we're basically doing what you mentioned before by kind of letting the artists know where they should go in order to be seen by the most amount of eyes, by the most amount of ears, so that people could discover you as an artist, as a creator, your not just music, but also your kind of cover art or anything else that you're doing in the space. So yeah, definitely. I mean, we are looking at the data. We're maybe the bad guys, I guess, but the usage of data and understanding the data is both good and bad, I guess. When you're looking at the big giant companies who are gathering all this data and know everything about you.
I know you are not there yet.
We're not there yet, but we're kind of giving that and empowering the artists. We're not empowering the kind of the big giant guys who are kind of just trying to rip off the creators. We're actually giving the power back to the creators so that they would sort of understand their own data and understand how to use it in the best way possible.
Okay, Morten, and then I think we have to close up after Njål. If not, you are also a musician, and you. Yeah.
No, what I think it's about in what I call in Web 2, the pie was like this size, 100%, that's it. I think with Web3, we actually now are expanding the pie. We're actually making it so there's more pieces, because it's about opening up and actually seeing and use the technology to actually expand the pie, I think so. And I think that's the beauty of it, because there needs to be a room for the creator, because we need to, again, we need the creators, we need all this, and it can't be AI, yes, absolutely, but we still need human input.
Yeah.
No matter if it's AI, regulation, whatever it is, we need that one, right? And I actually think the pie is going to be bigger.
We are still human.
We're still human. We need to be human.
Just to take it back to very quickly to a theoretical level, when you actually work with AI, you work with objectives and outcomes. But even if you have the right objectives, the outcomes becomes a part of what your incentives are. So if you, for instance, take the social media giants, their incentives is actually advertising, which means that their incentives is the most amount of minutes spent on a platform, because that's how they make their money. So it's all about, and I think that's great with the Web3 mindset, with the whole democratic mindset. All of a sudden, the incentives and the objectives become different, and therefore I think there can become more positive outcomes from it.
And that's why Europe is better than US. We have a better mindset and values.
We have to close the debate up, but the point was then to talk not about technology, but about user adoption, about utility, about a way to make something good out of this. So thank you very much for enlightening us. And you can be, thank you very much, Dan. Thank you. And then we will continue with the last section of this conference. I know that we have pulled a lot of content into your heads, mind-blowing, not only me, but because we have picked a lot of the leading people in Norway, in the Nordics, on this. But now we will invite up Jonas Morshedi. Yeah, they are waiting for the the next section has to do with the next phase. What now? Someone has said to me that it's too hard to change people that are over 50 or 60. I don't know. I am on my 5th iteration right now, I think, regarding what I'm going to do when I'm getting old or grown up. But it can be a point, and we have the history about Web3 Society at the BI, which has been able to recruit more than 150 members to a Web3 group at the School of Economics in principle, at least before. And why have they been able to do that? That is one of the questions that we are going to ask. And we are also going to invite Beatrice Anihiri to the same conversation. And Beatrice, she is, are you ready to come up now, or how is it? So just come up on the stage. And Beatrice, too, you too. Jonas, he is the board leader, I don't know what kind of titles you are using, but on Web3 Society, which is then have more than 150 members. And they started January, February this year. The leader, before you, Sebastian Stjelik, he finished school and went to Prague. But you have taken over, and you have also engaged in START, so several different kinds of communities. And what do you think about the next step? If you're curious about Web3 or blockchain or AI, and what should you do?
So it's just involvement, try to reach out to places where, people like-minded are hanging out, or, Discords. Just take an initiative to actually, take one more step. For example, that's one of the reasons why we created Web3, to actually connect people together.
Yes, and you, Beatrice, you are leading Crypto Girls. And I can ask you the same question. If you are curious about this, what you should do?
Yeah, I would agree with Jonas here. One of the reasons why I started Crypto Girls was that I came into a space where there was only male-dominated, or it's very male-dominated, and I needed some place where I felt safe, where I could get the knowledge that I needed to be able to move on into the space. And when I couldn't get that, or I did eventually, but when I couldn't get that, I realized that, wait, there's something missing here. We need more women, and we need more safe spaces where people can have these conversations and can learn. And like you said, Discord was a perfect place for me to learn NFTs, for example. It was a lot of trial and error, and a bunch of random people got together, but in the end, I learned everything that I needed to know about Web3 and NFTs, and I built a community around it.
But why is this space so unbalanced regarding gender? Because on other types of technologies, you have the OODA network and different kinds of networks that are building more or less an equality between the sexes. Why is this space so male dominant?
I think it's more about the risk taking. I mean, there is studies around.
You love risk.
I love risk. In case you didn't read it, I was in a news article a few months ago where I said that I love the risk that the crypto space brings because I have a tiny background in stocks. And the reason why I did actually start going into the crypto space was that I wanted to have the same type of risk and do the same type of investment 24/7. So I think a lot of the reasons why it stops a lot of women from entering the space, it's that it's very scary to enter it. And the risk is high, and the sannsynlighet in English.
Is that because of the people outside of the space think of it as crypto trading, mostly?
Yeah, I think it's because of people thinking that it's crypto trading, but also just from my own experience entering into the space, and I realized that my opinion, many people viewed it as it's not that important because you're a girl in the space and you're new and all of that. So a lot of it has to do with risk, but also the feedback that you get from the stupid questions that you ask. So that's why I have Crypto Girls, to be able to ask the stupid questions and get the right answers.
Yeah. So if there are anyone in the audience that want to help building that community, they just can contact you.
Yes.
Okay. What about you guys? Why did you call it Web3? Why didn't you call it Student Blockchain Association or whatever?
Yeah, it's more that Web3 symbolizes, more than just cryptocurrency, for example, that a lot of students, are still, correlate them between them. So it's just to, we do believe it's a revolution, the way we're going now. And, it's just broader. And we want to teach them about AI, blockchain, NFTs, all of them have a part together, utilized together. So it's more to that sense, but also lower the barrier, when you say crypto society, people think scamming or, that geek or whatever, and that is from personal experience.
You have even included AI and AR, VR in your definition of Web3, as I understand it. Why is that?
It's basically to also lower the barrier in that sense for students to come aboard, but also it's important to, for students to know about, AI metaverses. We are the future leaders, entrepreneurs, employees, and therefore, tools like AI, learning how to utilize it in a good manner, it is important for us at least. And also that's something that as students are curious about in all the aspects.
You are also part of no, I'm stopping. The community around one of the layer 1 blockchains.
Crypto Labs?
Yeah. And Crypto Labs has a YouTube channel which has sending 3 days a week live. And there are always about 100 or 200 people following it. But what is the importance of community? how important is that? Or could you just build your portfolio and build your knowledge on your own?
You could build it on your own, but I think we as humans have the sense of belonging, and being a group who's doing the same thing together makes the journey much easier, you know. Being able to have someone who understands this better than you and explain it to you, and being able to contribute something and bring something back, which is I believe is one of the most important things to journey into the crypto space, having a space where you can, again, ask the stupid questions and get the response that you need, and also be able to share your thoughts and your challenges, and yeah, just gather around, I guess.
What is your view around the importance of community?
It is really important. It's also to lower the threshold, but also people need to meet like-minded people sometimes, in that sense that, you know, I have this interest in AI, blockchain, crypto, and meet someone with the same interest is a huge factor. But also to, you know, come up with new ideas, you know, find a co-founder or connect with enterprises or businesses. So the community part in that sense is really important, but also to gain adoption, in my opinion. You know, young generation are the future of, you know, innovators. So why not utilize it already? Create a community from day one where they can try out, they can be crazy, come with really crazy concepts, but they have a safe space to try it out, get introduction to, you know, what Web3 is, since, you know, it's up to time to define it properly, you know, what Web3 is.
But what about the next step after you have been finished on the school education? Can you move into a job that is related to Web3, or do you then have to convert back to Web2 to get a job? How do you see the future?
So just for example, us in Web3 Society, we also have people that's not students, they come out of curiosity, right? We are open space for everyone. But for our members, we're trying to give them, you know, the tools to take, you know, with them for the future. So something they can come to, you know, corporations, businesses, but also that you don't have really formal, for example, blockchain studies, like a bachelor's in that. And, you know, so how can you go and say, I want this job? You need to have, you know, 20 years of experience from blockchain. Like, just to have the tools to actually manage to do it in the future. And that is something that businesses have approached us and said that we love what you guys are doing. You know, you should teach, you know, this direction, or, you know, have these type of events, since, you know, it is desired by students to have these tools. So it's up to us to give them the tools for the future.
What do you think about the future of work then in this space? Will it be only the developers that have a job, or could it be marketers, business leaders, designers?
Well, my day job is not in crypto at all, but I can already see that the transition from Web 2 to Web 3, just in that, like, tiny steps, is being taken, even when it's really unrelated as well. Because I think people are opening up their eyes, not necessarily something that is crypto native or Web 3 native, but also how can we utilize, for example, AI in our systems and help us build our business further and give our customers what they need, or the tools that they need, and to be able to utilize our systems again. So you don't necessarily need to work in Web3 to be able to push Web3, but it certainly helps. It does, yeah.
Okay, we set the punctum there. Thank you very, very much, and give a large applause to Beatrice and Jonas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need some different perspectives, and we are now closing up. And I would just then finally repeat who our sponsors are: Oslo Business Memo, Nordic VR Forum, and Signicat. Signicat, if you want to know more about identity management, both in finance and in other types of industries. Oslo Business Memo is a publishing house, also doing streaming and have a news site. And Nordic VR Forum, it's a really, really great event. I was there last year, 2 days. Usually they have the first day is about using this technology in health and in education, for instance. Well, the second day is usually more focused on enterprise-oriented or consumer-oriented use cases. And we have also have helped with Nikolai in Severgen, Discord agency. He built the website for us. I think he and his colleagues have created 900 Discord servers, and maybe 2 or 3 are Norwegian. Most of them are foreign. And we have already talked about BISO, Web3 Society. And Grafisk is the company of Ida, which is down there. And she has been helping me with the next thing that I'm going to show. We are going to send all you guys POAP. We heard about POAP also earlier today. POAP is a proof of attendance that you have been participating in this event. It will also be sent to the people that are attending virtually. Everybody has been registered. They have had to sign up for this event, both for the virtual event and for the in-person event. And we have called it proof of knowledge because if you have been here several hours, I would say that you earn a proof of knowledge. Because probably your head is mind-blowing after having all this information and you're trying to sort it out. So we will have one proof of knowledge for you guys here in the venue, one for the virtual attendees, and one for the speakers, and one for the people that have been included in the team. I think we are about 10 or 12 people that have been participating, including the hosts that welcomed you earlier today. And Ida has helped me with them creating the POAP. And we are using the same platform as NYC NFT in New York. So we are not using the brand POAP because they have started to use that as the same as a category, because you can have different kinds of documentation of what you have been able to do. And this, you can share it on LinkedIn. You can even use it in your resume. We will send it out as soon as we have some breath, I would think. Again, there are a couple of new announcements that I should share. Kaupr is a news site. We are sharing content on 2 levels. One is then global stories that we are trying to give a Norwegian flavor. And the other one is then Norwegian and more Nordic stories that are unique for us. And Unleash is then the first project which is not a regular or traditional media thing. We will probably then continue to experiment with this format, maybe make other formats, maybe go to other cities in Norway. But where the goal always will be then to build knowledge, be part of knowledge sharing and knowledge building. And part of that will be a podcast which we will launch in October, November. I don't think it's on this slide deck, but I will be hosting the podcast, but I will be co-hosted by Sebastian Stelik, that has been the leader of Web3 Society. And he will then do his kind of work from Prague. I will do my kind of work from Oslo. And we have already contacted great people that will be part of that podcast. It will be in English, but with a Nordic flavor, I would say. So just follow us, either in social media, Kaupr, but we will also then share content from this Unleash conference. So, and there's a newsletter that is also called Unleashed that you can subscribe for on that website. So the last point of the program is that anyone that wants to join us at the bar restaurant at the corner. It belongs to the same house as this one, but we just have to go around the corner. And we have talked to them, so and we will gather in the one part of the bar if you want to. And then I thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart that you also have been patient today, really, really. And I hope that we can be able to invite you guys again in one type or another format. Thank you very much.